this. Yeah, good, thank you. How are you? Hello and welcome. I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans and you're watching W News, broadcasting live from the Al Arabiya studios. These are our top stories.
Security spending, investments, as have actions such as the E1.
Canada announces plans to recognise a Palestinian state with certain conditions for Israel as Trump's US envoy Steve Witkoff sits down with Netanyahu.
E1 settlement plan.
11 people are killed in Kyiv, including a 6-year-old boy, as Russian strikes bring down an apartment block.
Great meeting.
And with one day to go until Trump's tariffs deadline, the US president announces a trade deal with South Korea. Now, Canada's Prime Minister, Mark Carney, has announced plans to recognise a Palestinian state if Israel agrees to certain conditions. It follows the same decisions of both the UK and also France. However, US President Donald Trump has said Canada's move threatens a trade deal with the United States. It comes as Trump's US envoy, Steve Witkoff, travels to Israel for talks with Netanyahu. Here's how Mark Carney broke that news.
Canada has long been committed to a two-state solution. An independent, viable, and sovereign Palestinian state living side by side with the state of Israel in peace and security. Canada intends to recognize the state of Palestine at the 80th session of the United Nations General Assembly in September 2025. Canada will increase its efforts in supporting strong democratic governance in Palestine and the contributions of its people to a more peaceful and hopeful future.
I'm now joined by the Palestinian ambassador to Denmark, Manuel Hassassian. Manuel, thank you so much for joining us. Canada is really following France and the UK with plans to recognise a Palestinian state. Are you supportive of this move, and what difference will it make to the Palestinian people?
It has been a long overdue recognition. But thank God that we reached a position now that most of the allies to the United States, European countries, are acknowledging the fact that there is no solution except the two-state solution, and that cannot really be implemented unless they recognize the state of Palestine. And later, the contours of that state will be negotiated with the brokership of maybe Europe along with the United States and what have you. So we welcome, such statements, although these statements of the recognition are totally tied to certain conditions that are imposing on the Israelis. It does not make me feel comfortable 100% whether, the intention of recognizing Palestine is there without, putting any kind of conditions and limitations for the Israelis whether to accept or not.
The Danish parliament rejected a proposal to recognise a Palestinian state in 2024. Is Denmark now preparing to change its position after we've heard from the likes of France and the UK?
Yes, actually, I would like to say that Denmark has always a solid position when it comes to the two-state solution. And they always abide by the European, policies because they are an integral part of Europe. But they are also strategic allies to the United States and Israel. I think, the Danish people are supporting. We have seen it in demonstrations and what have you. And yesterday I had a big symposium in my embassy where we have talked along with ex-foreign ministers, about time that the Danish government should recognize the state of Palestine. But I don't think they will make the move now. They are waiting to see what the United States is going to react, basically, to the avalanche of European countries which started basically now putting seriously the two-state solution and the recognition of the state of Palestine as a priority agenda. But I don't expect the Danish government soon will come out from the closet and clearly say that, yes, we are going along with the recognition of the state of Palestine, as long as the UK, France, Germany is also ready. I mean, we have seen the foreign minister making some statements where he says it is about time now that we have to consider the recognition of the state of Palestine.
So we're just talking there about the recognition of the state of Palestine. You've also brought up the two-state solution. A lot of people thought the two-state solution idea was pretty much dead in the water. But are the talks about a two-state solution being revived? And is it still possible to get this solution in the future?
Well, the only game in town is the two-state solution. And since the Oslo Agreement, almost now more than 30 years, the international community has shouldered the two-state solution. And if you go to the UN resolutions, let alone the European Commission and what have you, they all talk about a two-state solution. Just a month ago, we had a meeting between our foreign minister, Dr. Varsen Aghabekian, and the foreign ministry, and they reiterated the fact that the two-state solution is the only solution. Now, if you go on the ground and see what happened to the West Bank and that of Gaza, with East Jerusalem being totally secluded, yes, in terms of concrete facts on the ground, you see an island of archipelago with no geographic contiguity. But if the international community insists on the two-state solution, we go back to the 1967 borders with the Arab Initiative of 2002, and all the facts on the ground will be reversed. In other words, settlement should be dismantled. 750,000 settlers should go back into Israel proper, and we should have political sovereignty with geographic contiguity of the West Bank, Gaza and East Jerusalem. Yes, it is doable.
So, Manuel, I hear you speaking there, but a lot of people are saying, really, does President Donald Trump have a long-term plan for Gaza's future? We haven't actually heard anything coming out of the US on this. And what difference is Steve Witkoff actually making? We know that he's meeting Netanyahu today, but the plans for the future of Gaza just still seem unclear.
Well, basically, the Americans have made certain plans and suggestions. They wanted to create out of Gaza a French Riviera and what have you. These are talks that cannot really be taken seriously because the people of Gaza are staying in Gaza and nobody is leaving Gaza. And Gaza is going to be rebuilt one way or another. And a national reconstruction where the Palestinian Authority will be coming back to take over Gaza like before 2007, before the coup d'etat of Hamas and what have you, and we are going to go into the process. We need the Americans not to interfere in the national reconstruction. We don't need them to interfere in our internal business. We don't want them to interfere whether the Arabs and Europeans are going to help us in rebuilding Gaza. All we need from them just to sit idle, not to interfere in our business, because we can arrange our affairs with our brothers, the Arab states, let alone also really true European countries that are concerned in the process of building, the Palestinian state. And it is due now for the United States to understand that self-determination is inevitable for the Palestinian people, for their freedom and independence.
So you don't think that Gaza and the Palestinian state will need finances from the US to rebuild? Do you think Arab countries will be able to comfortably finance this? Because it's going to cost billions to get Gaza back to where it was pre this war that we've seen.
I totally agree with you. We need billions, and we have billions, and we have trillions in the Arab world, and let alone Europe and Asia and all our allies, who will be ready to help us in the national reconstruction and in the rebuilding of Gaza. Let me tell you something. Since the Oslo Agreement, we had a certain commitment by the United States of paying the authority $500 million. Go check the records. More than 15 years, we didn't receive a penny from the Americans, and we survived, man. So we don't need American money.
Manuel Hassassian, the Palestinian ambassador to Denmark, thank you for your thoughts and insights this evening. We can now go live to Herzliya in Israel to speak to Middle East correspondent and author Yotam Confino. Yotam, a pleasure to have you on the show. Will Canada's decision to recognise a Palestinian state actually make any difference to Israel? Will we see anything change as a result of what we're hearing from the likes of the UK, France and Canada?
I don't think so. Israel is essentially telling all of those nations that they are rewarding Hamas, they're rewarding terrorism by recognizing a Palestinian state, while Israel is still fighting to get those 50 hostages out who are still held in horrific conditions inside Gaza. So Israel will not change any of their policies just because these countries recognize Palestine. But I would say what's interesting here is that Canada is saying, well, we will recognize a Palestinian state, but we have a few conditions. Those conditions are very important. He's saying, the Canadian Prime Minister is saying, we need elections, first of all, because there hasn't been elections for the Palestinians in 20 years. The PA needs to be revitalized. It's deeply corrupt. And also, a Palestinian state needs to be demilitarized. Now, those three conditions are going to be very difficult for the Palestinians to live up to. First of all, because the Palestinian Authority is and remains extremely corrupt and very unpopular among Palestinians. And I'm not so sure that the Palestinian Authority or Islamic Jihad or Hamas or any other Palestinian entity is ready to lay down their weapons. So we have to take these announcements with a grain of salt, because some of them come with conditions and some of them are not de facto recognition of Palestine now, but will only be made in September at the UN General Assembly's annual meeting, and a lot can happen until then.
Yes, cautious optimism. But there's been reports of 91 people killed by Israeli forces at aid sites earlier today. There is currently an Israeli military pause in place. So what more do we know about the situation on the ground inside Gaza?
So I'm happy that you're mentioning this story, because it's really, I think at this point, it's very important that we address these almost daily accusations from Hamas that Israel is massacring dozens and dozens of civilians. Again today, we have seen no evidence whatsoever, any footage showing Israeli soldiers opening fire on those civilians at the Sikkim border crossing in northern Gaza. All we have is a statement from Hamas, and we have the director of the Al-Shifa hospital vouching for Hamas, saying that over 50 people were brought to his hospital and they were killed at this border crossing. Now, the director of the Al-Shifa hospital is not only an unreliable eyewitness account because he was at the Al-Shifa hospital, which is kilometers away from where this massacre allegedly happened, but he's also a person who is openly praising Hamas on his social media. So I would say when we come with these very, very aggressive, serious accusations of mass murder, we need a little bit more than a Hamas statement and a Hamas supporter from a hospital saying that this happened. That being said, the situation in Gaza is horrendous. The civilians are still paying the price for Hamas and Israel fighting. And Hamas and Israel are still fighting, despite 3 areas in Gaza having humanitarian pauses. But the rest of Gaza is still a battlefield, and Israel is still going after Hamas relentlessly.
And I do hear what you're saying, Yotam, but it's very difficult for international journalists. We're not allowed into Gaza to report or look at the situation. So as you do mention, the figures can be unclear. And we're also hearing about deaths from malnutrition too. But the aid situation is also desperate in the country. And that's something Israel is also not really getting a hold of that many people are seeing.
Absolutely. Look, Israel has made a tremendous mistake from day one by blocking international journalists from entering Gaza. It's a horrendous decision. It's appalling. All of us would like to go into Gaza to see with our own eyes what is happening instead of having to rely on a terrorist organization which beheaded people and raped people on October the 7th. It is appalling that Israel is not allowing us to go in there. And of course, when it comes to aid, again, we would like to be there to actually see what's happening, because the UN and Israel are still accusing each other of not really making this situation any easier for the civilians. That being said, after this tremendous campaign that was launched last week, first by Hamas, but then by NGOs accusing Israel of starvation, also showing horrendous images from Gaza, since then, aid is coming into Gaza in much bigger amounts. Just in the past 48 hours, more than 400 trucks were picked up by the UN at border crossings. Unfortunately, a lot of them are also being looted, as you've shown here on your screen. But in addition to that, you have the American-backed NGO that every single day hands out millions of meals to Palestinians. So even though the situation is extremely dire, there's still starvation in certain areas of Gaza. Aid is being airdropped, as you also show here. It's coming in through border crossings, but it needs, of course, to be sped up, both by Israel and by the NGOs.
And Yotam, before I let you go, I just want to have a quick conversation about the US envoy, Steve Witkoff. He's, of course, arrived in Israel today for peace talks. It's his second visit, actually, this year. How much sway does Witkoff actually have with Netanyahu? Is he seen to be an extension of Donald Trump, who many believe holds the ultimate power when it comes to Israel?
Absolutely. Steve Witkoff has been praised by Donald Trump several times. He trusts him. And Steve Witkoff is speaking on behalf of Donald Trump. So when he's meeting Netanyahu today, I'm sure that he's trying to pressure Netanyahu into more concessions. If he has any luck with that, that remains to be seen. But of course, Steve Witkoff is there to try and solve the problem, despite both U.S. and Israel saying that Hamas remains the obstacle to a ceasefire because they refuse to take the offer that's on the table, a 60-day ceasefire. They keep adding new demands. They keep dragging their feet. And that's mainly because there's so much pressure on Israel internationally now that they are standing on the sideline enjoying how Israel is being vilified. But Steve Witkoff is one of the few people that can actually help solve this conflict. The other crucial partner, mediator, is, of course, Qatar, which is housing Hamas. They are de facto the ones that can strong-arm Hamas into making more concessions.
Yotam Confino, Middle East correspondent and author, thank you for joining us. Now, at least 11 people are dead and more than 50 others wounded after Russian drones and missiles struck Kyiv. A higher education institution, a school and a kindergarten were damaged during the blast. Russian attacks have continued despite President Trump's threat to impose tougher sanctions on Moscow. Kyiv's mayor, Vitaly Klitschko, took to the streets earlier today and had this to say.
Another attack with combined rockets and drones. 54 flats west of Kiev are among the places hit. Rescue operations continue. We do not rule out that there are more people under the rubble. For the moment, more than 50 people have received medical assistance and been hospitalized.
We can now go live to Kyiv to speak to Ukrainian MP Yevhina Kravchuk. Thank you so much for joining us, Yevhina. You're in Kyiv right now at the moment. We just heard from Vitaly Klitschko there, and we saw some of the pictures of the damage. What is the level of damage, and how are the people of Kyiv coping today following this attack?
Thank you for covering this attack, because it looks like a new normality that these bombings can go on, and it's it's normal. It's another short story. At the beginning of the war, you would have a lot of TV channels showing, but now, unfortunately, it's getting less and less attention. I can say that by new information, we have 14 people dead. Just another body of a man was found like 15 minutes ago. Among those who are dead, kids, they're 6 years old. And basically all of them were killed in their sleep, because these attacks, they usually happen during the night. Of course, some people go to the shelter, but you can imagine if it's 4 or 5 hours, some people return, and that damage to this residential apartment was made by a direct hit of a missile. It wasn't, part of a drone. It was a direct hit of a missile, killing civilians while they were asleep. Kyiv is a big city. We have at least 3.5 million people living there, so we have a lot of neighborhoods. Of course, I've heard the drones. I've heard how the air defense was working during the night, but in my neighborhood, we didn't have these destructions. But as you can see, it's basically half of the building is in debris, and some people probably are beneath of these debris of this basically rubber.
Yes, indeed. And we can see those pictures on our screen and the devastation that was caused. And your foreign minister has called it a really horrible morning in Kyiv, and said, as you just said to me, there are still people underneath the rubble. What's the latest recovery from the rescuers? Are they still working on the ground trying to get to those people?
Well, obviously, it might be not the last numbers of those who died, because, as I said, you had this information about 11, and in 1 hour or a few hours, it changed to 14. So the rescue operation is not over yet, and obviously, until our rescuers will be, sure that no one is under, they will not stop it. And this happens in other cities as well. So now the new tactics of Russians are to use huge numbers of drones going to one direction, going to one city, or at first use the drones and then hit with missiles. And it's quite difficult because the air defense, it's a huge pressure to the air defense. If you have 100 drones flying, to a city, and then 5 ballistics coming to one, basically one area. But of course, the air defense is very important, because if that missile would be intercepted by air defense, I don't know what was the reason why it wasn't intercepted, whether there was lack of missiles from the air defense, or it was just a big number of them at one time, then these people would not be dead, because when there is a direct hit, it's very difficult to, have a chance if it just the missile that hits the residential building.
And let's just talk about these attacks from Russia. They continue to take place, and comes despite the threat of sanctions and from the US. Do you believe they're just empty threats at the moment, that Moscow's going to face bigger repercussions if it doesn't agree to stop the war?
Well, I will tell you that Ukrainians were quite surprised when at first President Trump said about 50 days, basically giving the license to kill Ukrainians for 50 days, to do the attacks. Now we hear that President Trump is, been actually seeing all of these attacks. He said that, last time, and the last news that I read from the United Nations representative of United States, that President Trump wants to see the peace deal or, a ceasefire or whatever on August 8th. But, it's just a very simple explanation. Russia will terrorize Ukraine, by the time they can do it. So if basically there are no rules, no one can do anything with Russia, they will continue. So we do hope that these sanctions, it's not something that is on the table that never will be used. And I'm sure that the civilized world is much stronger than one terrorist state, and the economy of which is much less, and even the military production is still less than all of the allies from the West.
Ukrainian MP Yevhenia Kravchuk, thank you so much, and do stay safe.
Thank you for having me.
Let's take a look at some of the other stories making the headlines today. Extreme weather has killed at least 60 people in northern China over the past week. Out of those deaths, over 30 took place at a nursing home in the northeast of Beijing. Heavy rain began a week ago and peaked around Beijing and surrounding provinces on Monday. A Colorado dentist has been jailed for life after poisoning his wife's protein shakes before later delivering a fatal dose of cyanide. Authorities said James Craig had searched the internet for information on how to make a murder look like a heart attack. His defense maintained his wife planned to die by suicide. Former U.S. Vice President Kamala Harris has ruled out speculation she plans to run for governor of California. Harris said she would not run for office now, leaving the door open for a possible presidential bid in 2028. According to close allies, the former VP could start a non-profit or lead a policy think tank. And at least 16 flights to and from London's Heathrow Airport were cancelled on Thursday, a day after technical problems with air traffic control systems caused disruption. Airlines are demanding answers after more than 150 flights were cancelled. The UK's Transport Secretary Heidi Alexander has said she's meeting with the chief executive of NATS today. Now, South Korea has made a trade deal with the US a day before the August the 1st deadline. Tariffs are due to be hiked to 25%, but the two countries have now agreed to 15%. The new rate does not apply to crucial areas of the South Korean economy, such as steel and aluminium, which stay at 50%. Camille Nedelec has more.
South Korea's president may be breathing a sigh of relief, but its people are not. Dozens of protesters rallied near the U.S. Embassy in Seoul on Thursday after South Korea brokered a last-minute reprieve. The U.S. had been due to impose tariffs of 25% on South Korean exports on Friday. Officials had managed to negotiate that down to 15%. But the protesters say that's only half the story.
I don't think it's lowered from 25 to 15%. I think it's increased from 0 to 15. That's why I'm very worried about this negotiation.
The agreement means U.S. agricultural products and cars will have full access to the South Korean market without any levies. But beef and rice remain off limits.
It is true that there were strong demands from the United States to further open our agricultural and livestock markets during negotiations, but we agreed not to further open the rice and beef markets given the food security and sensitivity of the agricultural sector.
The deal also demands South Korea invest some $350 million in US projects, including shipbuilding, computer chips and batteries.
The shipbuilding sector is exactly the area where South Korea and the US can cooperate the most, and where South Korea can help the United States the most.
The time frame of those investments and how South Korea would fund them weren't specified. South Korea has also pledged to spend $100 billion in buying US energy. And US President Trump said there would be more South Korean investments to come. Despite being a close US ally, South Korea has been caught in the crosshairs of the White House over its growing trade surplus. Last year, that surplus clocked in at more than $55 billion, a jump of a quarter within a year. Camille Nedelec, Arabiya English.
Let's take a look at the top business news now. Rolls-Royce has reported higher first-half earnings and raised its profit outlook after overcoming supply chain challenges. Shares rose as much as 12% since the arrival of current CEO in 2023. Despite the raised outlook, Rolls-Royce said it expected operating profit to be slightly lower in the second half. Now, Meta outperformed Wall Street expectations with its second quarter earnings report. The firm, which owns Facebook, Instagram and WhatsApp, says profits jumped by 36% to $18.3 billion. Meanwhile, expenses rose to $27 billion, and that was all due to Mark Zuckerberg's projects in artificial intelligence. Turning to the sports news now, and Ferrari have announced a multi-year contract extension with Formula One team boss Fred Vasseur. The Frenchman has been in the post since the beginning of 2023 and was key to persuading Lewis Hamilton to join from Mercedes this season. The 57-year-old came under pressure from Italian media back in May, who reported his job was under threat due to Ferrari not being in this year's title fight. And rugby flanker Rob Valentini will miss Saturday's third test between Australia and the British and Irish Lions. Valentini, who missed the first test with a calf injury, was outstanding as Australia took an early 23-5 lead in last week's second test. He'll be replaced in the back row by Tom Hooper, one of 4 changes to the starting lineup from the second test. Now, the Federal Reserve Chair, Jerome Powell, has warned Donald Trump not to meddle in the central bank as he continues to defy pressure from the US president on lowering interest rates. Powell says there should be distance between politics and the Fed. On Wednesday, the FOMC kept interest rates at 4.5% for the 5th time in a row. Here's how President Trump reacted to that very news.
They took advantage of us, other countries, friend and foe. So if that happens, what you do is you raise your rates and you do what you have to do to stop inflation. But we're keeping the rates high, and it's hurting people from buying houses, and we don't want that. We should be the lowest interest rate, and we're not. We're 38, number 38, because of the Fed. It's all because of the Fed. He's done a bad job. Now, he's got a meeting today, but I call him too late. You know, he's always too late.
To discuss this in more depth, I'm now joined by economist Laurie Laird. Laurie, pleasure to have you on the show. And we just heard there from President Donald Trump, who's clearly frustrated with Jerome Powell. Let's drill into the latest economic data and what those figures are telling us about inflation in the US.
Well, look, Trump has actually kind of doubled down since that quote. He tweeted not long ago, or on his Truth social media outlet, that Jerome Powell is too political and too stupid to be the head of the Federal Reserve. He is really cross that the Fed yet again kept rates on hold, but the Fed has very good reasons to keep rates on hold. A couple of hours ago, we got a new set of inflation data, and this is the Fed's preferred measure of inflation. It's called the Personal Consumption Expenditure Price Index. Not a very snappy name, but the bottom line here is that it rose. It rose to 2.8%. It is going in the wrong direction. Remember, the Federal Reserve, in conjunction with a lot of other central banks, has a remit to keep prices stable, and that is broadly defined as keeping inflation at 2%. So not only are we at 2.8%, we're moving in the wrong direction. So when Donald Trump says there's no inflation, he's patently wrong. Inflation is a lot lower than when it peaked in June of 2022 at 9.1%, but we're still a long way away from that 2% target. Prices are still rising. They're just not rising as quickly as they were a couple of years ago.
So PCE data wasn't that positive, but yesterday there was positive economic news. Second quarter GDP rose more than was actually expected. But Laurie, I wonder if this is down to stockpiling in the earlier part of the year ahead of tonight's tariff deadline. Is that what we're seeing?
Yeah, absolutely. And it doesn't really make sense going into this report into any more detail. We had a fall in GDP in the first quarter. That's because imports rose by 38% quarter on quarter. That's a massive move. And that was companies trying to stockpile, as you say, before the imposition of those tariffs. From January, when Trump was inaugurated, we knew that he was tariff man. He told us he was tariff man. So we had all of that stockpiling in the first quarter. Once those stockpiles, once warehouses were full, we saw a huge drop off, a 30% fall in imports in the second quarter. And that really was the big factor in influencing GDP. There were some other sort of interesting bits and pieces. We're starting to see a little bit of a slowdown in consumer spending, which is so important to U.S. GDP. But this is such distorted, noisy data. And I think this data will continue to be noisy throughout the rest of the year because the tariff situation is so confused right now.
And I think Donald Trump once said tariff was his favorite word in the dictionary, but I can't remember that quote unquote.
Beautiful word.
Beautiful word. That was it. I was just trying to think of it. I do remember that very clearly. But as another round of tariffs is set to hit, we didn't see the U.S. make 90 deals in 90 days after all, like Donald Trump said.
Remarkable.
Yeah. There's been 8 deals in 120 days. But just what I was going to say on this is if you have a look at the markets, they're doing pretty well. They've been so robust. I know that Microsoft earnings, pushed up the NASDAQ today. But why aren't we seeing this major change in the stock markets?
I hate this question because it makes no sense to me. It feels to me like equity markets are so fully priced. And not only do we have this tariff uncertainty, and it's not just deals that haven't been done yet, Leigh Ann. Some of the deals that have been done are subject to, they're only half done, and they're subject to change. We saw Mark Carney saying that he wants to recognize Palestine as a separate state, and Donald Trump saying, wait a second, we might have to renegotiate a trade deal. So none of these deals are written in stone, even when we think they're established. So we have the tariff uncertainty. We have the uncertainty over the massive overspend in the U.S. government. That means a much bigger issuance of bonds. Who's going to buy this stuff? A big uncertainty. So the fact that these and the uncertainty over the independence of the Federal Reserve and all of these, this battle that Donald Trump has taken on with Jerome Powell, these are massive uncertainties. And all I can think is that markets are having a lot of trouble pricing different risks coming at them at the same time. If it were just one of these risks, we might see investors, attempting to price this, but it seems like having all of these risks coming at them at the same time, they're completely paralyzed and they're continuing to buy. It's utterly remarkable. And I feel like, there is a risk of a correction somewhere down the road. And when we see corrections, we tend to see them happen very, very quickly, right? There's no warning. Things just tumble very quickly.
Yeah, absolutely. But right now, the fears of people haven't really been reached, have they? When Liberation Day happened and Trump announced tariffs, there was real concern, but that hasn't really fed through, has it?
And I think that's an excellent point. I think there was such talk of all of these apocalyptic things, outcomes that would happen with the tariffs. Oh my gosh, I said that word. Very dramatic things would happen with this government overspend. These things have not come to pass. Perhaps that has created a false sense of security. And we talk a lot about how you mentioned Meta earnings, and we talk a lot about how stock market increases have really been powered by these tech companies, but we're seeing it further down in the industrial, in the bank, in the financial sector as well. While we're seeing the biggest gains in tech, we're seeing some broad-based gains as well. So the entire stock market is really priced to perfection right now.
And I think that is what Donald Trump is liking. Economist Laurie Laird, thank you so much for joining us. A reminder of our top stories. Canada announces plans to recognise a Palestinian state with certain conditions for Israel as Trump's US envoy Steve Witkoff sits down with Netanyahu. 11 people are killed in Kyiv, including a 6-year-old boy, as Russian strikes bring down an apartment block. And with 1 day to go until Trump's tariff deadline, the US president announces a trade deal with South Korea. And that's all from us on W News. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel and, of course, follow us on X. G&T is coming up next. Plus, we'll be back in a couple of hours with W News Extra. Goodbye and thank you for joining us.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
international law will have no part in his administration.
It can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News.
Our first guest is the former UK Chancellor Nadhim Zahawi. We're going to discuss Britain's stance on Palestinian statehood, the UK and US trade deal, and the rise of the Reform Party. President Trump has just visited Scotland. He's raised a lot of questions about the UK-US special relationship. What does his visit mean for the future cooperation of the two states?
Well, I think what you've got to always remember is whoever is the occupant of the Oval Office or number 10 Downing Street, the institutional relationship between our two nations runs incredibly deep on security, on intelligence, on economic cooperation. The United Kingdom has been steadfast in its standing side by side with the United States. I do think that Keir Starmer has been able to develop a very strong working relationship with President Trump, albeit, as President Trump himself mentioned, they come from very different political traditions, political points of view. But I think Keir has done a pretty good job in being able to, one, deliver a trade deal that is far more advantageous to the UK than the European-US trade deal. And that's gone down well here in the United Kingdom.
And are you surprised by the level, well, I won't call it a bromance between them, but I suppose the level of friendship that Trump and Keir Starmer have shown?
I think the one thing that people recognize in President Trump is his human side, and sometimes he can, be, I guess, very straightforward, if I can describe it as that, blunt, slightly shocking to the sort of English mentality or the British mentality. But I think actually that human side of him has made that relationship incredibly warm. You heard him speak about Keir Starmer's wife and the respect he has for her, and now that he's met her, how much more he thinks of Prime Minister Starmer. I thought they were really sort of lovely, very, very human emotions. And I think it puts Starmer in a good place vis-a-vis, those, if you recall the relationship between Margaret and Ronald Reagan, the ability to sort of speak together off the record in an incredibly close way, really just cements the relationship even further. But as I say, it's always worth remembering, your audience remembering, that the United Kingdom institutions, whether it's our military, our intelligence institutions, are very much in lockstep with the United States institutions themselves.
And Trump has said again and again and again, his favourite word is tariff. Can you give me a brief explanation for our viewers at home at what a tariff is and who actually pays for it?
Look, as an ex-Chancellor of the Exchequer, I have to say I was initially, worried and sceptical about the tariff policy, as it was referred to in the US, that President Trump decided to really go after in his second term, where he very much felt that by raising tariffs on pretty much the rest of the world, he wanted to I guess, recalibrate or bring back an equilibrium that would essentially favor the United States, or at least get some payback for the United States that he felt had gone on for far too long the other way around, i.e. the US essentially enriching the rest of the world through its buying power, through its consumer, the American consumer. I was skeptical because ultimately tariff policy leads to inflation in an economy, so within America. That hasn't happened. And the other reason I was skeptical is I thought actually it would be very difficult to persuade some of the bigger blocs in the world, the bigger economies, to negotiate an advantageous deal with the US. But he's proved me wrong. You look at what he's just delivered with Europe, it's incredibly advantageous to the United States of America, both in terms of tariff policy, where the Europeans are going to have to pay 15%, we're paying 10% in the UK, but also in terms of investment in the United States, vis-a-vis buying US energy in the case of Europe. And so I think what Scott Bessent has done with, of course, the president's very much, empowering him to do so, making him, making it a serious bit of policy, is looking pretty positive for President Trump. And I think, it feels like he is on a bit of a roll at the moment, where not only has he been able to, impact what could have been a pretty dangerous war between India and Pakistan, or some of the other, peacemaking initiatives that he's embarked upon. But on the economy, it feels like a high-risk strategy that's beginning to pay off for him. And that's what, strong, brave leadership looks like.
And as you just stated, the UK have got a 10% tariff. The EU has got 15%. I don't think Labour are ever going to admit this, but is this a Brexit benefit?
It certainly is. And I can tell you as a Brexiteer, or someone who campaigned for us to be able to make more of our own decisions in the United Kingdom, I think it really is a Brexit benefit, and British business, investment in the UK from European businesses that will want to take advantage of the lower tariff with America to export into America will pay off. And I think it would be mature of Keir Starmer and his government to at least admit that this is a good policy delivered because of Brexit.
We're going to turn to your successor now, Rachel Reeves. How do you feel that Securonomics has it been a success? Has it been a failure?
I think that Rachel Reeves is in a difficult place. I think that the budget and the increase of taxes on business is beginning to really bite. You look at the food and beverage sector, retail sector, the increase in national insurance has really hurt the prospects for employment in those sectors, and that cannot be good for the British economy. I also think she needs to rethink the non-dom policy, and I have to put my hand up and admit that it was a Conservative Chancellor in Jeremy Hunt who introduced it in the first place. I've always had a problem with this. I have a think tank in the UK called the Adam Smith Institute, where we have shown that the damaging impact of wealth creators leaving the United Kingdom. And of course, they're leaving for Abu Dhabi and for Dubai, places where they can do business, they can take advantage of much lower corporate tax rates and, of course, zero income tax rates, as well as the issue around safety. People are worried about the level of crime in England, in London. But as far as the Chancellor is concerned, I think she'd be wise to look at what Italy has done with a flat tax of 200,000 euros to attract wealth creators into Milan and other cities. And I think at some point, the Treasury will need to look at how we inject growth into the British economy, because the last budget did the opposite of that.
And just touching on crime, my own brother has had his phone stolen twice in London over the past, say, 3 months. This is a common occurrence in the UK now. Having, as well, I have to be fair, the Tories were in power for 14 years. Why does it seem that European countries, as well as in America, they seem to have lost control over crime and punishment?
Look, I agree with you. I think if the equation in the mind of a criminal is that they can get away with their misdemeanor, their crime, without consequence, without punishment, then you're going to see much greater crime. I remember visiting New York when Giuliani was mayor of that great city, and the no broken glass theory, where if you come down hard on petty crime, whether it be graffiti or phone theft, then you avoid some of the more serious crimes as well. And I think that our cities, London in particular, has been suffering from a lack of focus, in my view, of both the Police and Crime Commissioner, who happens to be the Mayor of London, Sadiq Khan, but also the focus of the police force on investigating and actually punishing criminals for those petty crimes. I think I saw a report that the UK accounts for something like 1 in 6 or 1 in 5 phones that are being sold in Asia. and sadly, your brother is one of those victims. So it is a problem. I think it will play, quite a significant part in both local elections coming up next year and national elections in 3 years' time. And this government needs to do something about it. And as I say, look, it is up to the Mayor of London, the police and crime commissioners up and down the country to focus and prioritise crime versus other work that the police does. And I think people will vote accordingly. It really is a problem. And when I talk to people wealth creators who've moved to the UAE, it's not just the advantageous tax system. It is the sense of community, the sense of feeling safe that you won't have your wallet stolen, your expensive watch or your mobile phone stolen without consequence.
And going back to elections, as you just said, we've seen that Reform are surging in the polls. They're simply just not going away. Is this a protest vote or a deeper shift to the right?
I think a couple of things are going on. One, and I warned of this on election night when Labour's victory came through, that I thought Keir Starmer announcing almost immediately that he would scrap the Rwanda policy, the deterrent, where illegal migrants coming across, some being taken advantage of, being smuggled across on these dinghies across the channel, would have been processed in Rwanda. Scrapping that deterrent would only exacerbate the situation with illegal migration. And I think what you're seeing in terms of the Reform surge is people just feeling angry, frustrated, the sense of fairness being challenged by people breaking the law, taking shortcuts to enter these shores. And I think that's another problem for Keir Starmer and this government, as well as the economy. I think the next election will be fought on both control of our borders, of course, linked to, the one thing about Nigel is he's a great communicator, Nigel Farage, that linked to the issue of illegal migration and law and order and safety on our streets with the economic impact on public services, on our health system, on education, of having to deal with this massive increase in migration, will mean that Reform stands a very, very strong chance of disrupting our political landscape. And it's incumbent on my party to be front and center in delivering solutions. And solutions are not easy. And people vote for us, for politicians, to deal with the difficult problems, to grapple with whether it be Gaza and the Palestinian, long-suffering Palestinian people, or crime on our streets and controlling our borders. We need to demonstrate that we have thought through solutions to these quite knotty issues. And if we don't, then you will have parties like Reform surging and actually winning at the ballot box.
That brings me on to my next question. Could we see Nigel Farage as Prime Minister?
Well, if you believe the polls today, and I founded YouGov, the research business that delivers many of these numbers, on the polls today, of course he can be Prime Minister and would be Prime Minister if there was an election held tomorrow. 3 years from now, the world could look very different. And, I think a Prime Minister once famously remarked that a week is a long time in politics. But I think it's incumbent on both the government to begin to offer solutions, rethink on the economy, on actually looking at what's working in other capitalist systems. Look at America. Look at the achievements of Donald Trump. A deterrent on the border. Again, look at the achievement of Donald Trump on reducing illegal migration from Mexico. Will make a difference to the future outcome of a general election. But I think for my party, Kemi Badenoch is doing the right thing to think through the knotty, difficult problems and articulate solutions based on evidence is the best way forward for her.
Is it possible in your mind, in any hypothetical situation, that there will be a coalition between the Tories and Reform?
Look, I think Kemi rightly is taking her time in delivering some of those policies and not focusing on Nigel Farage or Reform, because when you focus on your opponent, you're giving them greater credibility and the additional oxygen of publicity and playing on their turf. So I think she's doing absolutely the right thing to say, I will focus on conservative solutions to these difficult problems that the nation is facing. And I think that's the right thing to do. And I think, look, it's never easy to be in opposition. You're too young to remember, but I certainly am not. The early years of Margaret Thatcher, she had a difficult first couple of years in opposition, but then she found her feet, she found her mojo, if I can describe it as that, and we ended up having a fantastic outcome for the nation, not just for my party. So I'm confident that Kemi will do that work. Needless to say, it's important to also make sure that we address some of the issues that Nigel Farage has identified, because the secret of politics is to understand where the pain is for the nation and then to have credible solutions to deal with that challenge, to deal with that pain. And I think Kemi and the team will do that.
And speaking of Margaret Thatcher, as you did, obviously one of the main roadblocks with the immigration crisis, with the Rwanda bill being blocked in the ECHR. Do you think if Margaret was alive today and in power, she would leave the ECHR?
Yes, I do. And I tell you for why. Because I think that in many ways, we have a proud history and a track record in upholding human rights. And we have reached a stage where lawyers are using the European Court, the Convention on Human Rights, to thwart the will of the nation. And I think that a conservative government and a conservative prime minister would today look at us coming away from that convention, because it is, reaching what I would call dangerous territory in terms of people feeling that the system is being taken advantage of, that law breaking is becoming the norm, illegal. The first duty of government is the security of our borders and the protection of the realm. And I think the nation deserves a government that can deliver that. And I would absolutely believe that if Margaret were alive today, she'd feel exactly the same way.
We're just going to turn to the worsening humanitarian crisis in Gaza. Obviously, you yourself are from Iraq and held the second highest office in the UK. What conditions is the UK setting for recognising Palestine, and how realistic is that goal?
I think Keir Starmer's position has already began to unravel today. I think it was done for party management reasons. He was coming under huge pressure internally from Labour members of parliament to do something that made a difference to the beleaguered Palestinian people. I don't agree with him. I think the Palestinian people have an inalienable right to statehood. And what he's done is really stood in the middle of the street because of his own internal pressures in his party, where he said, well, we'll only recognize a Palestinian state if Israel doesn't fulfill the following criteria. And I think, again, it was Margaret Thatcher who said, if you stand in the middle of the street, you're in danger of getting run over. And I think he's in a difficult place because, making announcements at a lectern doesn't deliver an outcome for the Palestinian people on the ground. My very strong view is they're being held hostage by Hamas. Hamas is a terrorist organization that needs to surrender its weapons and to get out of Gaza and allow the Palestinian peoples to have a future, to have a Palestinian leadership that can be supported by the region. And we should be talking to our regional allies. Take, for example, the UAE, where I think the UAE is the second largest contributor of aid on the ground in Gaza after the United States of America. Are we talking to the likes of Mohammed al-Dahlan, a Palestinian leader who defeated Hamas in the only election they ever had in Gaza, in Khan Yunis? It's all well and good to make speeches in London. Does it really deliver an outcome for the Palestinian people? I think not. And I think that Keir Starmer is going to find it very difficult to hold the line he's holding at the moment.
How do you respond to Israel's claim that this move has harmed any chance of peace talks?
Well, I think, look, anything that allows Hamas to survive and to claim victory through survival and to continue to hijack the beleaguered Palestinian people in Gaza, I think is harmful for the future of Palestine and the future of the Palestinian people. And I think that if we are serious as the United Kingdom about the future of Palestine, the future of the Palestinian people, we need to use our convening power to bring our allies, the UAE, other countries from the region, the European Union, the Palestinian leadership that has credibility with the Palestinian people to the table to have a solution for the day after. The United States must be part of that, front and center of that, to ensure that Israel feels safe and that Hamas is no longer. That is a serious piece of policy work. That's a serious piece of delivery. I don't think that's on the table at the moment. If it is, I will be the first to applaud it and support Keir Starmer. I just don't think that's where he is.
Nadeem Sahawi, the former Chancellor of the UK, thanks so much for your time.
Thank you for having me.
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis,
it would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
we deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are a lot of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.
The Saudi non-oil economy saw its Purchasing Managers Index
climbed to 57.2. That's up from 55.8 the previous month. Well, the PMI is an economic indicator reflecting overall economic health. And amongst other things, it takes into consideration business spending patterns and hiring. Well, a score above 50 shows expansion, and the latest figures are well above that threshold. Well, this same report says the Saudi businesses have been adding new jobs at their fastest pace in some 14 years. Well, let's get more now with Dr. Naif Al-Ghaith, who is the chief economist at the Riyadh Bank, who are authors of this report. Dr. Al-Ghaith, thank you very much indeed for joining us. Just briefly, talk us through the Purchasing Managers Index and what the latest information tells us.
Well, thank you very much, Tom, for having me in this show. As you rightly mentioned, that the PMI recorded 57.2 for this month, which is in the expansion territory. That means the economy of Saudi Arabia has grown from last month when we compare it to the last month. By how much? By this 57.2, where previous months was growing, but it was growing at a slower pace than this month. So what does that tell us? It tells us that in the third month of this second quarter, the Saudi economy is growing, and it's continuing growing. We saw the GDP projections from the IMF has been adjusted from 3 to 3.5, and that takes into consideration both the oil economy, also the non-oil economy. With the PMI, it looks into the non-oil economy, and it takes into account also the future output and the current things that happen within the economy, and also takes into consideration the employment. All these things take into account, and then we get the PMI, which points to an expansionary month for June, which could be translated that we'll be having another high increase in the non-oil GDP, which could be above the 4% from 4 to 4.5% for the second quarter.
Okay, just looking at the highlights of your report, I mean, we're talking here about a highly active labour market by the looks of things. What are the main drivers for the activity in the labour market then?
Okay, one, we could look at the report and understand that the employment has expanded from the previous months. And also when we look at the trend, we understand that the employment has increased the highest since 2011 May. So that is very high growth number and has been driven by multiple things. One, the sector, and within this survey shows that construction has contributed the most to the employment. Other things also point that employment is expanding because we have so many new orders, so many, if we could say also sales, that made firms or companies to hire more to get these sales done. So they have been trying to get more employee to get more output, and that's what pushed the employment to be higher than what it was, and that is another indication of the health of the economy.
So construction's one star performing sector. Are there any others that stand out for you?
From the survey, this is the major one, and it shows we have also the manufacturing, and it shows also this in the future output that the most promising sector is the manufacturing.
Okay, I mean, all of this is good news, isn't it? But there are some challenges associated with the hiring spree that's going on there in Saudi Arabia, not least a huge increase in staff costs. Does that worry you at all?
One thing we need to look at the entire economy, and we understand from the latest report for the Vision 2030 that the unemployment has been adjusted as a target from 7% for Saudi to 5%. Just recently, the unemployment report for this quarter, the first quarter, came out, and it shows also a new reduction for the unemployment to reach to 6.8. Unemployment for the total Saudi Arabia is 2.8. One is that the reduction in unemployment is challenging because we, as Saudi Arabia, is still a young economy or a young nation. Young nation means that we will have more labor forces coming. And then to reduce the employment, you also have at the same time an increase in employment force. So it's not you're only hiring; you need to hire at a higher rate than the employment force. That's one thing. Whether this is challenging in terms of increasing the staff, still there is room because we have unemployment. We haven't reached the full employment rate, so still there is a room for the employment to grow. We could look at also the inflation, and the inflation rate still is not high. It's 2.2 for the May, and this indicates it hasn't yet been reflected in the prices that we also saw in the output prices and the PMI survey.
Okay, just to sort of wrap up this conversation, how would you describe the overall sentiment amongst non-oil businesses right now?
Yes, within one of the components, we have the future output, and it has been growing, and it has growing, as we just mentioned, in the manufacturing. We have a growing economy and a growing in new sectors that hasn't been growing before, and it hasn't been tapped. So what we look at right now, a healthy economy and in the non-oil economy, and it has been growing, and it's growing in the healthy numbers.
Okay, well, thank you very much indeed. We really appreciate you taking the time to speak to us. Dr. Naif El-Ghaith, Chief Economist at Riyadh Bank. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America.
With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
economic shifts or social movements,
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
the most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Al Arabiya News, where the world talks.
I wish reality were as easy as talking. He grows up but keeps that innocence. That's the instinct God created us with. Mahmoud's dream is to become a pianist.
Is speech the only way to express thoughts and feelings? Descartes, the father of modern philosophy, said, "I think, therefore I am." He didn't say, "I speak, therefore I am." There are many means of communication around us: drawing, music, singing, writing, sports. Even eyes have a language. Each one of us is different. We share many things and differ in many others. The same applies to autistic people who can be similar or different. Since medicine discovered autism 8 decades ago, half of people around us still see it as a mystery. And such people do not try to know anything about autism. Even scientists disagree over it. Some see it as a psychological or neurological disorder, while others consider it a genetic biological problem. Why don't we know a lot about autism? Today, we try to reach them. We are not looking for a cause, a doctor, or a cure. This will be a special mission in which we go to them to find out their thoughts and feelings. Do they live in the moment only, Or do they dream and wish? Do they understand adolescence? What is lying? Or politeness to them? Do they know they are different? We thought it would be enough to get answers even to some of those questions. It's impossible to reach everyone, but it led us to a few of them. A young man living in his 20s, and in his story, a message for every human.
I exactly experienced the entire 5 stages of Kubler-Ross. I experienced every single stage. Starting with denial, I experienced this stage in the sense that I cannot believe that my son has autism. There is nothing wrong with my son. It must be a stage that would pass. You know how mothers might fool themselves. They pretend that there is nothing wrong, then there's the stage of anger. The anger stage involves questions like, why isn't he interacting? Why should Mahmoud be autistic? Even though I never asked myself or God about why I had to go through this.
When I was young, my father used to sing for me in the car. I love you when you speak. I love you when you draw a smile. شو بحبك لما بتحكي ترسم عشفافك ضحكي شو بحبك لما بتبكي بتشكي وعم بتغلغل فيه حبيبي انت الأحلى عمري بقلبك عم بيحلى عطرك سحرك صوتك رسمك صار مني وفيك.
Sometimes I thought about committing suicide. I wished death for me and my son, but my death wouldn't change anything. In the end, my son would be left alone, and that's not what I want for him. When I felt that I was fed up, as they say, I could no longer bear this angry and depressed fate. That's when it started to search for psychological solutions. Thus, I studied psychodrama therapy, because I was convinced that I wouldn't heal. In 1 or 2 sessions, or even in 1 or 2 years, I was convinced I needed to know how to face my feelings and understand my psychological condition throughout my life, because I knew my current situation would continue all the time.
شو حلو حبيبي شو حلو هالقمر شوفوا ما أجمله بس أنا عبالي دلله وحياتي ما حدا بقى يزعله. I don't like hurting anyone.
أوقات الدنيا بتوجعني وساعات بتعاند ويايا لا بخاف وحخاف ازاي يعني دايما مطمن طول ما انت معايا.
During World War II, a psychiatrist was influenced by the power of compassion and resilience in human spirit. In 1969, she introduced a model named after her, about the 5 stages of grief. Through this model, Kubler-Ross wanted to speak out loud about the feelings a person experiences when faced with a shock that shakes their inner peace. The transitional stages in the Kubler-Ross change curve begin with shock, which leads to denial. Then anger takes hold. Then we begin bargaining with ourselves in a one-sided dialogue. We want to escape the crisis without making any effort. Then comes depression and sorrow. Despair and all negative thoughts start to attack at the same time. Acceptance is the beginning of the solution.
And out of love for her son, she feels hatred. She thinks she hates her son, but in fact, that represents in psychology the stage of anger in Kubler-Ross model. She becomes angry with herself because she feels those emotions, which are unfortunately normal. If we had psychological awareness in education, she wouldn't be blaming herself. Once I reached the stage of acceptance, he started to show results that I had been waiting for years of effort. He started to show me those results. I reached a state of acceptance that it's over. I accepted him however he is, whatever progress he makes or doesn't make. That's it. This is my son, and I want to love him just the way he is. And that is the golden key.
I accepted Mahmoud as he is, like any mother who wanted him to lean on her. But what happened was the opposite. Fatin's dreams of Mahmoud graduating from university with a postgraduate degree did not come true. Mahmoud opened a door to his world for her, and he amazed her and made her forget the routine life and the struggle, competition, and racing against time in everything.
I used to be afraid that something might happen to me. And how would Mahmoud eat? He doesn't know how to say, "I want to eat." He wouldn't say, "I'm thirsty. I have to bring him water." But what worries me is his perseverance. Mahmoud has overcome it, thankfully. Thank God, you could say.
Do you consider that the great achievement was by Mahmoud or Fatin?
It was definitely by Mahmoud. We honor mothers in our society, and we see the efforts made. But, unfortunately, we don't understand the value of that effort because they struggle just like we do. They struggle with themselves. It's not something easy for them from the start. It's not easy for them because we are breaking their nature. In fact, I'll tell you more. We are distorting them. We are distorting their nature so that they become like us.
Due to the commonalities within the stories, we went to Niraj, a young boy who is talented in drawing and video games, a boy no older than 12, who speaks, reads, and writes. He has a small home, with a family, school, and friends.
At this time, I don't know nothing about the autism, so I was just thinking why he don't talk. Why he don't talk? Because he was speaking, he's eating good, sleeping good. I think when I call him, he don't come. I say, Niraj, he don't look at us, don't come. So one day, when he was 3 years old, with nothing, no speak, he just making sounds like. At this time, I don't know nothing about autism. I know autism only. I know some children with development problem have autism. So when I come back home and I went to the internet, this is something wrong. You never have to go to the internet to check and solve your problem. Oh my God, what only bad things about autism only. But there I see a picture of my son.
Yeah, I would say so. Yeah, I would say so. I would say that, I mean, being in denial is kind of running away, isn't it? It's an indirect way of saying you're running away if you are in denial. You know, maybe you're in denial because subconsciously you know it's true, but maybe you're in denial because maybe you don't know what to do, so you panic. And it's definitely Artemia is what woke me up. You know, kind of she would bring me back down to earth, saying, this is not going to go away. He's not going to snap out of it. It's not something that there's no medicine that we can just give him and he's going to be okay. And then I would see what she's doing. And that's, then that was like kind of the inspiration to, I want to be part of this journey and help where I can. That's basically how I transitioned from not doing anything into trying to do something. I see myself as a father to Niraj, not as an autistic child, but as a normal child, which gives me an oversensing comfort. So it's not, I should do more with Niraj because he's autistic. It's more, I should just do more with him just because he's just another child. So I think now I'm not beating myself up because he's autistic, and I think that's a testament on how far he's come.
5, we take him to one psychologist, and she told me, "Oh, you have to understand because you will never talk. He gonna be adult with the mind of the child." He just told me like this. My son is talking now. If you say that for one mother, you take her hope. Yeah, your hope. You need to give hope. You need to say, "Oh, buy this book. Oh, do this, do that. Come back here. Let's do something." They need to be positive.
I've never had pets. I'm not a huge pet lover, but I did try, and whenever we take him to the park, try and push him towards the dogs in the park. And yeah, he liked them a lot. And now we have cats, so he's plays with them as much as he wants. I did try to play football with him. He doesn't want to play. So then I just kind of revert back to what he's interested in, and because at the end of the day, that's how you maximize engagement with anyone.
The doctor tried to steal her hope, but she failed twice. As a doctor, and as a human, that's what happened to Artemia. She lost herself chasing books and sources for guidance to reach her son. Her mission wasn't easy, and notably, the majority of books written about autism were written by autistic people themselves.
One of the therapists told me we have to make some exercise with him. You put some up with the hot water, no, very hot water. Yeah, one is something like lemon, or do this exercise as many as you can. Okay, show me phone. Good work. Show me cooking. Good work, Niraj. Show me jumping. Good work. Coloring pencil. Good work, Niraj.
She pulled hope out of pain to get her son to read, write, and draw, and express himself, even participate in competitions with others. They are not in their own world. They are in ours.
How did they help Niraj?
Oh yeah, definitely. So when we have games that involve, but mainly those kind of group games, is definitely you bring them in, and the kids don't know they're doing it. The kids don't know they're helping. For them, they're just playing.
Was very difficult, was very depressed in the beginning. And now I see my son, he can talk, he can ask what he wants, he have good behavior outside, he learning many things. I like my son like this, I want him like this, I don't want another son. I don't want a perfect Niraj. He's perfect for me.
They don't know they are different. We are the ones who create the difference. Many realize this truth. Nahed, the mother who wants to help them reach their fullest potential, to discover their skills without differences and bullying.
I am Nahed, a mother before anything else. I built this entire place, dreaming of a space where Ahmed could live, where I could watch him grow. My dreams, like any mother, were very big. Unfortunately, after I started this place, Ahmed's needs were different, and today Ahmed. What exists in this place? But the place has become for all the Ahmed in this world. I now have more than one Ahmed. I have Alaa, I have Khaled. They call me Mom.
and my son does not talk. After my long journey with Ahmed, he stayed the same. I was the one who changed. So I wanted to change Ahmed, but Ahmed won't change. Ahmed granted me exponential strength to be the person I am now, capable of helping all these people. I really do not see myself as strong. Is there a greater strength than that? This is Ahmed's strength, although considered as disabled, but they are not weak. They deserve to live. We all have our own kind of disability. The only thing these children fear is losing their parents. They fear because we have become their safety, not the society. The community as a whole must change so that children feel safe. Then comes competition, and there comes desire to achieve self-worth. Children do not feel safe. Their safety is us. So we must give our children safety before we ask society to give them safety. A group of young men graduated from our center are now working in government agencies, in Emicor, and some working at Siemens Energy, with very good salaries, comparable to university, graduate salaries. These children must have experience and skills so that they can compete in the labor market according to their capabilities.
My name is Andrea, and I'm 18 years old. I consider myself as a kind person. I love helping everyone who seeks help. I enjoy spending time with my family. I believe there is love inside every person. Each person has a beautiful soul within them. How would you describe Mahmoud? He is a kind person and musically talented. He plays the piano and sings, and he is also handsome.
How do you describe Andrea?
She is my friend. I love her very much. He plays the piano and the guitar.
I was studying a major that I love. I was easing my conscience as a mother by studying something that could help my son. We can manage behavior either with reinforcement or punishment. When we know which reinforcement is best for the child, we can use it to teach the child to ask and express themselves. It is not necessary to express by talking, because many autistic do not speak. So we can use pictures, or we can use an iPad, to be able to communicate with them, and they can communicate with us. This skill is one of the most important things we teach a child. It's one of the foundational skills we begin with for a child. Honestly, the early stages were the hardest for me. I used to repeat sessions that he learned with the specialist every day. I would reapply the speech sessions with him 4 times a day. I used to repeat them on the same day. At the times when I could not do these sessions, I would repeat them through activities I would do with him at home. So when he became responsive, when he was ready, when he became ready to expose him, experiments to find out what does he like, so we tried. 2 experiments and discover what he liked. We began teaching him the field of computer and software, and we tried exposing him to all fields until we discovered that Mahmoud was excellent at playing piano. He can express himself, his anger, his joy through playing the piano.
What if we were asked to pause for a moment and put on the shoes of this mother or sister or that father or brother just for a moment? What if we realized that one of our children is on the autism spectrum? Everyone we spoke to never wished to switch roles. Instead, they asked of those around them or those they encountered on the street or in the store or the cinema or school. Anyway, they wished to grant these passes by the children with autism a little understanding and a little love.
It pains me to see him grow up, still with that same innocence and childlike nature. Maybe because I'm afraid for him, afraid of his innocence, the purity of his thinking, his unconditional love for people, and his lack of awareness of the evil in this world. The initial phase is exceptionally challenging, initiating them with their first word, the first letter. It's a very challenging stage. It's one of the most challenging stages. The challenge of adulthood is also affected.
And I want to say to the ones who abandon their children, go back to them. They need you. Do not be ashamed of your children. Your son may not be what you dreamed of, but they become something you never dreamed of before. I am really grateful for his presence, no matter what he is. Of course, I wish he does not suffer from autism. I cannot imagine my life without his presence.
What do you want to say to Dad?
I played the piano.
If you want to talk to him but he is away,
I call him.
what do you tell him?
Come. I love playing piano and drawing and sports and swimming.
What do you do in the kitchen?
I make a labneh sandwich.
صعبة في أولها مع بعض أنا وأنت أكيد هنكملها لا 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 لا
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis, it would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
We deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are lots of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise.
International law will have no part in his administration.
It can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Arabiya News.
tactical lever to break the Middle East deadlock, or, according to Israel, a terrorist state on its doorstep? A two-state solution seems more controversial than ever. The UK has announced it's joining France in recognising Palestine. Is it, as the US and Israel argue, a reward for Hamas or a pathway for peace? It's up for debate on Counterpoints with me, Melinda Nucifora. Stay with us.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America.
With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
economic shifts or social movements,
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
the most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.
A tactical lever to break the Middle East deadlock, or, according to Israel, a terrorist state on its doorstep. A two-state solution seems more controversial than ever. The UK has announced it's joining France in recognising Palestine. The move comes against the backdrop of a UN conference on the issue. Is it, as the US and Israel argue, an unproductive publicity stunt or a pathway to peace? It's up for debate on Counterpoints with me, Melinda Nucifora. The promise of a Palestinian state has been on the diplomatic horizon for about 80 years. And yet, after all that time, it couldn't feel further away.
The path to peace and regional integration. It will be achieved through our independence, not our destruction. Through the realization of our rights, not their continued denial.
Establishing a Palestinian state today is establishing a Hamas state, a jihadist state. It ain't gonna happen.
The UK has this week joined France in announcing it will recognise a Palestinian state come September, albeit with certain caveats. The Prime Minister says statehood must be linked to future peace and stability. Hamas needs to release the hostages, disarm and accept it will have no role in a future government. If it doesn't, recognition can be revoked. The US and Israel argue any move towards statehood is a reward for Hamas and punishes the victims of the October 7 attacks. On this episode of Counterpoints, we'll debate: in the current political climate, is a two-state solution achievable? Is Palestinian statehood a reward for Hamas, as Israel claims? And will international recognition help bring about long-term peace? Stay with us. To discuss the implications of international recognition of a Palestinian state, we're joined by Ahmed El Ibrahim, a Saudi political and geopolitical expert on the US-Saudi relationship. Tobias Elwood is joining us, a Conservative MP and Minister in the UK, former Minister in the UK Ministry for Defence. And rounding out our panel, Dr. Ariel Ben Solomon, a Middle East expert and former Middle East correspondent at the Jerusalem Post. Gentlemen, welcome to Counterpoints. Thanks for being here. Saudi Arabia and France have been co-chairing a two-day conference on Palestinian statehood at UN headquarters in New York. Their stated goal for the conference is to find a pathway to recognising Palestine that would be a progress in the steps taken for a Gaza peace deal and lay foundations for future regional stability. The US and Israel aren't taking part and have dismissed the conference as a publicity stunt. In another sign that a two-state solution is off the table in Israel, the Knesset recently voted in favour of a non-binding motion calling for the annexation of the West Bank. So, Ahmet, let's start with you. Given that past efforts to move forward with a two-state solution have failed, why is this diplomatic push at the UN different? What makes it different this time around?
First of all, thank you for the opportunity to be here. Let me be clear. Saudi Arabia is trying to push this kind of peace deal because they are looking for justice. They are looking for dignity. They are looking for an international law. As everybody knows, for the past 75 years, the Palestinian people has lived without any kind of freedom, any kind of dignity, no ground principle for them. Saudi Arabia have supported since 2002 the creation or the establishment of the Palestinian state and the East Jerusalem, its capital. What makes it different that Saudi Arabia, after what Israel has been doing to the Gaza people and the I call it the genocide of those people, matters need to be taken in hand. This private mediation or the exclusive mediation has been done by the United States, does not work anymore. It does not actually moving anything on the needle. Nothing is going to move by the United States unless the gates of Tel Aviv approve it. So Saudi Arabia has recognized that and started taking this initiative and lobbyists the West and the friends of ally toward the human and to give the dignity to the Palestinian people, nothing more, nothing less, hoping that this thing could stop this genocide has been causing and unfair justice and unfair alienation for the Palestinian people, whether they are Hamas or not Hamas. They are getting killed. We've seen kids at a gunpoint in their forehead by snipers from the IDF. All these kind of things has moved and take the pressure in Saudi Arabia and the GCC countries to push, to lobby through their friends and allies in the West to try to find a solution for the Palestinians to voice their concerns and their issues in the United Nations.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Ariel, what's your take on it? Steps towards a two-state solution have failed in the past. How does Israel view this current diplomatic push as being different this time around?
Well, first of all, I would like to counter the claims of genocide that the previous commentator made, as it's obvious to anyone who has seen a real genocide in the world, in the Holocaust and in what's going on in Syria with hundreds of thousands being murdered, that what's happening in Gaza is a different kind of operation. And from the Israeli perspective, there is absolutely, only on the fringes, there is any acceptance of a Palestinian state. So the vast majority of the public in Israel is totally against it, especially since October 7th. You could make a case before October 7th, there was maybe, a slightly more support, but now it's very low. Only the fringe parties, Meretz and the far left parties are supporting it. And even the left-wing parties in Israel are now against the Palestinian state. And most importantly, Trump is also against the Palestinian state. So I don't see that it's even realistic to talk about it. It's just more kind of the commentators on TV like us talking about it and the French president and others with little influence what's going on. So it really doesn't matter what everyone's talking about. The Palestinian state is not going to happen. Israel won't let it happen. The US is not going to let it happen. So that's basically the viewpoint from Israel.
Okay.
Well, Ariel, this is a small seed. Back 10 years ago, if anybody on the Senate would say anything in the Congress and the Capitol Hill in Washington, D.C., if any politician would say anything of what we're seeing right now on the media or what's happening on the ground in France and saying what they are saying in Israel, they will be fired from their position because of the influence of the AIPAC. However, today we are 2025 and Israel has lost all publicity around the world. The whole world is mad about the Israeli government, and I'm not saying that all the Israelis are part of what Netanyahu government is doing as genocide again in Gaza. However, this is the start of it, and it's going to continue, and it's only going to expand. And the Palestinian people, they're going to get their rights and dignity sooner or later, and this is only the start.
Tobias, let's bring you in here. What do you think? Is it unrealistic, as Ariel has said? Is a two-state solution dead in the water now after the events of October 7 and what we've seen since in Gaza?
It's certainly in a very, very difficult place. And this is one of the reasons why the international community, including Britain, is actually considering the recognition of Palestine, almost as a wake-up call to say, look where things are going. I was the former Middle East minister. I promoted the position that recognition of Palestine, which can only be used once, should be done as an act to help facilitate the objective of securing that two-state solution based on 1967 borders. Otherwise, it's just symbolism. But I would concur with the comments so far that what's playing out is changing the calculus. As Israel pursues its right, absolutely, to take on Hamas after those barbaric attacks, but is doing so with the absence of any strategy to convert its military successes on the battlefield towards stability in isolating Hamas politically, that could actually lead to a two-state solution, let alone a ceasefire. So I would actually go further to say that the Arab states, including Saudi Arabia, wants to help rebuild, wants that two-state solution. But the Prime Minister himself, I'm afraid, is no longer interested. We see that in the illegal settlements in the West Bank, blasting the Gaza Strip, talk of you just saying that the vote in the Knesset as well to say let's annex the West Bank. And we're now having to see Britain airdrop to go against the famine that's taking place. That shows that there is no effort at all to distinguish between the Palestinian people and Hamas. So this wider recognition is a wake-up call to say let's not lose sight, because that window is absolutely closing. And I should stress, because this is a debate in Britain very much so, that somehow if you're calling for recognition, you're somehow endorsing Hamas. Nothing could be further from the truth. Hamas itself doesn't recognize Israel, doesn't want a two-state solution. The question, therefore, is what technocratic governance structure might be put in place to actually allow a sense of purpose, of peace, of stability in Gaza. And this is just not even been discussed at the moment. And we've lost sight of that completely, which is why everybody's so demoralized in thinking where this is all going to go.
We are going to absolutely come to the point of whether recognition of a state is a reward for Hamas. But sorry, Ariel, I interrupted you there. Please go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that, again, this is totally like dream talk right now. Nobody is talking about a Palestinian state. Even the leaders of Saudi Arabia, the leaders of the Arab countries, they're not even in favor of this so much. It's just for public consumption. And if you even ask Palestinians, if you ask Palestinians,
I don't agree with that.
They want to leave. Palestinians themselves, they want to migrate out of Gaza. If you ask Arab Israelis if they would live in a Palestinian state or stay where they are, they would prefer to stay in Israel. So there's no grassroots support for this. And to say that there's a difference between Hamas and the Palestinian government, they both support terrorists, they both pay for terrorists. It's two sides of the same coin. And basically what's going to happen is that President Trump, Netanyahu, and the leaders of the Gulf states are going to find a solution that is short of a Palestinian state. And that's what's going to happen despite verbal rhetoric otherwise.
Mm-hmm. Okay,
it's
Ahmed,
very
what's your
sad
say?
for me to hear what Bin Salman. It's very touching to my heart that you are actually saying this. I feel bad for any human that's got killed in October 7th, but you are reinventing what your ancestor has went through in the genocide of the Holocaust by the German. You are replicating it, and you're making it so valuable for you just because you are Jewish, just because you're Israeli. You can do it to anybody. Listen, extremism grows where hope disappears. And this is what Israel has been doing for the Palestinian people. Give them the dignity, end the occupation, make them, don't give them these kind of humiliation, and all these problems is going to go away. And if you think that the Palestinian is dream, then you are dreaming, my friend. If you're not seeing what's happening in the universities in the United States, that they are going against every possible thing that Israel is doing in Gaza, okay, it is very obvious. Everybody in New York, even the Hasidic Jews in Miami and in New York, they are going against Israel and against Netanyahu's policy against killing innocent people. Regardless, if you're living in a bubble, this bubble is going to be, finished soon, because you have to live a reality. We're not asking to Israel to be vanished. We are asking for a Palestinian state that is deserved and dignity for the Palestinian people, and the West Bank stays, and Gaza stop killing people in Gaza and kids and women. This is what we're asking for. If you have an issue with that, then I think you need to advise your morality, because I really don't think that you represent a lot of the fellow Jews in Israel on what you're basically saying over here.
Ariel?
The
overwhelming support for the war. The support in the streets in Israel, everybody is supporting the war. It's a defensive war. It was forced upon Israel. And this genocide lie is just, it's absurd.
Tobias, I'm going to get a reaction from you as well, and then I'm going to move us on.
Well, my big question that I pose to those who are no longer interested in a two-state solution is, do you really think the status quo will work? Because what you're calling for, therefore, or rather accepting, is the fact that the proxy influences promoted and supported by Iran will continue doing their thing. And you're leaving Israel then...
Iran and Qatar.
Well, whoever it might be, sir, let me finish my point. You're still saying you're going to continue on roughly as we are now. That is not in Israel's long-term interest. And I understand how bruising, absolutely, what has happened in recent terms. There's no doubt about it. But the bigger strategic picture is not there. This is why even Israeli military leaders are critical to say what is Netanyahu's policies. What is happening is absolutely damaging Israel on the international stage. And so this is the question I pose. Where is the plan? Today, Israel could start, because it owns and runs Gaza, it could take a section of southern Gaza or northern Gaza and start rebuilding with the support of the Abrahamic Accord signatories to help building communities that are free from Hamas representatives. That is what can happen today. Please let me finish. Please let me finish. Sir, please let me finish. Otherwise, we'll talk over each other, okay? So that could be a viable plan that removes Hamas, because they're not really operating now apart from behind the scenes. IDF controls most of the strip itself, and you could easily then have a plan, and that would split Hamas from the population of Palestine, who would then see that there is potentially a vision as to where Gaza might go without Hamas.
Ariel, what's your response?
You guys are stuck in the old paradigm of the two-state solution. It's gone. You guys are talking like 10 years ago. Maybe you could have talked about it, but not now. It's too late.
So what do you propose instead? If a two-state solution is dead, Ariel, where do you go from here?
I'm not even declaring it. It's just in reality, Israel's not going to let it happen. So that's a fact. And Trump is supporting...
But then what? If Israel's not going to let it happen, what will Israel do instead? Because obviously this current situation can't continue.
Okay, so first of all, there's the Trump plan of voluntary migration of Gazans outside of Gaza, and this should go forward. There's the talk now in the recent days of Israel annexing
ethnic cleansing.
Go forward.
Ethnic cleansing, you're saying.
We'll just let Ariel finish, and then I'll get each of you gentlemen to have a response.
Migration with the help of some, quietly Muslim states to voluntarily migrate Gazans out. And then there's going to be annexation, and hopefully there'll be annexation in the West Bank. And this is where things are going right now, contrary to the views that are expressed here. And there's really nothing that this talk can do, because also it's in the interest of the Gulf states and the states that support stability against Qatar and Iran, there's Saudi Arabia, there's the UAE, there's states that are supporting stability, and quietly they're going to back Israel because Israel is the strong horse in the Middle East, and it's going taking actions against radical elements supported by Iran and Qatar. And quietly, a lot of Arabs, Jordan and others, are supporting Israel. But, you know, they voice genocide and stuff on the TV screens. But behind closed doors, there's a lot of support for Netanyahu's government.
Okay. Ahmed, let's go to you first for a response.
I'm really baffled by the point he's making. I think you are not on the ground, Ariel, with all due respect, my friend. The Israelis, they are going to come into terms. This is only the start. If it's going to take now or 50 years from now, this two-state solution is going to happen, and it's going to happen more faster than what you think. People want to live in peace. The Israelis want to live in peace more than anybody else. I think they have a prosperous nation. They have good business. They can be integrated within the GCC and within the Arab countries. I think these kind of conflicts and these kind of ideologies that you are facing is basically making the Israeli people living in harm rather than living in peace. We are nations in the GCC and the Arab countries. We are looking for peace. We've never had any issues with Jews or Israelis. Okay, the only people they displaced the Jewish are the Europeans, and that's why you've been displaced from Germany. And the people who did the Holocaust to you are the Germans, are not the Arabs. But you're taking your angers on the Arab and the Palestinian people that they are not powered. They've not done anything. It's a pure occupation, and this is actually what makes the whole region or the level of acceptance of the Israel going down every day because of the Netanyahu government. I am one of the people who made my first interview in I-24 before the Abraham Accord, looking for peace, normalization with Israel, and trying to get into terms to have a peaceful region, and talking to my friends from Israel and Jewish friends about the policies in the region. Today, I'm telling you, I am not interested until we come into terms with this government that you have and give the Palestinian people their dignity. And basically, this is the position of Saudi Arabia and the position of the rest of GCC countries. And if this is going to continue, the Abraham Accord is going to be pulled one by one. So this is the matter on the ground. Whether you like it or you think killing people who are not Jew is civilized, I don't think this is the voice of many of the Israeli people.
Israel's not killing people that aren't. We have Arab soldiers in the IDF. It has nothing to do with killing people that aren't Jews. It's killing terrorists that are attacking you. There's Arabs, there's Christians in the Israeli army. There's Bedouin Arabs in the Israeli army. It has nothing to do with killing non-Jews.
Jews all over the world. That doesn't mean that gives them the right to kill people. This is ethnicity has nothing. We are talking about morals. We are talking about civilization, my friend. If you don't know civilization, if you don't know dignity and how to give people dignity and how not to kill innocent people and not to basically punish 9 million Palestinians, this is not right. I'm with you. Saudi Arabia, since 2005, they claim that Hamas is a terrorist militia since 2005. And guess since 2005 until before October 7th, who are the paymasters for Hamas? It's Israel. You guys funded Hamas. You guys used to pay the government employees, yes, their salary. So I'm telling you, you don't kill everybody just because of few people.
Okay. All right. I want to throw it over to Tobias because we're going to need to keep moving on. Tobias, what do you make of some of the points that Ariel and Ahmed have said? We've got 2 G7 countries now who want to recognise Palestine. Will they allow this voluntary removal from Gaza? Will they allow Israel to annex the West Bank? What's your take on what you've been hearing?
Well, I have to say I'm so saddened and indeed upset to hear Ariel speak in these terms. And I'm pleased to say that the Jewish community here in Britain doesn't support the annexation of the West Bank of 3 million people, does not support the annexation of Gaza or indeed removing people from Gaza.
Ask the Arabs if they would support annexation.
Okay, Ariel, I'm going to come back to you in a moment. Just let Tobias finish his point. Thanks.
Just this bigger picture, just think it through. as I say, we understand how bruising this has been, absolutely. But the strategy here is absent, and it's dangerous, and it's going to lead to a Middle East war. And this is the bigger picture that Israel needs to think about of what is in the long-term interest, because you will alienate the entire international community, including America, because even Donald Trump saw those pictures of real starvation, mentioned it in his press briefings, and Netanyahu's testing his support. It's becoming ever more conditional. So we need to get back to the point of how do you then allow the Palestinians to be better represented rather than by a terrorist group. And absolutely right, that does include countries like Saudi Arabia, but particularly Qatar, not supporting them and providing a secular alternative. That's where we need to go. Otherwise, you go down this one-state solution, that's war.
Okay, I want to bring up a graphic for you all to have a look at. And Ariel, I'm going to ask you first for comment on it. Take a look at what we're going to bring up on the screen there. It's from the Pew Research Center, a non-partisan US polling agency. It asked people in Israel if peaceful coexistence with a Palestinian state is possible. And currently, only 21% of Israeli adults think there could be peaceful coexistence. And you can see over the years, actually, this graph goes back for more than a decade, actually. We may have cut off the years at the bottom there. Arab Israelis are slightly more optimistic, but still only 40%. It's not a great indicator that a two-state solution would even work. Ariel, let me ask you, who or what is responsible for this breakdown, for that graph to continue its downward trajectory across all ethnicities, across Arabs, Jews, Israelis, everyone in in Israel?
Yeah, so basically October 7th is the turning point. Before October 7th, you had the left center in Israel supported a Palestinian state and many of the mainstream figures. And after October 7th, even like people on the left became hard right, Israel defenders such as myself, and everybody has become, moved to the right. The whole Israeli political dialogue has changed completely. What you said is correct. There's almost nobody that's supporting a Palestinian state now. It's totally off the table. And that's why it's not going to happen. And any talk that is going to happen is just, wishful thinking. One of the plans that is put forward for many years is Dr. Mordechai Kedar in Israel, talking about, a family type of arrangement with the Hamulas, where, the local tribal leaders or the local, family leaders in Hebron, in different places, they can have, local autonomy, but not, a state apparatus. And this works quite well in the Gulf states where you have a tribal type family leadership structure. And I think this is the model to go on. It's more fits the culture of the region than, putting a political platform which is funded by foreign forces to try to, manufacture leadership. I think using the indigenous, family Hamula ties is much more a successful strategy. And I think Israel maybe is going to move towards that.
Ahmed, what do you make of that as a strategy? But I also want you to comment on those statistics that decrease in belief that there can be peaceful coexistence. How do you change the will of the people?
I mean, obviously, this is a normal outcome after the Gaza war and the West Bank, having a far-right government in Israel. People are skeptical about, Israel really trying to strike a peace. A very low confidence in the American administration to help to fuel this, because we all understand Israel without the United States, it's a different Israel. The Arab minority, probably they want to be coexist, but they're having their hope. So the graph basically reflects the collapse of the public faith in the two-state solution. And the narrative among the Israelis is that's not going to work, like our friend, what he's, basically preaching. Without a major diplomatic or political still and will the public opinion may soon become a structural barrier in order to have this. And this is to what your dear guest just mentioned, that this area could go into a war. Israel is surrounded by 350 million Arabs. It is better for everybody to coexist and live happily and benefit economically from each other. Especially we come from, our father Abraham, and we need to basically, give the dignity to each other. And this is the mandate of giving peace and dignity is not a Saudi mandate. It's a human mandate. Any human would like to give other people their dignity. That's simple.
Okay, the US and Israel have been critical of the Saudi-France conference that's been going on in New York, and also very critical of the recent countries recognising a Palestinian state. I want you to take a listen to this recent comment from US President Donald Trump as he was returning from Scotland.
Well, you could make the case that you're rewarding people, that, you're rewarding Hamas if you do that. And I don't think they should be rewarded. So I'm not in that camp, to be honest. We'll let you know where we are in, but I am not in that camp.
Mr. President,
because if you do that, you really are rewarding Hamas. And I'm not about to do that.
Tobias, given that the UK is the most recent country to have recognised Palestinian statehood, is it a reward for Hamas, as Israel and the US president there have alluded to?
Well, President Trump is right in saying that Hamas should not be rewarded. And the interpretation is false, in my view, because the two are not connected. You need a strategy that takes us to this two-state solution via recognition of Palestine that does not include Hamas. When you wrap Hamas in it and say it's all a big bundle, you're completely missing any effort to actually remove Hamas from the equation. And I'm sorry, but the evidence on the ground, the operational evidence on the ground, is the fact that Hamas is rewarded every single day by the attacks that are taking place in ordinary Palestinians who are made to suffer. When Britain, as I stressed, has to drop aid in just to support ordinary Palestinians, you can understand why, in their anger, they end up, it works as a recruitment sergeant for this extremist operation. Where is the alternative? The alternative needs to be crafted. And no wonder, therefore, people in Israel are dismissive of any future possibility, because everybody is so harmed by what has actually happened. But I stress again, American leadership is critical here. But Netanyahu has taken full advantage of the top cover, of the fact that Trump has less interest in global order as a whole, let alone in the Middle East. And Netanyahu has had free reign to do whatever he likes. But all he's got, because of his own personal situation, I should stress, is the fact that he doesn't want a strategy for southern Lebanon, doesn't want a strategy for Gaza. It suits him, because if the war stops, then he will come under his own scrutiny. So all his strategy at the moment is for more war.
Has overwhelming support right now. Netanyahu will win in a landslide in the new election. He is very popular right now.
That doesn't. That makes my point even more important. The fact is that even you describing this in terms which I'm still coming to get my head round, that you want to annex the West Bank, 3 million people, that you want Gazan people to leave so you can have that territory. Do you not understand how that looks on the international stage? And Trump won't be around forever. I can assure you that.
Looks?
But
we don't care about looks.
If this is where
all right, Ariel, your response to that?
We don't care about looks. We care about staying alive. And to stay alive in this region, you have to be strong and you have to defend
with
yourself.
war, you won't stay alive. With more war, you'll end up more Israelis killed.
State won't change anything. The attacks will continue. Remember that the Palestinian people voted Hamas into power. The Palestinians, civilians.
How many years ago was that? How many years ago was that?
We'll just let Ariel finish his point there.
Palestinian civilians took part in October 7th and many terrorist attacks since and before then. So this is not an issue of Hamas and not Hamas. This is a Palestinian issue where they're supporting terrorism, the civilians are supporting terrorism, and Trump sees the solution as voluntary transfer, annexation, And I think that's the way that things are going to go. A Palestinian state will not cause utopia. It will just make the tensions even more strong. And Israel will not allow this and allow a Palestinian to have their own army and to have an airport and bring in more terrorist supplies. It's not going to happen. It's a dream.
So, Melinda, what happens on Trump's statement, basically, it got lost in translation. And the U.S. government basically is politicizing the issue. If you look at the Democrats and if you listen to the statement of Hunter Biden praising, the Palestinians and siding with the Palestinians, of course, his dad is one of the biggest supporters of Netanyahu, especially when October 7th happened and supplied them with weapons and everything. And basically the white phosphoric bombs that killed kids, children and women in Gaza. So now it's being politicized. It's basically for the Democratic Party to have an end say and to basically take the tenderness of the American voters, because they are calculating in 1 year time the mid-election until the next presidency. So this is on the internal U.S. front. On Trump himself, he has probably he has a patient and he has like time for Netanyahu. But if he has some requirements that it need to be done and it need to be executed, it takes him 24 hours to basically flip over Netanyahu and things are going to be done on the ground. So I wouldn't take home basically the cover that Trump is giving 100% to Netanyahu. Let's not forget, the past presidency and what Netanyahu have done, and not basically supporting Trump into the election of 2016. And this is what, caused the election of Trump to fold, to lose to Joe Biden. So anyway, having said all that, the matter has started and the ball has started rolling. Saudi Arabia is going to lead this file for the Palestinian, and they're going to gather more people. If it's going to take a day, if it's going to take a year, it's going to happen. And today we are way milestones from 10 years ago when no people want to discuss Palestine. Today, Palestine is on the table. It's being discussed daily. And I'm not talking about militias. I'm talking about the dignity of the Palestinian people, and give them the right government, give them the right dignity to live freely, neighbor to neighbor with their Israelis. And this is how we see this region prosper. If there is anything not within the state solution, then war is going to strike in this region. It's a very simple math.
Ariel, what do you make to a point that Ahmed was making there, that President Trump, I think Tobias as well, is not going to be around forever? Can Israel continue on the track it is without US support?
Yeah, that's a good question. And that's why it's even more urgent for Israel to move now, to move towards annexation of areas in Gaza and the West Bank, Judea and Samaria, to do that now under Trump, and to take all these actions now to prevent a Palestinian state from ever coming into existence. And I think that Israel government is aware and wants to take advantage of the time and to move things quickly and to, work together with Trump to fight radical elements in the region. And now, a lot of people are saying that there's going to be a war if there's not a Palestinian state, but we just had a war. And now the radical forces are in retreat in Hezbollah in Lebanon, Iran, Qatar. They're all in retreat right now. And the Hamas and the Palestinian terrorist groups, they're all in retreat right now. And this is, the chance, to put the final nail into these groups and, to take control. And now Trump's there, and I think this is a great opportunity.
Ariel, you will never have peace. You don't understand. Without justice, what you're saying is a dream. Without peace,
it's not true. It's not true.
You cannot normalize occupation. You cannot silence nation into peace. Justice from one side and ignoring the other side cannot happen. I know where you want to reach. You want your people to live in peace. It won't happen. It won't happen unless you have these structures, these elements you need to give to the Palestinian people. It's a fact. It's a fact. You will not live in peace. I'm telling you.
Why are the Arab countries looking up to make peace deals with Israel since the latest war? All the Arab countries are talking to Israel about making normalization deals now, after the war.
The normalization has a foundation. The normalization does not come without a foundation, without a dignity for the counterpart who is living your neighbor. If you gave the dignity since 2002, King Abdullah, late King Abdullah asked and put the proposal on the table for the Israelis. Put a Palestinian state with East Jerusalem, its capital, and all the countries since 2002. They will normalize the proposal on the table, and it's still on the table. The only people they did not decide to take this proposal is the Israeli government. It's a plan. It's the flag of the Knesset.
Normalization,
if you look at the two waters, I mean, we do understand
Lebanon with Syria. Syria is not going to happen, but let's say Lebanon and let's say Saudi Arabia and other countries, and this is going to happen without a Palestinian state.
Ahmed, is normalization going to happen without a Palestinian state?
Never. This is the foundation of Saudi Arabia. No normalization without two-state solution. Dot. At the end of the line.
Okay, just a moment, Ariel, because I want to bring Tobias in here. What do you make of this argument? There's been a lot of talk about, is this the right time for recognition? Is this the right time to be talking about a two-state solution? But we have Ariel saying this is the right time for annexation because we have a sympathetic president in the White House. What's your take on that, Tobias?
I really just think this is cloud cuckoo land and so dangerous. And there's a reason why Netanyahu himself has not said this publicly, because the international community would condemn this. And as I say, it's an absolute recipe for war, as well as being internationally illegal. And it's just interesting that we see Hamas's forces are absolutely weakened. Let's agree with that, as is Hezbollah and to some degree the Houthis too. Iran, the proxy backer, is being constrained. The IDF is in full control of the Strip. Unfortunately, we're now seeing famine break out there, but there is no strategy whatsoever to leverage the fact that the very organizations and terrorist groups that have caused such problems in securing us two-state solutions, now all on the back foot, we're not taking advantage of that moment. Instead, what we're doing the other way around, we're actually leaning further in to say, let's destroy any opportunity for a two-state solution, which will lead to further insurgency. Absolutely, that's what's going to happen. And I'm sorry that you don't understand that. I think the wider Israeli population and certainly the Jewish international community absolutely sees that. It's in Israel's long-term interest to have a peaceful, secular two-state solution.
Will lead to more violence. A Palestinian state will lead to more violence. The absence of a Palestinian state is keeping people alive.
You don't know that. You absolutely...
Well, it's certainly not, the status quo at the moment is certainly not getting anyone anywhere. Let's move on because we're going to head into our third and final segment before we run out of time. Currently, about 147 of the 193 UN member states recognise the state of Palestine. That's about 3/4 of the international community. And yet, the conflict in Gaza continues without a ceasefire on the horizon. Both France and the UK say they see recognition as a lever, as a tool to pave the way for lasting peace. Tobias, I know we were just hearing from you, but let me ask you, first of all, before I come to Ariel for a response, explain to us why the UK thinks that recognition is a tool that can help rather than hinder a ceasefire in Gaza.
So we've just covered it to some degree in the sense that that window is closing, because if it is the direction of travel that Israel chooses to go in the annexations, then it's gone. So the calculus has changed. So presenting this on the table now is waking everybody up to say, let's actually focus back on the end game of where we actually want this to go. That's not dismissing what's needed today on the ground because of the humanitarian aid to get in, but also more critically, as I've stressed, some method to remove the ideology of Hamas. And perhaps that is the message that I say to my Israeli friend here. And we learned this in Northern Ireland, but we saw this in Afghanistan with the Taliban, and we saw it in Iraq as well. You can't defeat an ideology through military means alone. When was Hamas created? Back in the 80s. When was the Hezbollah created? Again, a couple of decades ago. They've been hit hard. They regroup because of that philosophy exists, and nothing politically replaces it, because all you're doing is trying to remove them, crush them through military means alone. So this recognition is about this wider picture, working internationally. Britain stands ready to help Israel, as does the international community. And actually, Israel has pushed countries aside until the point where we've had to force ourselves into help with the aid drops. But we want to help Israel secure peace. We won't do it, though, if the two-state solution is then lost. The entire international community will fragment.
Okay, Ariel, what's your take? The idea that international recognition, the countries recently have argued, is a way to help end the current violence, and then a conversation can be had after that. Do you think international recognition helps or hinders the pathway to a ceasefire of the current violence we're seeing?
The international recognition of a Palestinian state is hurting the negotiations to release the hostages, and it's making an agreement more difficult because Hamas leaders themselves are quoted as saying that this new effort by France and the UK, etc., are showing that their strategy is actually working, and that their attacks on October 7th and all of this terrorism is actually working, because now they're going to be rewarded with a state.
No. I'm sorry to interrupt, sir, but you cannot say that somehow that France or Britain recognizing Palestine somehow automatically assumes that Hamas will be in charge. Can I make that really clear? Hamas has lost any sense of responsibility to lead anybody. It's a terrorist operation. So make that really clear. Stop repeating the idea that somehow recognition is license to Hamas to stay in charge. It's not true.
So, Ariel, it is one of the prerequisites of recognition from the UK, as stated by the Prime Minister, Sir Keir Starmer, that Hamas must disarm and it must have release the hostages and have no future in the future governance of Gaza. So with that in mind, how does it hinder the pathway to a ceasefire?
The Palestinian state talk hinders a ceasefire because it gives extra motivation to the terrorist groups, Hamas, and the Palestinians themselves, that terrorism is getting results, and that the more that they don't release the hostages, the more that the international community is going to give them. And this needs to be rejected. If the international community would reject the Palestinian state and isolate Hamas, then this could happen. And regarding the talks of famine and genocide, this is nonsense. Israel is going beyond all previous wars in feeding the enemy, which has very high opposition in Israel, that Israel keeps giving aid to the enemy, because all of the aid is ending up in Hamas's hands, and they're keeping control by getting the aid and the gasoline and everything that's running their cars and keeping the war going. So,
okay, that has been disputed by various medical and humanitarian agencies. But to bring it back to the point at hand, Ahmed, I'm going to bring you into our discussion here. 147 countries already recognise a Palestinian state. 2 more. Is this going to make any difference to what's happening on the ground? Because it hasn't made a difference up until now. So is this just symbolic?
It is definitely a move forward. It's going to take a great deal of time and effort, basically, to move that needle. But again, I think the whole world, the whole human beings, all of us, your viewers, everybody is committed to peace, stability, and prosperity for everyone. We want everybody to live in peace, especially for our region. But peace needs to mean something. And I'm telling you, in order to live in peace, it has to mean something for you, and it must. Comes in recognizing rights for people. Maybe this is new for you. You need to give rights to other fellow ethnicity. You need to give rights to other,
give rights
with
to people
different
that want to kill
religions.
you.
rights for people with different opinion, political opinion. It does not mean it's either me or the highway. I'm telling you, peace, forget about peace if you're not going to do these kind of pillars for those people. Palestinians have to live in free environment, dignity, security, with a state for themselves, and you have to coexist. My friend, if you don't coexist,
peace will come with victory. Peace will come with victory in the war.
There's no victory. There's no victory. If there's a victory, why don't you go to Germany and claim victory against the people who actually did the genocide of the Holocaust of your ancestor? Why you are claiming victory of people on kids and women in Gaza and West Bank? I mean, we've known Israel only existed 72 years ago. You know, I mean, it's not right.
Okay, Ahmed, I'm going to give Tobias the right of reply there. Ariel, right of reply from you?
Yeah, so I don't think this is true at all. All this talk about killing children and this. The whole war of Israel is aimed at terrorist groups that attacked it and continue to attack it for decades. And all of this talk of genocide and starving people, this is totally outrageous and not what's happening. And Israel is defending itself against enemies that are trying to kill all the citizens in the country. And
defending by bombing a Shifa hospital, by bombing hospital. There is no one hospital left in Gaza. I mean, I don't understand I don't know how do you explain defending by attacking hospitals? This is new.
The terrorists are using the hospitals as a base to attack it.
They are not. They are not. And it's all in the record. It's not. It's not.
Okay, Ahmed, we'll just let Ariel finish his comment, and then we'll come to you for a response.
As soon as Israel will have complete victory here in Gaza, there's going to be more peace. If you allow the Palestinians and Hamas to rebuild, it's just going to perpetuate the war for years to come.
Okay, Ahmed, response from you, and then I'm going to come for a final word to you, Tobias.
If this is what you are basically your strategy, and many people like your strategy, then it's going to be for a long time. The war is going to be for a long time, and remember, you are outnumbered by Middle Eastern and countries and many population, and having the best weapons is not going to buy you your freedom.
Tobias,
people the rights and dignity.
So I go to the strategy as to what Israel's pursuing here, and General Petraeus, who knows a thing or two about counterinsurgency. He wrote the manual: clear, hold, and build. You clear the ground, you hold it, and then you build it. And what Israel, the IDF, is doing is search and destroy, and then abandoning it. So wherever Hamas is in the rubble, what Israel's tactics are not following experience over decades, going back to Vietnam and Korea, and what we did in Malaya, and he did Afghanistan and Iraq, where huge mistakes were made. If you want peace in Gaza, you clear, hold, and build. And when you're doing the building, I go back to the point, you could compartmentalize areas, build new communities after sifting through the IDs of the people there, making sure you've got all your Hamas characters. And that's where the international community, the Arab Accord signatories, can then come in and help rebuild. That would be a strategy. But no, all Israel is doing, the Israeli military is doing, and the Israeli leaders and military leaders are speaking out against this, is just destruction and nothing more. And that's not how you defeat an ideology. And I'm sorry, Israel, after the years, decades.
I'm going to come to you for a final word, Ariel. Tobias, you finish up, and then we'll go to Ariel.
I'm just saying that after decades of experience, they should recognise that we learned in Northern Ireland, you don't defeat an ideology by military means alone. It's not enough.
We're almost out of time. A quick final word from you, Ariel, before we finish.
An ideology can be defeated. In World War II showed that Nazi ideology could be lost. Islamist ideology.
That was unconditional surrender. That was unconditional surrender. You're not going to get it here. They weren't wanting to die to go to heaven for a fast track to paradise if they got killed.
Well, it looks like
it's a different ideology, Nazism. You can't compare the two. Can't compare the two.
the Lebanese state is now turning against Hezbollah, and Hezbollah is on its way out, and it doesn't have the backing of Iran. So it looks like the military victory is working.
Okay, gentlemen, we're going to have to leave it there. It's been a really interesting debate, and all of your insights have been really valued to us here on Counterpoints. We like to bring our audience all sides of every story. Ahmed Al-Ibrahim, Saudi political and geopolitical expert on the US-Saudi relationship. Tobias Elwood, a former Conservative MP and Minister in the UK Ministry of Defence. And Dr. Ariel Ben Solomon, a Middle East expert and former Middle East correspondent at the Jerusalem Post. We appreciate all of you here on Counterpoints. And thank you to all of you watching at home for joining us here on Counterpoints. You can, of course, catch all of our latest debates and special interviews by subscribing to Al Arabiya English on YouTube, and be sure to follow us on X and TikTok. We'll see you next time.
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis, it would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
We deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are lots of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.
Welcome to the metropolis, the big city. This is where tech, trends, and culture meet. Meet the people. See the sights. Walk the city streets and experience the lifestyle. This is your first-class ticket to the cities of the world. Athens. One of the oldest cities in the world, Athens, Greece, is in fact one of the coolest cities too. What it offers is a healthy mix of the old and the new, promising a vibrant people, full of excitement and optimism. Firstly, the city is known for its historical destinations and amazing views. Suwanio is one of them. Here you'll find the Temple of Poseidon, with a bunch of amazing beaches nearby. Tourists flock to the place to watch the sunset over the Aegean Sea. The city is also known for its hip and happening cafe culture. It's still very much the usual way of life in Athens, Greece. Old school neighborhoods still have the little cafes that overlook the Acropolis. Athens also offers its fair share of arts and cultural spaces. You'll find a movie theater that screens both foreign and local Greek films. Libraries and bookstores are around too, with a terrace or an outdoor bar to lounge in. Events and art places are spread across the city. One of the more known ones is the Technopolis. It's an industrial museum, where tourists can learn about the work conditions in the old plant and how it developed operations during the 19th century. What's great about this place is that throughout the year, there's always an upcoming concert, party, exhibits, and such scheduled. Looking for the best shopping stops? Kolonaki is the place to be. It offers a mix of designer brands and affordable labels too. Plus, you can always grab an afternoon coffee or have some cocktails outdoors, as there will be places for that nearby. The bar scene is quite upscale and trendy, but definitely worth checking out. Around the city, there are special places dedicated to the nightlife you want. There's a venue for specialty cocktails, accompanied with a lively atmosphere and flowing drinks of various mixes. There's also a place for classic jazz and a chill ambiance. To see the greener part of Athens, head over to the National Gardens. It boasts of a 38-acre area of greenery that is a small zoo, a duck pond, a botanical museum, and a cafe. Definitely a must visit, especially during the spring and summertime. It's time for us to go. Pack your bags and get your tickets ready. And we'll see you on the next destination. Catch us again next time on Cities of the World.
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis, it would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
We deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are a lot of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was chief of staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.
Hello and welcome. I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans and you're watching W News Extra, broadcasting live from the Al Arabiya studios. These are our top stories. Canada announces plans to recognize a Palestinian state with certain conditions for Israel as Trump's U.S. envoy Steve Witkoff sits down with Netanyahu ahead of traveling to Gaza to inspect aid deliveries tomorrow. At least 12 people are killed in Kyiv, including a 6-year-old boy, as Russian strikes bring down an apartment block. And with just one day to go until Trump tariff deadline, the U.S. president announces a trade deal with South Korea. Canada's Prime Minister Mark Carney has announced plans to recognise a Palestinian state if Israel agrees to certain conditions. It follows the same decision of both the UK and France. However, US President Donald Trump has said Canada's move threatens a trade deal with the United States. It comes as Trump's US envoy Steve Witkoff travels to Israel for talks with Netanyahu, and the White House has now confirmed Witkoff will travel to Gaza tomorrow. More on that in just a moment. First, here's how Mark Carney broke the news.
Canada has long been committed to a two-state solution. An independent, viable, and sovereign Palestinian state living side by side with the state of Israel in peace and security. Canada intends to recognize the state of Palestine at the 80th session of the United Nations General Assembly in September 2025. Canada will increase its efforts in supporting strong democratic governance in Palestine and the contributions of its people to a more peaceful and hopeful future.
To discuss this and all of today's stories, I'm joined by Chief Reporter at Arabian Business, Tala Mikhail Issa, and Michael Jabri-Pickett, Managing Director of This Is Dubai. Thank you so much for joining us. And there we are. So we heard from Canada's Prime Minister there, Mark Carney. Did you expect Canada, actually fellow Canadian here, to follow G7 nations and make this announcement on recognising a Palestinian state possibly in the future?
I didn't think it would happen. I certainly didn't think it would happen like this. I think, though, that there's a groundswell within the international community. The images that people are seeing of Palestinians starving, I think that has turned, and that has inspired Macron a couple of weeks ago to be the first. Keir Starmer followed with, again, conditions. Mark Carney now has come out. And it surprises me as a Canadian because we are usually very much in lockstep when it comes to foreign policy with the Americans. I think the one area where we deviated over the years was our policy with Cuba. Aside from that, pretty much where the Americans stood, especially on Israel, the Canadians were consistent.
And I don't know what your thoughts on it, but as Michael did say, he was surprised by Canada. But we have had a bit of a groundswell, haven't we, when it comes to US allies almost breaking ranks with Donald Trump. We've seen Canada, France and the UK saying that they're willing to recognise a Palestinian state, but of course with conditions.
Yeah, definitely there were conditions, but I think this was largely symbolic, again, as a gesture, and I think this simply just isn't enough when there are people dying of starvation, you know. But yeah, for sure, I think this move from Canada, and of course following the UK and France, kind of symbolizes that, you know, this is a new axis forming outside of, you know, the US's shadow. And yeah, it might be interesting to see how this could work out eventually, because Washington has always kind of been the gatekeeper for the peace process.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And I just mentioned conditions there, but what are some of the conditions that Mark Carney outlined? I know it was elections in 2026, things that we haven't really heard before. We did hear some conditions from the UK Prime Minister, but what did Mark Carney really drill down into?
So the one it's funny, he was putting a lot of the onus on the Palestinians. When Hamas, I'll say this, they are a terrorist organization because that's what so many countries around the world have deemed them to be. But when you have a viable member of the global community, Israel, you need them to be taking the lead on this. But Mark Carney said that he wanted to make sure that, he said he spoke with Mahmoud Abbas, who's chairman of the PLO, and he emphasized to him that he wanted to make sure that Hamas was in no way going to be part of elections, as you said, that they wanted to take place in 2026. But I think it's a stretch to make this declaration and then to put the onus on the Palestinians, because, as I agree with Tala, today's move was definitely symbolic, and I think symbols are important, but it doesn't help the people who are starving now, and that's the biggest issue that has to be addressed. So if this move in conjunction with some of the others. And I know that Portugal is also talking about it as well, and Malta.
And Germany is also talking about it, which was a surprise, really, because
100%.
they were always a backer with Israel, really, if you look at the EU countries as a whole.
And I think Germany, for that obvious collective guilt, we know that they have very much, they want to be seen to always be supporting Israel. So if they're willing to go that step, but I think these symbols are important. And I think in the long term, it would put pressure on Israel to change their tactic. But the pressing issue right now is the condition that the Palestinians are facing.
And do you want to talk to us a little bit about those conditions? Because obviously the humanitarian crisis, Tala, is just not stopping. The pictures coming out of Gaza, I think the world will agree, absolutely shocking. We're seeing malnutrition, we're seeing starving people. You know, there has been this aid now going into Gaza on a bigger scale. But, I mean, what do we know?
Well, I mean, the aid is simply not enough. And I think my analysis of the situation is, and I think I'm not a genius for saying this, but an immediate ceasefire is in the bare minimum, the most important thing. But, I lost my train of thought there. Canada recognizing Palestinian statehood is going to make a difference, for sure. The timing is another situation that I won't get into. But this recognition needs to be paired with action. Canada, the UK and France are sending a message to Israel that the status quo is no longer acceptable, right? But unless this recognition is backed by pressure to end the war, lift the blockade, allow full humanitarian access, it's basically going to be for nothing, really. It's just words again. Like I said last time I was on the show, it's very easy to condemn. And in this case, it's very easy to say that we have the intention to recognize a Palestinian statehood, which I think is long overdue. It's simply not enough when people are starving and dying. I mean, today, over 150 have died from malnutrition and famine. In Gaza, that's almost 90 kids included in that figure. And then 30 people were killed just waiting for aid today. And I think that's unacceptable.
And I would say, if I could, that to your point, that there's all the aid organizations have talked about that tipping point, right? And once the body breaks down too much, it's not as though you can just feed people.
Yeah.
It has to be a long, slow process to get them back to the point where their body can accept food properly.
And it's really interesting because I was speaking to a journalist from Israel earlier, and we were speaking about the numbers of people dying at these aid sites. And the argument from the Israeli reporter side, from the Israel side, is we're getting figures from the Hamas-run health ministry. So they're difficult to know exactly what's happening on the ground. As Western journalists, we just don't know. So it's such a hard situation right now. And Israel will say it's not at that level. They're doing their absolute best. And Hamas are to release the hostages. So we're still stuck in the same deadlock.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think this lack of information is ultimately, I mean, we know for a fact what's happening in Gaza. The pictures are, you can tell what's going on. Whether the numbers are correct or not, I don't know. But unless there's no restrictions for foreign journalists, independent journalists, international journalists to actually go in there and find out information, then, yeah, like you said, we're stuck in the same loop.
To that point, if you're Israel, you can't prevent journalists from getting in. And then when there is an entity inside giving data, you can't then question. You don't get to have it both ways.
Yeah.
And that's a difficult part. But, we were talking about the recognition of a Palestinian state and the shifts that we're seeing in many countries. And the White House just announced tonight, Caroline Leavitt, that Steve Witkoff, the special envoy, will be travelling to Gaza tomorrow to have a look at these GHF sites that are funded by the US. So we are we seeing, I think in many respects, a slight shift happening? We're seeing a bit of a momentum now where we are having Western leaders essentially inside Palestine. We haven't seen that for so long.
So, yes. Again, in theory, it sounds wonderful. But what if they go and it works? And there's no crowds, and it's all incredibly orderly. What if everything that they see tomorrow is completely opposite to what we've been seeing for the past 2.5 months? You know, GHF have 4 distribution sites. The UN had 400. There is a huge difference. And what tomorrow is, I've said this many times, but as a journalist, I'm going to be cynical. It's a 100% pure photo op. All Steve Witkoff has to do is open up any social media app on his phone to see it. Donald Trump talked about it when he was in Scotland. Mm-hmm. He said you can't fake it. They're starving. And you don't need to go to recognize and to understand just how broken the system is right now.
I totally agree.
And it's interesting because US Special Envoy Steve Witkoff and US Ambassador to Israel Mike Huckabee, they will both travel to Gaza on Friday to inspect food aid delivery as Witkoff works on a final plan to speed deliveries to the enclave. And that's what the White House are saying. But like you said, is it all about optics? Or is Donald Trump actually going to get the reality once those 2 men go back to the States and tell them what's happening? But a really interesting conversation. Thank you so much for your thoughts on that. Stay right there as we move on to another story now. And at least 12 people are dead and more than 50 others wounded after Russian drones and missiles struck Kyiv, a higher education institution. A school and a kindergarten were damaged during the blast. Russian attacks have continued despite President Trump's threat to impose tougher sanctions on Moscow. Kyiv's Mayor Vitaly Klitschko took to the streets earlier today and had this to say.
Another attack with combined rockets and drones. 54 flats west of Kiev are among the places hit. Rescue operations continue. We do not rule out that there are more people under the rubble. For the moment, more than 50 people have received medical assistance and been hospitalized.
Tala, we just saw Vitaly Klitschko there speaking, and he was in front of one of those heavily damaged buildings about just the rubble and the scale of this Russian attack on Kyiv. What's the latest? What more do we know?
So this was one of the largest overnight assaults on Kyiv since the war began. Ukraine's Air Force confirmed 309 drones and cruise missiles were launched. And I believe most of them were intercepted. Yeah, Ukraine intercepted 288 drones and 3 missiles. 5 missiles and 21 drones struck targets. And then, of course, there were a lot of strikes and civilian areas were also hit. There was a 9-story apartment block in western Kyiv where 3 people died and dozens were injured. Among the dead was a 6-year-old boy who died in an ambulance on the way to the hospital. Schools, kindergartens, and a children's hospital ward were also damaged by shockwaves. Over 50 wounded. And President Zelensky called it demonstrative murder. And the mayor as well described the devastation as one of the worst mornings in recent memory.
Yeah. Sorry, I'm going to sneeze, actually. Oh, no, I'm not. Apologies. I could kind of feel it, and then it went away. But you know what you have described, and the pictures that we're seeing out of Kyiv is complete devastation in many apartment blocks, and it was overnight, so not many people were in shelters. As we do know, that's where they go. But this is at an interesting time, because we do know that Donald Trump has put this deadline on Russia for the 8th of August. And I don't know what you make of the timing of this, and is Russia ramping up its offensive on Ukraine?
I think Russia is continuing with their strategy as it has been throughout this war. They have 6 more weeks of what analysts would say is the prime summer offensive, where they can continue to claim as much land in Ukraine as they think that they're able to grab. And I think if Vladimir Putin is willing to come to the negotiating table, which I'm not convinced he is, I think he will just continue on as normal. But it puts him in a much stronger position if he's able to go in and say, I now have 18% of Ukraine or 12%, whatever it is, and I'm willing to give up 5%. If he can go deeper and deeper, then that percentage rises, and he's in a better position to negotiate for exactly what it is that he wants.
Obviously, Zelensky and the Ukrainians will argue you can't read your borders. That's against the law to do. So that's the argument that they're sticking to. But actually, earlier I spoke with Ukrainian MP Yevhenia Kravchuk about how Russia continues its attacks despite the threat of sanctions. Here's just what she had to say to me.
Ukrainians were quite surprised when at first President Trump said about 50 days, basically giving the license to kill Ukrainians for 50 days, to do the attacks. Now we hear that President Trump is, been actually seeing all of these attacks. He said that, last time, and the last news that I read from the United Nations representative of United States, that President Trump wants to see the peace deal or, a ceasefire or whatever on August 8th. But, it's just a very simple explanation. Russia will terrorize Ukraine, by the time they can do it. So if basically there are no rules, no one can do anything with Russia, they will continue. So we do hope that these sanctions, it's not something that is on the table that never will be used.
And obviously, Tala, we've heard about sanctions more than once and the US threatening to impose them on Moscow. We haven't seen that happen yet. Do you think we could possibly see Donald Trump, as we edge closer to the August the 8th deadline, really wanting to make a dent? And because we know he wants a deal done, a ceasefire deal here.
Mm-hmm. Possibly, I think. I mean, we've seen that Russia, with all the sanctions that were imposed on it, has sort of persevered and it's become more self-sufficient over the years. But we're only talking about the short-term impacts now. I think long-term, there's going to be more signs showing, I guess, damage to the economy longer term. So I think Trump will still try to use this tactic against him.
And I just also think what was quite interesting is Michael, Zelensky is now calling for a regime change inside of Russia. I haven't heard this before, but we've obviously been hearing Russia saying that Zelensky's unelected, we're not going to deal with him, there needs to be elections. What do you make now of Zelensky sort of turning the tables on Russia?
So I think we've become so accustomed to the way social media influences our lives, and we get so much news from social media as well, that for something like this, we also understand what it is to produce content that's easily consumable and also has an impact. And I think that the Ukrainian president is, like everybody else around the world, looking at the pictures that we see coming out of Gaza, starving children, something that you just can't argue with. No matter whatever spin the Israelis put on it, you can't argue with those pictures. And he's feeling, I'm in the middle of a war as well that's been going on longer. It's been going on 3.5 years. The war in Gaza is 22 months now. I'm still struggling an awful lot. I only have defensive weapons. I need the world to keep paying attention to me. So to say something like regime change, which we know is a fantasy, but it still gets people talking and it puts some eyeballs back on something that obviously is incredibly important to what he's trying to deal with.
And I do think it's interesting because earlier when I spoke to the Ukrainian MP, she said, thank you for covering this story. You know, thank you for raising that Ukraine is still being attacked. So in many ways, I think Ukraine is feeling that way. I do think that, 4 years into the war in Ukraine, they are starting to have that feeling that momentum is being lost within the press and within, the support from Western nations.
Definitely. The news cycle moves fast and a lot has been happening, but especially like Michael said with Gaza, I mean, you can't really ignore those images, right? But I guess Ukraine has been, the war in Ukraine has been going on for quite some time, and unfortunately people on social media, I guess, I'm not speaking about myself, but I think we've seen there's a lot of compassion fatigue as well.
And I think that does end up happening. So what you're saying about Zelensky and the talk of a regime change in Russia may be just to tie it all back to exactly what's happening and to bring a little bit of focus back to the situation, because they're still living in a war zone in Kyiv, and we clearly see that in the pictures.
Look at what it's taken the French and the British and the Canadians to do something that they haven't done before. It took them seeing incredibly dramatic images coming out of Gaza. And that shifted everybody's attention to that. And Vladimir Zelensky is thinking, what is it that I have to do to draw back everybody's attention? He has to say something that is surprising. And that's what he's talked about when he says regime change. So you understand why he's doing it. But that, to Tala's point, that will last for a news cycle.
Yeah.
And the biggest audience for the Ukrainian president is America. And there are the Epstein files going on there, and then there are the tariffs, and then there's the war in Gaza, and the images of the starvation. And then, you know, Ukraine has fallen off the front page, as it were. And he needs to do something to make sure that everybody is being aware that this is still going on.
Yeah, no, very interesting conversation. And as we say, it's a war that's gone on now for 4 years, and there still seems to be these massive drone attacks ahead of Donald Trump wanting some sort of ceasefire by the 8th of August. But thank you very much for your thoughts on that. Let's move on now. And South Korea has made a trade deal with the US a day before the August the 1st deadline. Tariffs were due to be hiked to 25%, but the two countries have now agreed to 15%. The new rate does not apply to crucial areas of the South Korean economy, such as steel and aluminium, which do stay at 50%. Camille Nedelec has more.
South Korea's president may be breathing a sigh of relief, but its people are not. Dozens of protesters rallied near the US embassy in Seoul on Thursday after South Korea brokered a last-minute reprieve. The US had been due to impose tariffs of 25% on South Korean exports on Friday. Officials had managed to negotiate that down to 15%. But the protesters say that's only half the story.
I don't think it's lowered from 25 to 15%. I think it's increased from 0 to 15. That's why I'm very worried about this negotiation.
The agreement means US agricultural products and cars will have full access to the South Korean market without any levies. But beef and rice remain off limits.
It is true that there were strong demands from the United States to further open our agricultural and livestock markets during negotiations, but we agreed not to further open the rice and beef markets, given the food security and sensitivity of the agricultural sector.
The deal also demands South Korea invest some $350 million in US projects, including shipbuilding, computer chips and batteries.
The shipbuilding sector is exactly the area where South Korea and the US can cooperate the most, and where South Korea can help the United States the most.
The time frame of those investments and how South Korea would fund them weren't specified. South Korea has also pledged to spend $100 billion in buying US energy. And US President Trump said there would be more South Korean investments to come. Despite being a close US ally, South Korea has been caught in the crosshairs of the White House over its growing trade surplus. Last year, that surplus clocked in at more than $55 billion, a jump of a quarter within a year. Camille Nedelec, Arabiya English.
The Federal Reserve Chairman, Jerome Powell, has warned Donald Trump not to meddle in the central bank as he continues to defy pressure from the US president on lowering interest rates. Powell says there should be distance between politics and also the Fed. On Wednesday, the FOMC kept interest rates at 4.5% for a fifth time in a row. Here's how President Donald Trump reacted to that news.
They took advantage of us, other countries, friend and foe. So if that happens, what you do is you raise your rates and you do what you have to do to stop inflation. But we're keeping the rates high, and it's hurting people from buying houses, and we don't want that. We should be the lowest interest rate, and we're not. We're 38, number 38, because of the Fed. It's all because of the Fed. He's done a bad job. Now, he's got a meeting today, but I call him too late. You know, he's always too late.
Well, at least he's got a nickname for Jerome Powell, Mr. Too Late. He's also previously called him stupid on True Social. So no love lost between the two men, obviously, Michael. But, you know, Jerome Powell has said, listen, the Fed has to stay independent from politics and independent from the White House. And why is he so determined on this?
So I would say that he's sticking up not just for the U.S. central bank, but for central banks around the world. And, you know, he defined it so well today, the way he explained it. He said central banks need to remain independent so that they have the ability to make decisions based on data and not politics. Imagine, to paraphrase him again, if you had the ability to affect interest rates, for instance, ahead of an election. It would have a detrimental effect certainly for the party that's not in power. And this is something that is crucial for the American economy, not just... See, Donald Trump speaks about what's going to help him look good in the eyes of his voters. And I understand that, right? The global community doesn't vote for the President of the United States. But what he doesn't always take into account, or so it seems, is that the American economy represents so much more than just how it helps the 350 million Americans. It is, you know, the reserve currency for countries as well.
Most currencies are pegged to the dollar.
Absolutely. We're in a country that's pegged to the dollar. And if the global community starts to lose faith that the central bank and interest rates can be manipulated, then what the U.S. has built up for almost 100 years will dissipate and things will not be as rosy as they could be.
So I think it's really interesting because I'm going to push back on that something. I do think the Fed should be independent, but I also think the US economy has been doing pretty well. I know that PCE data came out today. That's the Fed's preferred measure of inflation, core inflation, and that was higher. It was at 2.8%. And obviously the Fed's inflation target is 2%. So we're seeing a slight increase. But then yesterday we got second quarter GDP figures out of the US, which were actually really strong. So there is growth and there is momentum in the economy. And I think that's what Donald Trump is trying to tap into. And Tala, the markets are on an absolute tear. We saw the likes of Meta today, Microsoft. They brought out absolute gigantic earnings, all on the back of AI. So, you know, are Trump's tariffs really affecting the economy and relationships?
Look, they are, but I think on the GDP figures for the second quarter this year, I think it's a little bit misleading because, yes, the U.S. economy grew 3% in the second quarter this year, but this was mainly due to a drop in imports, and that's what Powell said. Real growth averaged at just 1.2% in the first half this year. So, yes, Trump's tariffs and his policies are obviously changing a lot of things, are really impacting the U.S. economy in some very complex ways. These, I think, are just indications of short-term gains. But when it comes to the markets, definitely we could see that. But, you know, tech companies are doing really well. This is the age of AI, and I think that will probably continue to be the case for a while.
And obviously the NASDAQ is up today, and we also know that, you know, if we have a look at it, Microsoft enters the $4 trillion club after results. So I don't know what you think or you agree with Tala on the fact that, yes, we are seeing the market strong, but this could be distortion too.
So it's not so much distortion, it's just half of the picture. And I think Jerome Powell's job is to look out not just for those people who are using the stock market to increase their wealth, but he's also looking out for the majority of Americans, and it's close to 50% who don't have any money in the stock market. So he needs to make sure that all Americans are doing well. And he also needs to make sure that he's not, again, I can't emphasize this enough, he's not just making sure that he and the central bank remain independent, but he's also looking out for how various investors around the world are perceiving America. One of the things that we talked about back when the tariffs were first starting to be introduced is that there was that stability or lack thereof and the predictability or lack thereof, and that plays a part. And if you are to take away everything that you've come to rely upon, then I think there are going to start to be cracks in the foundation, and that's what Jerome Powell is trying to avoid.
And also, let's just move on a little bit and talk about the tariffs, Tyler. It's not Christmas Eve, it's Tariff Eve. I don't know. I just thought of that, but it's not very funny. But it is. And that is a serious situation. So, you know, Donald Trump's tariffs, they come in 1 minute after midnight tonight. He said that there was going to be 90 deals in 90 days. This hasn't come to light. We've had 8 deals in 120 days. So many countries now are scrambling to try and reach some sort of agreement with the US. And then from tomorrow, they're facing a real bumper when it comes to the tariffs.
Definitely. Look, I have a feeling, and this is just intuition, that he might actually extend the deadline.
No, you know what, I also thought that, weirdly, but the White House today in the press conference, we did see Caroline Leavitt talking, and she did say new reciprocal tariff rates take effect on Friday. So the White House are really sticking with that line, because we have obviously seen them kick the can down the road. But I think it's quite interesting, because we talk about these 8 countries that have been made deals with, but they're really just frameworks, aren't they? They're not actually concrete deals as of yet.
Like, if we look at South Korea, I think I was reading up on some of what some of the analysts have said. Obviously, that's $350 billion of investment that was agreed to, but apparently this was agreed to previously already. And Trump is framing this as like a strategic win and a model for future negotiations. So.
And that's, I think, one of the things that he does with the EU deal. And we spoke about this the other day, where you have EU coming together, and they've said they've committed to $750 billion in petroleum products and $600 billion in investments in the United States. And my point on that occasion, as it is now, will all the accounting be done in 2 or 3 or 4 years? And we'll see that actually all that came to fruition. And I don't think anybody believes that. It was an opportunity for the president to stand up there and say, it's the biggest, it's the best. And that's, unfortunately, so many people know. I don't want to be disrespectful when I say this. They know how to play him, but they certainly know how to publicly negotiate with him.
And I think that's exactly what's happened. But really interesting today when the White House came to speak out about the tariffs. What I found was interesting is the tariff deal they did speak about was the one with the EU, saying that it's putting America first. It strengthens our tie with the European Union. You know, we've got the best deal out of it. But as you say, the nitty-gritty still has to be played out, and that could take years and years. But it's really interesting to see how the tariffs have really had an impact, and so many things have been happening, but we still are now at the final deadline, and we still don't really have any answers. It's all a bit like, ooh, what's going to happen after midnight, you know? Yeah, it's like Y2K all over again, isn't it? In a weird way.
Yes, absolutely. But again, then this becomes the really interesting question. Was Y2K, was it to 2000 or was it to 2001? Do you remember that debate?
Maybe I'm
sure. Maybe I'm. I was going to say maybe I'm showing my age.
No. I do remember the Y2K debate
because people said actually the new century doesn't start until 2001.
Yes,
So that would be the turnover. So we were all there prepared from 1999 to 2000, and nothing happened.
Nothing happened. Yeah.
But then everybody said, "Oh wait, it's a year from now. That's when there will be trouble." And there wasn't.
Well, maybe a year from now, we'll see the impact of the tariffs on the American economy. Yeah. So maybe that all ties in.
And I'll be interested to see how he blames Joe Biden for this economy.
We'll wait for that episode. Just in a year's time, Michael. And finally, Michael and Tala have come up with a couple of quirky stories of the day. Now, let's talk about yours first, Michael, because talk to me. Because it's all about chocolates merging together, and it sounds interesting and calorific.
So to use a word that the kids today would use, and I'm sounding like a dad when I say that, but this is the mashup that the people have been waiting for.
Oh, right.
Apparently.
That looks amazing. That is delicious. I need to try
one. And you can see it on the screen. What's happened is the parent companies for Reese's Peanut Butter Cups and Oreo have come together. And both will produce products. So the one that seems to me to be more appealing is an Oreo cookie with the two traditional chocolate wafers, and the interior, the filling, will be the Reese's Pieces, Reese's Peanut Butter Cup filling. And then there will be kind of a mishmash collection for a Reese's Peanut Butter Cup that's very much a lot of Oreo cookie-inspired flavors. Now, only in the States will you have this sort of approach, and it's a global issue, but the products will be available on shelves in September, but you can pre-order online starting next month because both companies are determined to make this an incredibly popular and successful initiative. Now, because I am the way that I am and because I use MyFitnessPal, I did a little research.
Yes.
So one Oreo cookie before this was 53 calories and one peanut butter cup was 80. My guess is they're going to go up considerably as a result.
And that's high, isn't it? So we're looking at 50 and 80, and that's just for a little snack, isn't it? Combined, so in the hundreds, just for a little, I don't know what you make of that. And I'm also not sure about these mashups, because I was really into the Marmite peanut butter mashup. Do you remember that?
Oh, yes.
Oh, my God, I was like,
I
love Marmite, I love peanut butter. But then I was like, there's no need for this. Is there need for the super calorific treat when Ozempic is so popular? I don't know.
That's the thing. That's the thing. Ozempic exists. The people who've lost weight on Ozempic are now off it. The cravings are back. There's a new snack in the market. You're going to try it. You might have a lot of that, and then it'll, lead to more and more cravings. Then you gain weight. Then you're back on Ozempic again. So
I know. I always love these stories. Yeah. But let's move on to yours, because yours is so funny. It's also, it's really about a different kind of snack. Did someone eat in this video? I can't remember it, but it's absolutely crazy what happened during this engagement video. Yeah, tell us more.
Right, so this man and his girlfriend went to Santorini in Greece for, I guess, a holiday, and then he proposed while on holiday, and he was obviously bent down on one knee, had a camera, I guess, on a tripod somewhere, and then obviously his girlfriend's like, yes, blah, blah, I'll marry you. Very happy. And as she's starting to react, this couple just comes and stands right in front of the camera.
You can see it on screen now, yeah.
And the man is like eating a candy bar, completely oblivious. So then the couple actually just had an interview a couple of days ago on Good Morning America, and they've been asking people on the internet, please find this couple, we want to invite them to our wedding.
That's such a nice gesture, isn't it?
It is, yeah.
I guess the couple made them go completely viral, but were completely oblivious. They didn't even notice they were getting engaged. They didn't even notice. I don't know. Yeah. It's quite a sweet story, though.
Yeah, it's nice that they took it this way as well. Like, I think some people, I think myself included, I would have been very upset if my moment was ruined like that.
I don't know, yeah.
What would have been really nice is if he was eating an Oreo cookie that had the Reese's peanut butter flavor inside.
I mean, it would have suited the down to the ground, but Santorini, very popular place to be engaged. Absolutely, I've seen loads of engagements happen when I visited Santorini. It's where everyone wants to go. But thank you so much for all of your thoughts today. I really appreciated it. So today's guests, chief reporter at Arabian Business, Tala Issa, and Michael Jabri Pickett, managing director of This Is Dubai. And that's all from us on W News Extra. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel and also follow us on X. GNT with Michal Prendergast is coming up next. Goodbye and thank you for watching.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America. With so much happening and then so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
economic shifts or social movements,
and no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
The most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
International law will have no part in his administration.
it can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News. Now, it's been more than a week since President Trump brokered a ceasefire, drawing a line under the 12-day war between Iran and Israel. Well, Washington has suggested that nuclear negotiations with Tehran could resume as early as this week. But the Iranian Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi seems to be suggesting that talks are unlikely to restart quite so soon. So, what's next for diplomacy? What might Iran's next moves be? And just how much damage has been inflicted on Iran's nuclear program? Well, we're joined now by General David Petraeus, who is the former director of the CIA, a position he held during a pivotal period. During his 37-year-long military career, he led key missions, including the Iraq Surge, US Central Command and coalition forces in Afghanistan. He's also the co-author of the best-selling book, Conflict, The Evolution of Warfare from 1945 to Gaza. Thank you very much indeed for your time. Thank you for joining us, General Petraeus.
Good to be with you, Tom.
You have described the damage inflicted by the United States and Israel on Iran's nuclear program as being very, very substantial. Would you go as far as to say it's been obliterated?
Well, I think there are some unknowns still that would lead me to stick with what I originally assessed as very, very substantial. That's a lot, obviously. We don't know, though, how much was done inside the mountain of Fordo. I think, again, very significant, but that'll require some time to determine. And we're not sure also whether there might be some of the highly enriched uranium, the 60% enriched uranium that may have been stored elsewhere outside of Natanz, Fordo, and possibly Esfahan, as well as some centrifuges that could enrich it further, of course, to weapons grade being over 90%. So I think that's the reason for hedging a bit on this. The bomb damage assessment process takes time. It takes all sources of intelligence, everything that you can bring together and synthesize, integrate, to reach a conclusion about how significant the damage actually has been and whether there still is some enrichment capacity and some highly enriched uranium to enrich.
Okay, so we still don't have all the evidence. We haven't got the full damage reports. Doesn't sound to me like you think we've seen the last of Iran's nuclear ambitions. What are your thoughts?
I think that's probably correct. In fact, what I would love to see now, the best case of all would be that Iran would agree to a nuclear accord that would essentially ban any enrichment of uranium in Iran. It would also allow the International Atomic Energy Agency to verify that, to oversee the process of the dismantling of all of their nuclear enrichment architecture, and allow them to go anywhere they want at any time in the process of so doing. I'm not sure that Iran will do that. I would suspect that that's probably not the case. But then I think Iran needs to do a little bit of reflection and recognize that it is in an exceedingly weak position, given that all of its air and ballistic missile defenses those have been obliterated, I think it's fair to say, given that not a single Israeli aircraft nor American aircraft was even hit, much less shot down during the 12 days of this campaign.
Do you think there's an element of risk here that perhaps these events might have accelerated Iran towards trying to create a nuclear deterrent? I mean, they could argue they need one more than ever, given what's happened in Iran in the last 2 weeks.
One can make that argument. Sure, there's risk in everything, but there's also enormous risk to them if they were to be revealed as doing that. And once again, you'd see another devastating air campaign unleashed on them. And keep in mind that when you put together Mossad, CIA, NSA, other intelligence organizations, there are quite good, as they say, insights into what's going on in Iran. After all, look at what Israel did to reportedly 14 nuclear scientists, all pinpointed and identified and taken out. The same with a number of the leaders of the military and then the Revolutionary Guards Corps and so forth. So that should give them considerable pause, I think, and probably they should conclude that it would be a very bad idea were they to try to enrich to weapons-grade uranium.
Yeah, I mean, just picking up on that, I mean, I'd like to ask you, I mean, clearly very close coordination between Israel and the United States on intel, on military matters. How would you describe the overall mission and this joint force when it comes to collective intelligence?
Well, the intelligence and military relationships have always been very strong between the U.S. and Israel, and they were made even stronger when Israel was included as part of the U.S. Central Command as opposed to the European Command, which was really sort of a hangover from the past. In a sense, I guess that they thought that the individual who's commanding Central Command should be focused, if you will, on the Arabs and others in the Middle East, and that European Command could look after the Israelis. That was changed a number of years ago. That relationship has improved ever since dramatically, literally operating hand in glove when it comes to this kind of endeavor. And that's been very, very good, as it turns out, in operational terms, as we have seen with this very, very impressive 12-day campaign by Israel and also the very impressive strikes by the United States.
And there was talk of a rift between Prime Minister Netanyahu and President Trump in the weeks preceding the first Israel strikes. Do you think that rift was somehow manufactured to add a little bit more sort of a surprise element?
Not necessarily. There have been rifts between presidents of the U.S. and prime ministers of Israel as long as I can remember. There were rifts when I was the commander of Central Command, and we still had a relationship at that time, although they were not formally part of our area of responsibility. There was a rift when I was the director of the CIA, and it didn't affect the relationship with Mossad at all, nor did the rift previous to that affect the military relationship. Those have always been very, very strong, and they have clearly stayed very strong. One other point I might make about Iran sprinting to a bomb if they have some HEU left and some centrifuges that can enrich it. I don't believe that they have the capability anymore to metallize it. Esfahan, that facility which was hit, was one of the three sites the U.S. hit. In this case, it was hit with cruise missiles launched from a submarine after Israel had already hit it very hard. That's the site where some critical parts of the enrichment process take place. They turn the uranium into something that can be actually enriched in the beginning, and then at the end of the process, if it's at weapons grade, they turn it into the kind of metal that can actually be shaped into a nuclear device. I don't think that they have that capability anymore as a result of the strikes on Esfahan, but again, that's another of the unknowns that is out there.
Sure. I mean, events move very quickly during the course of the last couple of weeks. I mean, within hours of an Iranian attack on a U.S. military base here in the Middle East, President Trump was brokering a ceasefire with Iran. I mean, were you surprised by the pace of events? And did you think perhaps things were perhaps a little on the hasty side as far as President Trump's handling of all this?
I was a bit, to be candid, although there are, as always, elements of the decision-making process and factors that led to that aren't always clearly apparent to all the rest of us. One of those undoubtedly had to do with the opportunity for Israel to refurbish, to replenish its interceptor stocks for intercepting the Iranian missiles. Iran's missiles are dramatically reduced as a result of both their use and then a number of those that have been struck in warehouses and on launch pads, as have been their numbers of launchers. Nonetheless, that gets a bit concerning over time. You know, how many missiles and launchers does Iran have relative to how many interceptors does Israel have? And I'm sure that Israel is making the very most of this opportunity to manufacture more and more and more of those interceptors to be sure, absolutely certain, that they never run out before Iran does.
Do you ever offer any advice to the Trump administration? I mean, have you ever been asked for it? And is it at all common for a former CIA director to be asked for advice by an administration?
Well, yeah, in fact, the director of the CIA called me in a month or two ago, supposed to be 30 minutes, and I left after an hour and 20 minutes. So, sure, those who served in positions before you did often will reach out. That's customary, and it takes place. Depends, obviously, on the relationship between the incumbent and the alumnus of that position.
Okay, that's interesting to know. I mean, just sort of before we move on from the 12-day war, as it's been dubbed, some people, and we spoke to John Bolton yesterday, former US National Security Advisor, seem to suggest perhaps they could have gone further. The Israelis and the Americans could have gone further and perhaps, quote, finished the job. Do you tend to agree with John Bolton?
I was just with him yesterday, as a matter of fact. In fact, we were on stage together at Aspen Ideas. I have generally been a bit more cautious about that than he has, the possibilities for that. Certainly, there are elements within Iran that might want to break off. That's something different than regime change, but that's something we should keep an eye on. There are obviously Kurds, there are Turkmen, there are Azeris, there are Arabs, there are Baluchis, and at least 4 of those 5 are contiguous to countries or regions, in the case of Kurdish regional government, that with which they might feel more affinity than the government in Tehran. When it comes to overall regime change, however, I think that's pretty tough to envision other than from within the regime. Typically, when these situations occur, when a regime is weakened to the point that it might be overthrown, the individual or group that's on top at the end of it when the dust settles is the one that has the most effective and charismatic leader and the most guys with the most guns. And in this case, there's no real opposition leader who has emerged. If he had, he'd be in prison or dead. Although we should note that Israel did bomb the entrance of the prison that holds most of the political prisoners of Iran. But again, there's not that figure out there. There's not the kind of robust organization, weapons, and so forth that could materialize. So I'm a bit cautious about the prospects for outside overthrow of this regime. But you could always envision someone inside the regime at a reasonably high position who could say, you know, this 86 or 87-year-old guy is about to die anyway. Why don't we influence the succession process a bit here, or something along those lines. But I think we should be cautious about hopes that this might usher in an opportunity for a Jeffersonian Democrat to ride in on a white horse and take over and recognize that all of this support for proxies and nuclear enrichment and so forth has been incredibly damaging to their country.
Sure, and President Trump himself seemed hesitant and possibly anti-regime change, a bit like what you're saying. I mean, do you think, though, at the end of the 12-day war, Iran poses less of a threat to the region and to US interests than it did before the war started.
Oh, absolutely, sure. And you have to remember that over the course since 7 October, you've seen Hezbollah dramatically degraded. Its leadership not just decapitated at the very top, but decimated. Thousands of leaders had those pagers that blew up in their faces when they tried to decrypt that message that caused the explosion. And the next day, of course, their only remaining means of communication, the walkie-talkies, blew up as well. It is much, much reduced from what it was before. And because of the overthrow of the Bashar al-Assad regime, the murderous Iran ally, because he is gone to Moscow, presumably, now you have leadership in Syria, still very much an incomplete task to consolidate the control. But Syria is not an Iranian ally at this point in time and will not allow Iran, as Iran used to be able to do, to transit Syrian soil with weapons, ammunition, missiles, rockets, and the implements for making more in manufacturing facilities and bases that Iran controlled in Syria. So that's a very significant change also.
Sure.
Beyond that, Hamas obviously is dramatically degraded. That is by no means over. There's still a lot of work to do, and the three objectives that Prime Minister Netanyahu set out to achieve still have not been achieved, nor has a fourth one that I believe should be achieved, and that is to provide a better life for the Palestinian people in Gaza without Hamas in their lives. And the strategy they're employing will not achieve the first three, much less the final fourth one. And then the Shia militia in Iraq seem to be taking a knee to a degree, perhaps trying to avoid some kind of upset in the months leading up to the election there. And the Houthis seem to be a bit degraded as well. And I doubt that Iran has much to share with any of them at this point, having been so substantially degraded itself. And keep in mind, again, that Iran's air and ballistic missile defense, for all intents and purposes, has been obliterated. And that means that Israel, if it needs to, can fly at will once again above Iran, as long as it stays out of the range of the heavy machine gun air defense weapons, and inflict further damage on Iran as is necessary.
And just mentioning Syria there, as you did, I just wonder what you thought of reports that Israel could normalize ties with Syria and Lebanon. I mean, is that something you would expect to see perhaps during the months ahead?
It would be a wonderful development, I think. Lebanon clearly is still a relatively new government. The degradation of Hezbollah and reduction of its influence allowed the selection of a president after a year of wrangling, allowed the parliament to move forward, allowed the Lebanese armed forces to move into that area between the northern border of Israel and the Litani River, the area from which Hezbollah was raining down rockets on Israeli citizens, some 70 or 80,000 of whom were not able to stay in their homes for well over a year. But let's see how the political situation develops there. Likewise in Syria, I've been impressed that the leader who overthrew Bashar al-Assad, who I should acknowledge was in our detention facility in Iraq during the surge, then to be sure was with ISIS, then broke off from them, Al-Qaeda, and then broke off from them. He is saying the right things, and I think we should give him every opportunity to actually implement what it is that he has been saying, which in essence is to say that this should be a government that represents all the peoples of Syria, a country through which, as you know, many of the ethnic and sectarian and tribal fault lines of the Middle East run, and that there should indeed be majority rule, but also minority rights very clearly guarded. And I'd love to see that come about in Syria after many decades of the Assads running it as their own little fiefdom in a very, very brutal and murderous fashion.
One of the things that emerged in the run-up to the US strikes on Iran's nuclear sites was a lot of debate about whether or not the United States should get involved in what was perceived as being potentially another forever war in a faraway land. I mean, this aversion in the United States amongst the public and amongst people in President Trump's own party seems to be a legacy, doesn't it, of what happened in Iraq and Afghanistan.
Sure it does. Yeah. No, those are long wars. They were tough. We, by the way, didn't need to leave Afghanistan when we did. That was very sustainable. That was a big mistake. And I said so publicly at the time. that we would come to regret it, and I hope that we have. We've plunged the country back into the kind of 7th or 8th century interpretation of ultra-conservative Islam, to the regret, I am sure, of at least 50% of the population, if not much more than that. But be that as it may, those are tough, long, hard wars. We did have Iraq in a very good position when our final combat forces left in late 2011, and tragically, the government of Iraq then pursued highly sectarian actions that undid a good bit of what it is that we all had fought together and sacrificed together to achieve. Regardless, those were tough, and I think you have lessons of the most visceral experiences that one has seen during one's lifetime, and this is a case where that is true. In fact, I wrote my PhD dissertation at Princeton on the American military and the lessons of Vietnam, another very tough war, which actually overshadowed some of what we did early on in Iraq, to its detriment, I would add as well.
Yeah, but do you think the fact that the US public is a bit war weary and they're fed up with these forever wars is the right driver to shape US foreign policy? Isn't it the wrong way round?
Well, it depends on what it is you're contemplating. I mean, Syria is not a long war for the United States. We have no boots on the ground. There's no intent to overthrow the regime, as was the explicit case in both Afghanistan, because the Taliban refused to turn over al-Qaeda. They were sheltering, and because, of course, the murderous regime of Saddam Hussein in Iraq. This is a totally different war. People should recognize that. I think President Trump has gone to some lengths to explain that, because there is a part of each party in the United States that is, again, absolutely averse to anything that would look like in Iraq or in Afghanistan again. But this is all part of understanding the domestic sources, the domestic factors that play into the determination of foreign policy, not just in the United States, but in any country.
And do you think President Trump should try to engage with Iran? Do you think the Trump administration will engage with Iran? I mean, there's talk about perhaps an Iranian delegation visiting the White House. Do you see that as likely?
Well, I think there should be some preliminaries before that happens, to be sure. But no, I think there should be engagement with Iran. It would be wonderful. Again, if the Iranian leadership could recognize how ruinous their policies have been for the people of Iran, 80% of whom presumably oppose what the regime has done and how it has gone about it. This is a country with extraordinary potential that has repeatedly failed to live up to that potential because they're too busy trying to cause mischief and problems and mayhem in other parts of the region. We should recognize, by the way, as well, that Israel is truly changed because of 10/7 in its strategic outlook. It will never again allow a threat to materialize, not just in neighboring countries, but also in the region if it has the capabilities that Iran has demonstrated. So I think absolutely they should sit down. They should absolutely give up their nuclear effort. If they want to do civilian nuclear power, we or others can provide the uranium to fuel that. But otherwise, they should have no nuclear enrichment, and the IAEA should have full rights to go anywhere at any time to verify that that establishment has been completely dismantled.
Aren't you concerned, though, that Israel has slightly overreached when you consider all of the campaigns that Israel's been involved in across the region, Yemen, Iran, Lebanon, Syria, the Palestinian territories? I mean, does that sound to you like overreach?
It sounds to me like the response of a country that has experienced the most horrible day in its entire history, the worst day for Jews since the Holocaust, the worst intelligence mistake in their entire history, and there were others, of course, the Yom Kippur War among them, the worst military readiness failure, the response was wholly inadequate, and the worst political miscalculation. And that's why I mentioned they have changed their strategic outlook, and I think that that is appropriate. Think about what took place on that day, what they experienced, the losses. Keep in mind that we lost not quite 3,000 on 9/11. The equivalent losses for us of what they sustained for their population would be over 40,000 killed and 7,000 taken hostage. So no, I don't think that that is necessarily overreach. Iran has long been at the root of all these problems as well, with its murderous proxies. I should note that hundreds and hundreds of American soldiers were killed in Iraq by the explosively formed penetrators that the Quds Force of the Revolutionary Guards Corps provided to Iraqi Shia militia who were funded, trained, and guided by those in Tehran.
Okay, and just lastly, I mean, just to wrap up this conversation, overall, how would you rate the Trump administration on foreign policy? Does the world feel like a safer place with President Trump in the White House?
Well, I think it's still very much a work in progress. We saw an astonishing gathering of NATO leaders, for example, just last week. I don't think anyone ever could have imagined that a U.S. president could get NATO leaders to do what they did, which was to commit to not just 2% of GDP on defense, but to 3.5%. Yes, it's over a period of time, to be sure, but that is very, very encouraging. And for me in particular, having been a NATO guy, if you will, having a NATO hat position as a 1-star, 3-star, 4-star, while also having a U.S. hat, and having watched repeatedly presidents of either party in the U.S. rail at the insufficient spending on defense by Europeans, and all of a sudden you see them make that commitment. And it'll be 5% if you add in other ancillary actions and tasks that help support the movement of combat power to the Eastern Front, if you will, in Europe and so on. So I think that's very, very significant. The tariffs very much still out there waiting to be resolved. The sooner, of course, that they can be resolved, the better. The smaller that they are in general, also very much the better. That's still quite disruptive, and it creates enormous uncertainty among consumers in the United States as well as countries overseas that are dependent on trade with the United States. In the Middle East, I think, again, still very much a work in progress, but a very encouraging set of results from that particular work.
Okay, well, we've covered a number of topics. We could have covered a number more, but thank you very much in the meantime to General David Petraeus, former director of the CIA. Thank you very much indeed for taking the time to speak to Arabiya English.
Thank you, Tom.
Well, that's all we've got time for on Global News today. Thank you very much indeed for watching. Be sure to join us again tomorrow for more exclusive interviews. Till then, bye-bye.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America.
With so much happening and then so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
economic shifts or social movements,
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
the most important developments straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.
The International Criminal Court has indicted Israel on charges of not genocide, but various war crimes, in particular using starvation as a weapon of war. Whether they will be prosecuted, I would say the answer is, the likelihood is zero. It took Karim Khan long enough to file the charges, and I can't see it. The ICC is not a court. The ICC is simply a International Criminal Court is simply a contrivance of the West to prosecute and keep in line non-Western countries. For a long time, the ICC was called the International Caucasian Court.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America.
With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
economic shifts, or social movements,
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
the most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.
Welcome back to the dressing room with our Arabiya News. I thought we'd go on to a bit of our experiences at youth tournaments.
Yeah.
The only memory I really have...
Go on.
Was it under 18s or under 21s?
Which one?
Was it in Spain?
Under 18s.
Under 18s. I just remember playing Spain.
Yeah.
Xavi.
Yeah, I remember.
I just remember him running the show, mate.
He was brilliant, wasn't he?
Didn't even know really who he was at that point either.
Did we win the game or draw? I can't remember.
I don't know if we draw or lost.
Yeah, we definitely didn't win. It was either draw or got.
Yeah, I think we lost.
They were a lot better than us.
They were a lot better, yeah.
Yeah, we was. You played left wing that game, didn't you?
Yeah, I was a left winger at the beginning.
Left winger. Yeah.
And he went left back a few years later.
Yeah, do you know? Yeah, I remember.
What age group was that?
Under 18s.
Under 18s, yeah.
Do you know what I remember? I could quick about under 18s tournaments and the structure, because I went to see the FA about 5 years ago, and they showed me how they work with all of the different age groups. Like 15s have got like loads of coaches. They've got a fitness coach, sports scientist, psychologist, multiple coaches. There's like a whole, it's really structured. And so they go there, they've got the tracksuits, and they go and play for England. They get loads of experiences all over Europe, sometimes South America. So they're exposed to all different problems. It's like an education. When I went to the under 15s, right, it was a separate entity. With it was England Schools FA, so just before you go into the FA, right? And honestly, mate, it was brilliant. We had a great time. We played at Wembley against Germany as a 15-year-old, like 60,000 people. It was like amazing, right? But we played the World Cup tournament in France, right? And I don't know what happened to the budget, but we was in a hostel, like, do you know what I mean? Like, honestly. So they dropped us off on a coach, like, what backpackers, right? They're like bunk beds, like it was like a cell, like free, right? And the worst, right? And then you go, and it was like soup and rolls for lunch. And I remember like the
soup and rolls for lunch.
Yeah, like there was not a lot for like dry pasta.
Was there any butter?
I can't remember. It was about 30 years ago. But like and my mum and dad they come and watched us play. Made a little bit of a holiday of it. They'd never been to France. Took the kids, drove down there, and
they were living better than you,
mate. They come to see us at the hotel. Mum's like, "Where they put you?" And another thing with the dignitaries, they were at another hotel,
is
like
it?
a 5-star around the corner.
Oh my gosh!
And so like you still think it's great as a kid because you're there to play football. We ended up, I think we got to the quarterfinals, and we lost to Holland. But that was my one and only experience of a tournament. Until I got to that one at 18. So I think these lads now winning the 21s, I reckon if you ask them, how many tournaments have you played if they've been through the system? It'd be like 20, 30 tournaments. And everyone would have got better and they'd have had video. We were just like turning up off, it was like proper, like, it was just different back then, wasn't it?
Yeah, it wasn't like a team, was it? I don't think.
No.
The only tournaments we used to have was probably club football, really, innit? Like, we used to go and have those like 7-a-sides, maybe 10-a-sides, 8-a-sides.
Yeah.
But that's the only experience that I probably had with the club when I was about 13, 14, going to play.
Where did you go?
I can't remember. I remember we went to Jersey.
Yeah.
We went to Jersey. That was good.
Yeah.
Yeah. That was really good. Yeah, and the football was great too. But
Buffalo in Jersey.
Yeah, I was only like 15 at the time.
Yeah.
And it was really eye-opening for me, being away with the lads, seeing how, and it was with the older lot as well. So just seeing how they functioned in that capacity, and it was a big learning curve for me.
Do you reckon it's harder now for a younger player to come through?
No.
For the amount of kids I feel like there's more, like the youth set up at clubs is a lot bigger than what it used to be.
Yeah.
So there's more players.
Define harder. What is it harder to get to become a footballer?
To get to pro, yeah.
I think it is for these young lads, and the reason I think it is not because they don't have all the tools. They have more information, good information, more exposure to the things that they need to become.
That makes it easier.
That makes it easier. But what makes it harder is the world's a smaller place. So you're competing with not just, there's European kids coming in, kids from all over the world coming in.
No,
honestly, I feel like a certain club's taking more foreign players in, because I remember it being stamped. It was mostly just English.
I'm not having it. I'm not having it.
You don't think so?
No, I think it's easier.
Really?
I think it's easier because you're exposed to more.
We
were winging it.
People though.
We were winging it. We didn't know our identity until we got into the first team.
Yeah.
Now these boys are seeing loads of different players, an array of players, seeing them week in, week out, comes to their phone like that. And most of these boys are sponges. Girls, they're sponges. They'll see a player, I think, I want to play like that. That I can identify. We had to look maybe on the TV a match of the day to see a player, see how he scored. Or something. I just think you got more devices around you, information to help you become a footballer, and it's up to you in yourself to be dedicated to that on learning. And we had to learn, and we had to trust our manager. Our manager might get it wrong. A lot of the time, he probably got it wrong. I remember there was a few times when we'd played, say, in a tournament, and we played an FA Cup, and we didn't see a team how they set up before a game. We just thought we kind of knew how they kind of played just because how we set up in training. And say, if he does this, then do that. The manager saw all of that. We didn't get that information. We just had to be the players to go out and perform to the best of our ability and problem solve straight away. We do a lot of problem solving. We done a lot of problem solving back then than they have to do now. And that's why I think the game's gone the way it has. It's a little bit robotic because they know to avoid this situation, all they got to do is this. When we would make the mistake first and then learn from it. Some of these boys come in. It's a bit like when Jermaine Jenis was on the show, on our show the other day, when he was saying that to learn something, he might have had to feel something first. So the first tackle, remember we used to have the first tackle. You don't get that now. These boys, most of them are protected nowadays. Do you know what I mean? Because they don't have to worry about that because the referee's got their back. We had to problem solve on the pitch and learn the hard way. And I think
the game's a lot different. Isn't it?
The game's a lot different. So there's a lot of technology out there to help us.
I agree. There's more information. If you're susceptible to learning and you've got a good you can, like you said, be a sponge. There's more chance of you becoming better, but the competition's got higher because you might have been a lad that's been able to think outside the box, and the coach is telling you that this centre half's not quick, and you can do this, but you're running again. He is quick, and then you're thinking, then your process is right. He's quicker than me.
What do I do?
What do I do now? Maybe I'm gonna have to do this and just hold it up, play and get in the box. Whereas you'd have to work that on the fly, so that makes you become better at learning, becomes a better player. But what I'm saying is, the kids that couldn't learn, couldn't take on information, they was always going to go. And I've coached a little bit, and one thing I look for, I think I heard Alex Ferguson say this. He said, "I would only tell a player 3 times." He said, because if they ain't listened after the 3rd time, you know what I mean. You've only got a finite amount of.
It should
energy.
Be once. It should be once.
It should be once, but sometimes, listen, we're all not perfect. Sometimes we make a mistake.
That's a great point there, Colin.
And I was like, I was like, do you know what? That's a good bit of advice because you've got all this information and wisdom you're trying to give.
And they're not taking it on. And you're getting frustrated.
But sometimes it's the teacher as well. Sometimes you're saying it, but it's not landing. Then you might have to go and go, maybe why don't you do it like this? This might be this. What do you think about this? You ask, you know what it's like coaching, there's different ways.
You know as well, like there's what probably, and this is why I say it was harder for us, yeah? Now there's this thing where people are more educated on how to teach. So now they understand not one way is the right way for everybody else.
Yeah.
So I might be a learner that has to see it first. So I have to vision, or I might have to vision it first, or see it on camera. Then I can repeat it straight away.
Yeah.
And that's a thing. Then there might be someone that just needs to be told once. That's a thing. But you can't treat that person the same as the other person that needs to see it. And I think they used to do that and just cover the whole team with the same learning skill and learning capacity when someone actually needs a little bit more help.
Yeah.
But it'll be brilliant when he gets there. And I think that's where a lot of people have to see now there's different techniques and styles of playing the game and learning.
Yeah.
And I think that comes from the schools as well. So I always say to kids nowadays, whenever I'm talking to them, I say, listen, make sure you're tip-top in school.
Yeah.
Because it makes you better. Because now the way the game's gone, it's not about your personality. It's how much information you can take on board and quick.
Yeah.
So and how you treat people as well. So you just got to educate yourself at school, and it's giving you practice to take on information later on down the line when you're in the football pitch.
That's one. See, you could have told me that till I was blue in the face as a kid. And people say you need to listen to school. I remember people saying to me, "Oh yeah, you want to be a footballer, do you?" Yeah, but make sure you listen at school. And I'm like, yeah, of course I will. But I never did.
Like you're a maverick.
But I know. But like now, I love. Now I quite like learning. I listen to all mad stuff on. You know, I like information. But as a kid, I had no interest. I just wanted to play football.
I look back now and I think, how lucky was I that I actually made it? Because do you know what I'm saying? Because I weren't great in school. I weren't doing all these things that the other kids were brilliant at. Like I was just your average guy in school, just like jokes.
Yeah.
And I brought that, and I think that probably my attitude, because I was happy-go-Larry guy. I think the coaches
happy-go-lucky.
Happy-go-Larry.
Larry.
You know, listen, I do it every week, innit? I just make up my own stuff. Happy-go-Larry. I thought that was a thing.
I've got to write that down.
Happy-go-Larry.
Happy-go-Larry.
Huh?
Happy-go-Larry.
I'm a happy-go-lucky.
Yeah, that's
lucky,
it.
Is that lucky? Yeah. I'm a happy-go-lucky guy, and I think that's probably and my talent as well. But you take a shine from your coaches, and they'll be, I want to push him.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? I want him to go on and do, because he'll appreciate it. Do you know what I mean? That probably helped me on my way, just my attitude towards learning. And it's a good thing, because when it's just like what you said, when you're trying to teach someone, it's just like, and this guy's not learning.
Yeah. It's parenting.
It's hard. It's hard. And you just say, only 3 times I can tell you.
Yeah. How do you learn, Bridgie? What's your
learning?
I just got told and I did it.
Don't lie. I told you to go to bed in Glastonbury.
Yeah, that's different. That wasn't playing football. As in football, I always feel like I took information on where they told me something, I did it.
You're a soldier, aren't you?
Yeah.
But I remember my mum said to me, because it was YTS when you're trying to get your pro contracts, and near the end of my the YTS, I wasn't playing at all, so I started to get worried.
Really?
Yeah, and then
why? Why weren't you playing?
Because I just wasn't playing. And then they said to my mum, we've made a decision on him. He's the only one out of this group. If you tell him something, he just does it.
Really?
Whereas the others...
So the coach said that?
Yeah.
So you weren't playing, but...
No, I was playing, and then near the end they stopped playing me.
Because they already made the decision, though.
They already made a decision.
And they weren't sure about the others.
They said every time he just told him something, he just did it.
Yeah.
He took the information on well.
Good advice.
And do you think...
I found that easy in sport. I felt like if you told me something, I just do it. But educational-wise, I just...
But do you think as well, Bridgie, they were testing you to see how you'd react if you weren't picked?
No, I don't know, really. It was only my mum that come up to me and said after a while, just like, they've already spoke to us, said they made their mind up.
Is it?
Yeah, that's
and
a
they
real.
just said like, you listen,
Was you
and
buzzing?
just do it. Yeah,
See,
yeah.
I
Of
was
course I was.
Because you was obviously
But
worried.
for me, that's sad times as well, because you spend 2 years with people. And then you get let go. I found that
brutal.
sad. In fact, it's horrible seeing someone at the age of 18 getting told, no, sorry, this ain't
mad,
for you.
isn't
It's horrible.
That's what
I've
sport
had to
does.
be that
Ain't
guy as
yeah.
well.
Yeah, you've had to do that. You've had to tell kids.
Well, not tell them, but you go in a room
and
you're with other coaches and
I think
the decision makers, and they want your opinion. And you really like this kid. You want him to make it. You think he's got all the attributes, but there's just something missing. And you gotta say, you gotta call it.
Yeah.
And look, one thing that comforts people like in our position now is that we can actually know that they're going to be okay, because there's so many scouts out there now. Like someone's going to take them, whether it be Colchester, whether it be somewhere else. Like someone's going to take some of these kids. Do you know what I mean? Because they're going to give them a chance. And I think that's what was missing in our days. We didn't really get... Once you got released, even if it was Chelsea... It'd be hard to get in somewhere else, because they've already made those decisions on other people.
I'm sure there used to be, at the end of when you got let go, there used to be like a thing you go to.
Exit trials.
And all the...
There is still one.
Like, how long does that go on for? Day? 2 days?
3 days.
No.
3 days, isn't it?
Yeah, it's about 3 days.
It's hard to get noticed, isn't it, really, if you think
that's
about
a wild
it.
thing. You know, you go in there and you're like... You're playing football and you're peacocking
You're
and trying to
under
impress,
pressure,
but that's not football.
Yeah.
Football,
No.
like you said, you might not see the
It's exhibition, isn't it?
Yeah. I was completely the opposite.
You never listened.
I never listened. No, but you can see the
That's
way
why
I
we're
played
different
football.
players.
That's why I played football. I was like, I said, I'm going to go. I've wrote when I've done my book, isn't it? It's coming out in September. We'll talk about it later on. But that was one of the main things. Like, because when you're writing your book and you're going through, you start you seeing patterns and understanding. Do you know what I mean? Why I played like I did was because of my environment and where I lived. And I was like, no matter who you was in charge, you could have been, and if you'd have told me something, my brain would be going, yeah. But in my head, I'm going, nah, I just feel that.
I don't feel comfortable with
I
that.
want to do it differently.
Yeah.
And then I'd just do what I want, sort of thing.
Yeah,
and,
yeah,
it
that's
sort
why
of,
there's
and it sort of managed to work for me. Like, obviously, if they said something and I agreed with it, I'd do it.
Okay, so now, see that?
Yeah.
See your time under Mourinho.
Yeah.
Was that a scenario where that could have cropped up a little bit?
Well, it did crop up. It was cropping up
because
regularly.
he wanted something,
Yeah.
and then you go and do something that you felt at the time on the pitch, and then he'll not agree with that. Was that a scenario?
All the time. All the time it cropped up, and not just with Jose, with lots of managers. And I just got to, as you get more mature, I get to the point in your career, I want to win trophies, and then also you have to be humble and go, I was wrong on certain things. You have to be able to go right and accept that I need to do more of this.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? So then you get the balance. You get older, you get more mature. And you start listening to the right people. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, you're right.
But no, that was interesting. I want to quickly bring it back to the tournament here, because there's a few players I want to talk about. England under 21s. We talked about Lee Carsey and Ashley Cole. As a fullback, Bridget, I'm going to ask you about Tino Livramento, because he was absolutely brilliant. Like, you looked at him and he played left back and he played right back. You wouldn't know he was. Could you have done that? Did you do that? Did you ever play right back?
I've never played right back. I played left mid. I played in the hole. Played centre mid.
Yeah.
Played centre forward.
Would it have been different?
I'm mad, innit? I played centre forward.
I reckon
I started up there. I went left wing, centre forward, in the hole, left back.
I can imagine this guy up there just tearing people up. You'll be like David James up front. Remember David James up front for Man City?
He was funny. He was funny.
Stuart Pearce put him up there, isn't it?
Pierce,
I don't know.
What was he thinking? I'd like to see you up front as well.
we might get Stuart Pearce on here one day.
Yeah, we'd love to.
He's a great listen, and we can ask him that, because you remember that. I remember who was the centre forward. You weren't there at Man City with J-Mo, was you?
No.
Who was the centre forward? Was on the bench.
Was it John Macken?
John Macken.
Macken.
Great shout. It was him. Centre forward by trade. And there's 4 other players, and Piercy's looked round and gone, J-Mo.
Brilliant, isn't it?
Oh, mate.
How did he actually do up there?
Mate, he come on and smashed someone. I remember that.
I remember that.
And
It wasn't in his box, it was in their box. But it was weird. Like, I was like, J-Mo up front. I'm surprised he didn't still have his goalkeeper gloves on.
I'd love to get Piercy on and ask him about that. So go on. But I want to ask you specifically, right, because about Tino Livramento.
I think it's brilliant that he's done it. I really don't know.
Yeah.
I really don't know how I would have done. I like to think I'd be all right, but I don't know. The fact that he's done it, you've got to take your hat off to it.
Is it just opposite way of thinking? Or is it something different?
It's opposite way of thinking, but it might be different in terms of, a fullback might be trying to just pass it out there.
Yeah.
Same
pass
way
it out there, but I might tuck inside and run inside a bit. So it might be something else for the winger to think about.
Do you know what?
Make a little run inside. Like, you just never know.
And you're playing him really because you're like, I'm trying to figure you out. Yeah. So it's right.
So imagine this, right? So but think about it now. The way the game's changed, and people mainly play inverted, like wingers on the other side. So why not play fullbacks inverted, left back, right back, left back? Because if I'm coming up against you,
I'd rather you go that way.
Yeah,
I'd rather
Chelsea do that.
Yeah.
So the boy, he's not a right back at trade, but he was a playing right back, but he's a centre midfielder by trade.
Casado. Yeah, but that's
so he tucks in.
Yeah,
tucks in from the right back and plays an extra midfielder. Then on defending, he goes back into right back.
That's movement. But I'm thinking just actually how much I'd like to look into that. Actually, if you switch the fullbacks, right? If you've got a left sided centre half and a right sided centre half are really good on the ball. So when you build up, they split. The midfielder, this is getting a bit serious.
Yeah, go on.
So they split. The holding midfielder goes back in, so you get the three players with a build.
Yeah.
And then the fullbacks become like sort of high and wide. Like they would be if there was wingers where they're inverted, so they're dribblers like Livramento.
So they'll cut inside.
And then, so if you're going to dominate possession, that's a good thing to do. Then in the limited times when you haven't got possession, all they've got to do is drop back into like a 4 and defend against their opposition wing back, and their natural foot is coming into their natural foot.
That comes from your scouting. So if that's what you want to deploy, then you've got to make sure that you've got the right players that can do it.
Yeah, but Tino Livramento is the right player.
He's one of those players that can do it.
I watched him throughout the tournament, and I coached him a few times at Chelsea. He was coming through when I was there. Lovely lad, great ability. I remember doing a session with him on crossing, and it was like I was just trying to break down the 3 different crosses you would do because he had everything. Like he was big, powerful, great skill, great attitude. And I was like, once you get to the byline, you've only got 3 options. You've got the dink to the far post, which is your high tariff cross. Yeah. Like that's the hardest one, isn't it? Where you've got to stand it up, or you whip it across. If there's space in that, what's it they call it? Corridor of uncertainty. You just fizz it across
corridor
there.
of maximum opportunity.
Or you cut it back. So there's 3 things. So I was like, when you're practicing crosses, there's only 3 crosses you can do. It's like A, B, or C.
Yeah,
and you just become better.
That whip into the space.
Yeah, so you just narrow it down to 3 options.
Yeah,
and then you just get the best at it.
Yeah,
be the best at it.
And he done it on both sides, left back and right.
Yeah,
and he come on, and I look at him, and I'm
very good with both feet.
Very good with both feet. But I'm going to say,
was he at Chelsea?
He was at Chelsea, mate. Yeah. That's what I mean when we talk about the new model and we praise them and they did, blah, blah, blah. You still lost Tino Livramento.
Yeah.
Who's the other winger, the other lad? My mind's gone blank.
It's a Brighton boy. The Brighton boy, the right back.
Yeah, Lewis Hall. Sorry, Lewis Hall, another top player. Like so, I don't know how much money they've gone out. Are the ones coming in? Tino Livramento would get in Chelsea's team now. I think. He was absolutely brilliant, and if it weren't for Harvey Elliott getting player of the tournament, he could have been in the running.
Yeah. And more players both-footed these days.
Yeah.
Yeah, because they get encouraged at an early age, don't they? To use both feet, rather than just use your good foot and make sure it's the best.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? Paul Merson was the best at that.
What a player. Another thing you don't see. Remember the old-fashioned fullbacks? Think of the fullbacks you would have seen growing up at Southampton.
Francis Benali.
Like they would just stay in that little zone, good at one-on-ones, get the ball in that little clip. Into the fullback or in
clip all the time.
It was like these sort of There's none
regiment.
of them.
It was regiment.
Channels.
No, yeah, mate. Put
No
it in
flair.
there.
No flair.
No flair at all.
No Rick.
I bet their houses were all neat.
Yeah,
and tidy.
everything's just
Everything
normal,
was there.
yeah,
The
yeah.
sugar and everything in the right place.
They're psychopaths, though.
Yeah,
aren't they?
yeah. They was fullbacks always mad. Right?
Fullbacks are always crazy. Like there's something
I
about
started
it.
off as a winger though.
But there's something in that, you know.
Yeah.
Different positions are have different personalities.
Yeah.
Del Horno was
100%.
crazy.
Del Horno was a nutter, wasn't he?
Oh my gosh.
Mate,
I've got a story about him, but I'm not going to say
Mate,
it.
He's
actually
funny.
worse than me.
He's actually
I saw him walking home from central London after a night out
Right.
one time, and he walked from central, like Mayfair,
Yeah.
and he'd left before us,
Yeah.
and he was in Chiswick. I had to stop. You want to lift? No, just thinking, Collie.
Just
He couldn't really speak English.
Yeah.
So I said, "Do you want to lift?" No, I'm okay.
Did you?
Where was he walking to?
Did you come to the Arctic Monkeys concert with
No, I
Del
didn't,
Horno?
no.
Me and Wright.
Sean. That was Sean. That was strange that Sean went.
Yeah.
Sean Wright
Me
Phillips,
and Wrighty went to an Arctic Monkeys concert with Del Horno. You know, like he was such a great lad. I was like, does Wrighty fancy it? I was like, yeah, me and my pals Wrighty and Shorty.
He doesn't speak
and
a
Del
word of
Horno
English.
was like the geezer from 40 Towers, Manuel. Okay, see, he didn't know a word of English, and we was like, yeah, band, play the. I'm like that guy. Yeah. He's like, how long? 1 hour. I come, right. He's come to this. We went to watch the Arctic Monkeys. We've gone into the band, and he left. He must not have liked him. But I just see him at the bar. Chelsea fans got hold of him. He was at a bar with these Chelsea fans. Like, we better find him. Like, and he's chatting away. And I know he speaks about 5 words.
What's he talking about?
I don't know. But he was,
Chatting away. He hasn't got a word of English in sight.
He was. That was a good night. Blast for the past that. But
he's a great guy.
All fullbacks are bonkers.
Yeah.
Another lad who I think deserves a lot of credit, and they all do, but we can't talk about all. Elliot Anderson, the midfielder from Nottingham Forest. What do you make of him, Coley?
Yeah, listen, I've seen bits of him. I've seen bits of him. I think he's listen, he's got potential, but is he gonna get into that zone where you think he's gonna be a regular for his club and country eventually? That's the hard part, transferring that what you've done at this tournament into first team regularly.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? I was very impressed with him here, and it's built the stage for him. Nah, let's kick on again, innit? That's my ploy to all of these boys. This is my challenge. Let's kick on, because when you even look at somebody else like Harvey Elliott, who's gone from Fulham to to Liverpool, and he's actually done well there.
Yeah.
He's been an important part of like Klopp's team. He was anyway. Now, Harvey, I'd look at and think, what's next for him?
Yeah.
Can he go and play regular football, not just be a bit part player in a brilliant team?
Yeah, there's rumours that he wanted out, wasn't there?
Well, he talked about he hasn't played enough football. Like, he's gone there. He's 22 now.
But remember, he had a massive injury.
Yeah.
And kudos to him. He had a bad knee injury.
Yeah.
Kudos to him how he got back and got back into the team, playing. Not obviously, albeit not like regularly starting games, but making an influence in the team with those top players that gone on to win the league as well. He's a really good, talented player. And he's a good kid as well, by the way.
He's
a bit leery, but it depends how you take it. I like him.
He's got personality on the pitch. Jurgen Klopp, when he left, he actually said, imagine that Jurgen, he said something like, one of the regrets he has at Liverpool was he didn't play this kid enough. Do you know what I mean? So he's in this situation, Bridgie, where he's one player of the tournament at the European Championships. He scored 5 goals from midfield. Like, imagine, I think the player of the tournament was previous, that some of the best players in the world have won that. And he looked like at home in himself. He looked like a leader. He scored some great goals. And he's got a decision to make. Like, he's not broke into the Liverpool team regularly. He's 22. Like, I'm just thinking,
does he go to Liverpool and chat to him before he makes the decision?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
But I think you can see it, and he was getting emotional after one of the games, and when he done an interview for us on the telly, and what I took from that interview was that he was so happy that he's playing and being the man. I mean, I sort of saw it in his mind, like he's made his mind. Even if Liverpool say we want you to stay, unless he's saying I need to start every single game, which they can't offer him because of how they're champions.
Get it, Coley.
He has to leave.
Yeah. I get it. You see my scenario at Chelsea.
Yeah.
When I was there, I got obviously I wanted to leave because we'd just won the league, but I knew that I was going to be a bit part player for the next season again.
Yeah.
And I just wanted some more juice, man.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? I was like, because I'm seeing all my peers in the under 21s.
Yeah.
They're playing regularly in the first team in the Premier League.
Yeah.
And I didn't want to be overtaken. So I was at under 21s. I was starting games.
Yeah.
I was like a starter. But it was really difficult because when you see your other players starting games in the Premier League and then you're not starting, you're thinking, I'm not kicking on here. I might get stagnant. He might look at the same thing and think, I'm just going to be a bit part player. I want to get into the England first team. And that's how I was feeling.
Yeah.
When Abramovich said that, go to Russia.
Yeah.
Go to Russia on loan, come back and I'll give you a new deal.
Yeah.
Although, like, it would have been good, like, for my future, money-wise.
Yeah.
I wanted to play football.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? I wanted to go and be the main man somewhere, like, because I knew I was good enough. I'd had 2 loans that
he said to you to go to Russia. Yeah.
He said to go to Abramovich. Told me to go to Russia to his other team, then come back and they'll give me a new deal.
Do you know what?
To be fair, I think if Roman told me, I probably would have gone.
Yeah, but I had ambitions. Like it's either you want to do that and be a bit part player all your life, or be an ambitious person. I think if I'd have done that, I wouldn't have been sitting here with you lot. Right now.
Yeah, maybe.
You know, I wouldn't have had a Carlton Cole flag in Glastonbury.
No, that's true. That's true.
Do you know what I mean? Yeah. I wouldn't have done a load of stuff.
Do you know what we would have? Do you know what we would have, though? Because I would have chipped in with Roman with this. I'd have paid a few quid because I'd have just paid to see you out in that cold in Russia. Imagine the pictures warming up.
At least he'd go snowboarding then.
Oh, mate, that would have been... Yeah, I would have learned how to ski and snowboard and all that.
Coley in Russia, you just see...
Nah, mate, that wasn't me. It just wasn't me, innit? It wasn't me.
No, you
but that's why I understand why Harvey Elliott is probably looking at thinking, do you know what? I've had it with the champions. I get it. Now I want to go and make my own name.
Yeah,
he deserves that, man.
Yeah, just quickly before we move on, because we're
running out
blazing
of time.
through this. Where would you like to see him, Coley? Where do you think he's? Remember, he's.
I wouldn't mind him back at Fulham.
Yeah.
Imagine, because he started
I think there would be bigger clubs.
I think there would be bigger clubs for him now.
I first saw him playing
that tournament.
Yeah. I first saw him playing under 16s.
Yeah.
At Fulham.
Yeah.
Years back. And he actually wasn't that impressive.
Really?
No, because I think he found it so, you know, when you're above that level, you just not walk around, but you're just not trying hard. And I think he was under 15s, but he was playing up.
Yeah.
And he knew he was the boy, but I was expecting a little bit more.
Yeah.
But when I look at him now, and then I saw him make that transition into first team, I was like, this guy's unbelievable. What a player. So now I know what the fuss was about, and he's proven everybody right now.
Yeah, top player. Well, I can see him. If I
don't know where I can see him.
Napoli, Inter Milan.
Abroad?
Atletico Madrid. He needs to go abroad because he's one of them. He's too good to drop down into mid-range Premier League.
Imagine that we had them options back in the day. Like when we left the country, England was over for you.
Yeah.
Remember?
Yeah.
I remember saying that's why it was one of the reasons I didn't want to go Russia, because I knew that if you leave the country, you got no aspirations of playing for your national team. Now it's a common thing. Everyone's loving it. Like I'd love to be in this era.
Yeah, I'd like to. I would have.
Imagine going to get some sun in Italy.
I did my year in France and I absolutely loved it. If I'd had my time again, I'd probably go earlier.
These are options for these kids now.
Brilliant. We quickly have a talk about the transfer windows. Big news going round. Paul Pogba and Eric Dyer going to Monaco. What do you make of
Eric Dyer?
Yeah. First of all, Eric Dyer, fair play to him. You know, he's gone to Bayern Munich and done a job.
Yeah.
Go and play for Monaco. What a beautiful place.
What a bad place to live, is it?
Yeah, How would you?
Just won the league with Bayern.
Bayern Munich.
So now we lost.
We lost the semi-final, didn't we?
Lost to them,
yeah. Yes, but as a place, Monaco.
Oh yeah, it's lovely.
And a club, you know, what a place for him. He's in his 30s now.
Place. I've been in Monaco once.
Have you?
Oh my God,
I love it there.
I love it there too. I went for the Formula E.
Formula E?
Yeah, when it was F1's usually there, but Formula E is electric.
Okay.
You know, I'm on the electric thing at the moment.
Yeah.
Saving the world and all that. And so, like, obviously, I got invited down, and it's just a beautiful place, isn't it? Imagine plying your trade over there. It's lovely, isn't it?
Pogba's the interesting one for me. 2 years out of the game, the drugs ban.
Yeah. He was crying the other day.
Was he?
Yeah, I watched the interview. I felt so bad because you can see. Imagine how many people just calling him a drug cheat every day.
Yeah, I know.
And no one would take the gamble on him to sign him. We all know he's a terrific player.
Yeah.
When he's going.
I know. Do you know what?
And it's quite weird that no one wanted to take the plunge on him. Like more of the bigger teams, I would say. But the way he was so grateful to the club, Monaco, for taking the chance with him.
Take the lad.
He was crying.
Yeah, let's take all the stuff you hear about Pogba and the clothes and everything. First of all, he's a World Cup winner, and you know, multiple titles in Juventus, and he's been a top player. I thought he got the back. Look at all the great players that have gone to Man United, and it's been like it's been terrible for them. You know, he had moments at United where you looked at him, what a player. You know, we don't know what's happened with the drugs. I from my world, I feel for these kids because we've talked about this off air. Like, I don't think I've never seen any performance enhancing in drugs. Nothing. Because
I think it's just crazy you'd even do it to jeopardise it.
Think about the logic for people, right? How stupid can these lads be? Like the stuff with Mudryk, right? Like the stuff with Mudryk, right? You've got a 7-year contract. You know how hard it is to become a footballer wherever you are in the world. You've secured your life, your family's life, and you're doing something you love. Would you take something from somebody on purpose?
No, not a chance.
No. So I always look at these and I always think you never know. You never know. There has to be something in place which is like a test because it needs to be a deterrent for people not to do it because. But
it's like the other day, Coley. My son is up at Hull City. Yeah, he was suffering from the flu.
Right.
Chest infection.
Yeah.
Whilst off.
Yeah.
And he was going back in the next week.
Yeah.
To start training, pre-season training.
Yeah.
Now imagine, I'm there saying, got some antibiotics in the fridge. Have that. Yeah. And then I'm forgetting that he's a footballer.
Yeah.
So imagine I'm his dad, and he's saying to me, "Dad, I need to ask my doctor."
You have to.
But if he's feeling that bad, imagine someone throws something at you and said, "This is going to make you feel way better."
You always got to check with club doctor.
Yeah.
Always.
But we didn't actually get schooled like that back in the day.
I always used to check.
Did you?
Used to.
I didn't.
Yeah.
I didn't. And I don't know. I might have taken some performance enhancing drugs. I don't know.
What statement that is?
No, but because we didn't get educated properly back then.
Yeah.
Like now, it's all
you
there
weren't listening,
for you.
were you? You weren't listening.
See, Bridgie listens.
I listen. See.
Well, yeah. That's why I say. What did I say at the start? I don't know how I made it. I winged it all the way. Like it's just. I just happened to be sitting here next to you. But I'm just saying that's like. But these boys now, they have all the education, and they shouldn't be getting into that type of trouble. They should know that by previous mistakes, that can't happen. You've got to check what you're taking.
Before we wrap up, we'll finish on Pogba because it's great to see him back, and you don't want anyone not playing because you'll finish your career at some point and you can't play anymore, and it's horrible. So we're glad to see him back. I bumped into him at a Formula One thing the other day, and I thought he looked a bit. And I actually went up to him and I was like, "You're right, how are you?" Like, and I said, "Like, your son play you?" Because I genuinely think he's a top
brilliant
player. And he was like, "Yeah." And he looked really like appreciative of it, and but genuinely, I'm glad to see him back. Yeah. You know, and I'm glad that we got back
as well.
I'm glad we got back from Glastonbury.
That's
good. Bridgie's just saying, well, there's another big thing. We just quickly go into it. Ronaldo. New signing.
Big Ronnie.
Benjamin Button. Benjamin Button.
Hey,
Big
how
Ronnie.
How is he still going
this
like
guy,
this?
He's something else.
Mate, he's like you in Glastonbury.
He wouldn't have been hopping in like me. He would have been running.
To the lights go off.
He would have been doing that 5K in the morning that people were doing. I was walking back and people running back doing 5K.
People doing that?
5Ks?
Yeah, 5K runs and stuff.
Mate, that's
bizarre.
Yeah, bizarre. But we're going it. Listen, fair play to him. He's a genius, a legend. 488k a day, new deal. 15%. 15%
Can you go back to that?
£488,000 a day, new deal. He's 40. He signed a 2-year with a 1-year option.
Wow.
And 15% ownership of the club. Like, he's really embraced this project in Saudi, isn't he?
Yes.
He's like over there, and he's like, he could be forgiven.
He's a perfect choice to help it grow.
Yeah.
And get other people over.
He seems very enthusiastic about it as well.
Yeah. What?
Remember that time we saw him? Obviously, we've just got to look at Ronaldo and say he's a mentality monster.
Yeah.
Like, he's been at the peak of his game for so long. He's still up there with one of the best in the world. You've got to say that.
Yeah.
And he's still so relentless with his dedication to the sport and building the sport across the world. Now, he's gone to Saudi. Forget about the money. It's not about the money, because he would have had money anyway.
Yeah.
He doesn't care about that. He cares about the branding. So his own brand aligned with a country now. It's not Pepsi.
Yeah.
It's not Coca-Cola.
Yeah.
It's not McDonald's.
Yeah.
It's a whole country.
Yeah.
So like, you got to look at what he's doing and just say this is groundbreaking. It's like when Pele went to America to try and grow the game over there. Do you know what I mean? This is the same thing that Ronaldo's doing.
That's a good shout, Cole. That's exactly what it is. And like he's an example to kids, not just in football, in anything. And if you want something in life, how to dedicate yourself and keep going. So good luck to him.
Good luck to him.
We might get him on the pod one day.
Oh, we'd love to have him on the pod.
Come on.
Come on, Ronnie. You know you want to.
Glasgow.
Imagine Ronnie in Glasgow.
Do you know what? I'd love to see it. Bouncing into the tent.
Mate, he'll just be on the other stage.
He won't be in the tent, mate. He'll be in a Winnebago.
Yeah. I'll tell you what, it lends you...
he's got to go on the tent. He has to go on the tent.
It lends you a few quid for your wheels from Quick Fit as well, so you'll be all right.
He'll buy Quick Fit for me.
Yeah, mate. Right, that's all for today. Thank you for listening to The Dressing Room with our Arabiya News.
From the White House to Gaza, Kiev to Beijing, elections, economics and the environment compete with conflicts and other complex issues for our attention. In an age of fake news, deep fake and artificial intelligence,
they've got to have a vote and a say.
It's important to look beyond the loudest voice to understand the truth. From newsmakers to groundbreakers,
My campaign is going very well.
Presidents, prime ministers, princes and peacemakers, and cultural tastemakers.
As Arabs, as Middle Eastern, we're too emotional.
Join me on the Riz Khan Show for empowering conversation.
The nuclear program, Iran's nuclear program, is not unlike many people. Some people want to portray it as a national pride. It's been a disaster. It's not a blessing. It's a curse for Iran. They have spent hundreds of billions of dollars in vain for nothing. We understand the legitimate concerns of the international community for Iran's nuclear program. But apart from that, and for us, even before that, we are against it because it's against our people. It has taken the Iranian people hostage and deprived Iran of peace and prosperity.
Iran's opposition leaders, like the Kurdish Iranian Kamala Party head, Abdullah Muqtadi, watch closely from the sidelines as the current regime faces growing pressure from Israel and the USA over its nuclear ambitions. For now, a tenuous peace holds over the skies of Iran as a post-mortem is conducted in the USA over the real impact of its bunker-buster bomb strike on the Iranian nuclear facilities on Sunday, the 22nd of June. Well, President Donald Trump has said he would bomb Iran again if necessary, while Tehran says it's not willing to resume nuclear negotiations, although there are reports of the USA trying to find some path to talks. Meanwhile, intelligence briefings in the US Congress tackle the contradicting information about the effectiveness of the US strike. To find out how the opposition groups in exile fit into the bigger picture, I sat down with the Kurdish Iranian leader Abdullah Mohtadi a couple of weeks ago for an in-depth chat. And then Israel hit Tehran just 2 days later. So I caught up with Abdullah Mohtadi in the aftermath of what's being called the 12-day war in order to update our conversation by adding his perspective on the conflict. So, Mr. Secretary General, we spoke literally just a couple of days before the conflict escalated to the point where Israel was striking Iran. And then, of course, the US joined in with its bunker buster bombs, and things have just gone through a roller coaster. Let me get your assessment of what was really done during that conflict. Did the US strike, for example, have any real impact on Iran's nuclear capabilities?
I'm not an expert on damage assessment, but it seems to me, from the news that I can hear and follow, that the damage has been extensive, both on nuclear and military sites in Iran.
To the degree that Iran, its capabilities have been diminished, many people say they could just shift to another location. The talent is still there, the knowledge is still there, and that if Iran really wants to, it could pick up within months even. That's one of the assessments.
No, I don't think so. I'm not sure about, I don't have any intelligence or information about the nuclear material, but as long as the war itself and its damage is concerned, the Islamic regime was defeated on the front, on the foreign front, on the war against Israel, and the Iran sky was dominated by Israeli planes. They bombed anywhere they wanted, and they inflicted heavy casualties, heavy losses on the Iranian upper level of command, Revolutionary Guards command structure. So, and the people saw with their eyes the vulnerability and weakness of the regime.
How did you regard what turned out to be a strange kind of back and forth on the US assessment of what happened? Intelligence that came out from the US itself said there wasn't really much of an impact, while President Trump and his immediate circle said that this had been a major impact against Iran. The contradiction, how do you view that?
I really don't know. I assume that with the technology and the military power of the United States, it must have been a very effective blow, but I'm not an expert on that, and it's not appropriate for me to comment on that.
What I've been reading in recent news, Mr. Secretary General, is that the Iranian regime has been arresting many people, many being arrested and imprisoned, even executed, according to some reports, because they're believed to be spies for Israel, that there was a high level of Israeli agent infiltration within the Iranian regime. What are your thoughts on that?
Well, the regime tries to intimidate people by arresting and executing some people, accusing them of being Israeli spies, to reassert its power. But people, they cannot undo what has been done. The people have witnessed with their own eyes the weaknesses and vulnerabilities of the Iranian regime and its powerlessness towards the Israeli planes and the American strikes.
I know you've been lobbying heavily in the US for support, and Donald Trump came out soon after the strike saying he was not looking for regime change because he didn't want to see what he called chaos in the region. How does his stance, if that is to stand, because he may change his mind, but if he does decide regime change is not on the agenda for the US in its role in what happens in the region, how does it affect your stance in terms of getting your party and the rights that you're looking for?
dealing with the political system in Iran and the Islamic regime is something for the Iranian people to decide. We, as the Kurdish people, as well as other freedom-loving people in Iran, we want a new system, a new democratic, prosperous, peaceful Iran, a new secular Iran, a new federal Iran, whatever you may describe it. And this is something for us to decide and for us to do something about it.
Do you see any role for the US then in terms of the direction it might take the country?
It depends on the future developments of the country. If there is a reasonably cohesive and democratic alternative to the regime, if people rise up again for their peaceful demands, if we witness more protest movements, of course the United States, the Europeans and the international community will don't like Iran to fall into chaos. So they may help the Iranian democratic opposition, but it's too early for that.
Now, of course, the Crown Prince, the Pahlavi, is being quite vocal in his willingness to step forward and take a role, as there was a sign that things may actually progress in Iran as far as the regime being affected. What role do you think the Crown Prince has in all of this? Does he have something that's aligned with your desires when it comes to how Iran might change in the future?
Well, as a personality and then as the son of the Shah of Iran, he can promote what he thinks is good for himself or for the country. But it's the Iranian people who eventually decide about the future of the country in a democratic referendum about the best political system for Iran. But being him, considering him to be a leader of the transition period, I don't think so.
Well, I was going to say that I know that you, as the Kurdish Iranian opposition, have in the past also been at odds with the Shah when he was power in trying to get your rights secured. It's correct, yeah?
It is correct, yes.
Mr. Secretary General, what do you see as the next steps happening? What do you think will happen in the coming days and weeks? The US says it may strike again, Israel may strike again. The ceasefire that's taking place, or at least the relative ease of hostilities, is uncertain. What do you expect to happen?
I think the 12-day war is over between Iran and Israel, but the hostilities and the conflict between these two countries, and in fact between Iran and the United States, will continue because the supreme leader, albeit in a very weak position, but still loudly threatens the world, and loudly they are defying the international community and the calls for a peaceful solution to the nuclear program in Iran.
An update there from Abdullah Mokhtadi. Now, to get a deeper insight into what Iran's opposition groups are seeking, here's the full conversation I had with the Kamala Party Secretary General prior to the recent clashes. Start by telling me, why are you in Washington, D.C.? What's the goal of your trip here?
Thank you very much for having me. I've come to Washington to meet with people in government, in the Congress, and media to discuss the problems of my country, Iran, and my people, Kurdish people of Iran, with them, and raise awareness about the plights of Kurds, raise awareness about the situation in Iran with the American audience.
Any particular reason for coming at this time, or is this something you do regularly?
I've come to the United States, to Washington, since 15 years ago. And this time, I think my presence in Washington is very timely because you know the situation, you know the negotiations, the nuclear negotiations, the tensions in the Middle East. So I think it's timely.
How do you generally get received here? I mean, you know, we'll talk a little more about this, but the Kurdish issue, for example, in itself is not one that's really on the radar of the American people much.
I've been received very well. Maybe it's not on the agenda now, but Kurds have demonstrated that they are good friends and allies of the United States, and people in the government and politicians or ex-politicians, think tanks, the media, they respect Kurds.
The Trump administration, though, has its own kind of unique focus as far as a lot of people are concerned. What's your view on how the current administration, quite new back into government, so to speak, for Mr. Trump, how is he kind of responding, if you've had any feedback?
Well, we also like President Trump and his administration. We believe in that Iran should be a non-nuclear state, a peaceful state, peaceful, democratic, secular state, without malign activities in the region. So there are so many things that we feel we have in common with this administration.
How did you feel about what President Obama did then when he was president, when he tried to engage with Iran, try to get some progress in the relationship? Wouldn't that have been a useful way to approach it?
President Obama didn't listen to Iranian people at the time. There was Green Movement. It was a huge protest movement, a very democratic one. And people shouted in the streets, Obama, Obama, Ba'una ya Obama, which means, Obama, are you with us or with them? With people or with the government? Unfortunately, Obama didn't listen to the plights of the Iranian people and their aspiration for democracy.
So in terms of the intervention you would seek from America, what would be the best route that America could take to help your cause?
We do not seek America's military intervention, no American boots on the ground. That's not what we want. But we think that the Trump administration, President Trump and his administration, should adopt an open-door policy with Kurds and other Iranian democratic oppositions. People should listen to the Iranian people and their aspirations.
From some of the accounts of the opposition to the regime, I guess yourself included, there's not much opportunity for the people to have a voice, though. So how would they engage in a way that would be meaningful? How can, for example, the US administration get a better idea of what the Iranian people want through the opposition?
Well, the Iranian Kurds are organized. They have political parties. There are political parties of the opposition who are in exile in Europe, in the United States, and also the activists who are inside the country, political prisoners, union activists, teachers, students, women. If the United States wants to engage them, they could. We could find them easily.
So, Dr. Muhtadi, in an article you wrote in March of this year, just a couple of months ago, the headline of it literally stated, "A golden opportunity for a peaceful and democratic Iran." Now, why do you think of it as a golden opportunity at this moment?
Because the Iranian regime is at its weakest point since the revolution in 1979. In 2020, September 2022, a protest movement erupted. It started in Kurdistan and spread across the country and gained the attention of the international public opinion, the Women Life Freedom Movement.
That was because of the death of Mahsa Amini, Gina Mahsa Amini, as you call her.
Yes, exactly. And the legitimacy of the government has been eroding very fast. And in fact, Iran is showing many of the symptoms of a failed state. There is no electricity, no water, inflation is rampant. National currency is falling down rapidly. the government is incapable of providing the very basic services to the people. So it is showing signs of becoming a failed state. And people are dissatisfied, they are unhappy with the system, especially women and the young generation. Ethnic minorities are under very bad suppression. So it's time, and especially Iran's proxies are beaten, and the regional influence of Iran is much weaker than before in the eyes of the region and the eyes of Iranian people. So it's a golden time for the United States and the West, and indeed the international community, to engage the Iranian, Kurdish and otherwise democratic opposition to think about the future Iran.
I'll break down some of these points you've raised through this interview, but let me get to, again, in this article, what you've said is the country is, quote, a powder keg vulnerable to a single spark. What would you see as that single spark being?
Nobody can predict, but like Gina Amini or Mahsa Amini, unlawful killing of a young woman because of his bad hijab.
Oh, headscarf, yeah.
Could be another incident like that, or whatever. You never know. Bouazizi, what happened? It became a spark. You never can foresee what the spark would be, but Iran is a powder keg. People are very angry with the system, and they are protesting almost daily. Truck drivers, teachers, workers, mine workers, students, everybody.
Would it be fair to say, because of the traveling you do and you see how Iran is portrayed outside the country, would it be fair to say that this side of Iran isn't really seen or understood by people outside the country, because that would not necessarily be the impression most people get about what's going on in Iran?
It's the fault of the international media. They don't pay attention to the nuclear issue, but they should pay more attention to the domestic policies of the Iranian government and the aspirations of Iranian people, their fights, their struggles, their hopes for the future. It's not fair. The international media has not been fair to the Iranian people, especially the Kurdish people in Iran.
Do you get the impression sanctions are actually working against Iran?
Look, the nuclear program, Iran's nuclear program, is not unlike many people. Some people want to portray it as a national pride. It's been a disaster. It's not a blessing. It's a curse for Iran. They have spent hundreds of billions of dollars in vain for nothing. And it has deprived Iran of golden opportunities for development and prosperity. It has impoverished Iran. It has kept Iran in a crisis, in a constant crisis for decades now. So we want to get rid of it, not only for what the West, we understand the legitimate concerns of the international community for Iran's nuclear program. But apart from that, and for us, even before that, we are against it because it's against our people. It has taken the Iranian people hostage and deprived Iran of peace and prosperity.
Well, you're attributing the blame to the nuclear program, but what about the impact of sanctions? I mean, how realistically are sanctions working?
They are effective, but of course they impoverished people, and they are not, of course, may have made people suffer economically.
So then, if they're not effective against the country's regime,
it is effective against the country's regime as well. I mean, it has impacted everybody, even the people, even the normal people. But I blame sanctions and blame the Iranian regime for that.
No, I understand the blame, but I'm saying it sounds like if all this time the sanctions have been imposed on the country, it's not really had much impact on the regime itself.
It does, because the sanctions have made the regime financially broke for some time, for some years.
So how has the regime managed to last so long in the face of these sanctions?
Well, because of repression. It is a repressive, totalitarian government that doesn't look after its people. They don't care about people's lives and livelihoods. They don't care about providing services to people. They don't care about education. They don't care about hospitals. They don't care about anything. So the only thing that they care and they put money is the nuclear program and the military programs interfering in the region.
If there have been protests, as you've described, truck drivers and so on, and people protesting daily against the conditions there, why have they not been strong enough to perhaps create some change in the regime? How has the regime dealt with them?
With brute force. And I think it has eroded the legitimacy of the government very sharply. We have had movements. In 2009, we had Green Movement. It was a protest against rigging the elections. And then we had, in different years, we had protests against price rises, fuel price rises. And eventually lastly we had the Jina movement, or Women Life Freedom movement. They are very important movements. And I'm hopeful than before that something will happen in Iran. In fact, everybody in Iran is waiting for something, is waiting for a social upheaval. They don't know how it will start, but everybody is convinced that something has to happen in Iran.
Now, with the US administration under Donald Trump as president, there's much more of an introspective approach to America's affairs. The MAGA movement, it seems to be very focused on what US public is concerned with, as opposed to what's going on outside. So, people might ask, why should the US care about what's happening with Iran?
Iran is a very important country, and Iran is an ally of Russia, an ally of China, and hostile to the United States, the biggest sponsor of terrorism in the region and in the world. So it's in the best interest of the United States that we have a peaceful, democratic country in Iran, a responsible member of the international community, at peace with its neighbors, and at the service of its own people. This is in the best interest of the United States.
Dr. Muqtadi, I know, when you travel, you probably connect with the Iranian diaspora. How engaged is the diaspora of Iran in what's going on in the country itself?
No, the majority of the Iranian people outside the country do care about their country, do care about the Iranian people and its future. They're ashamed of this regime. They want a modern, advanced, democratic country. Everybody is for a free Iran.
What makes the Kurdish population, which you represent, the Iranian Kurdish population, what makes that different, perhaps say special, in terms of its role in Iran?
In 1979, April 1979, there was a kind of referendum in Iran, Islamic Republic, yes or no. Kurds were the only people in Iran. Of course, there were individuals or special groups, but the only ethnic group, the only region of the country where people boycotted that election. We as Kurds never supported Khomeini. We never supported the Islamic Revolution. We protested against the Shah, both for democracy and for our own rights, but we never supported and endorsed Khomeini and his regime. That is why Khomeini took revenge against Kurds and ordered an unprovoked big onslaught against Kurds in August 1979. And since then, they had treated Kurds like a dangerous security matter rather than citizens of Iran. And Kurds have been behind, they have They have behind many, many movements in Iran. They have been very resilient people. They're peaceful, but they are against the regime, and they don't lose any opportunity to express their dissatisfaction with the system. And they can be pillars of democracy in the future of Iran. You cannot solve the Iranian problem without engaging Kurds and without participation of the Kurds in any future Iran. So Kurds are not only demographically but also politically are a necessary ingredient of and a component of the future of Iran.
Now, of course, the Kurdish population is across a number of countries, because you have them in Turkey, Syria, Iraq, and of course in Iran. What is the issue in getting more unity among the Kurdish population in general? Is that something that could happen?
It could happen in the future, but it's not on the agenda now. The population of Iranian Kurds amounts to at least 10 million people, which means that they number more than Kurds in Syria and Iraq put together. But we want our rights within a democratic Iran, and a peaceful, democratic, and federative Iran, a federal Iran where the rights of Kurds are protected by the law, by the constitution. We want power sharing. We want that ethnic and religious diversity is acknowledged in Iran.
So you're not really seeking independence for Kurdish people in terms of an independent Kurdistan. You're looking more at the idea of rights for Kurds within Iran as Iranian Kurds. What would be the relationship you would have then with the Kurdish population outside? What makes you different?
Historically speaking, I acknowledge the rights of Kurds for aspirations for statehood, but it's not in our program. Let's leave it for the future generations. What we now find realistic is fighting for democracy and human rights in Iran, and for the rights of Kurds within a democratic Iran.
So yes, you've called for what you describe as a democratic, secular, pluralist, federal Iran.
Yes.
What would that look like to you? How would it work in terms of the different people within Iran, the different groups, minorities, and so on?
People can have their own parliaments, their own say in running their affairs, education in mother tongue, a decentralized Iran, and the rights of Kurds and others should be protected and safeguarded in the Iranian constitution.
Would it work to have a decentralized Iran? Would you be able to create sounds like a federation of states?
Yeah, it is. Not a federation of states. I don't know. I cannot predict the future, but what I'm insisting, what we are emphasizing is that the Kurds should have their rights. It's not just Kurds. The Baluchis, the Arabs of Ahwaz, and others should have their rights. They should have a say in the running of their affairs. And they should have, alongside Persian, they should have education in their own mother tongue. It's natural. It's natural in a democratic country. And the world has so many examples of that.
I guess people would ask...
India is one of them. Canada is one of them. And there are even Spain, Catalonia.
I guess people would ask, how would you stop the identity of Iran as a unified country dissolving if it goes into these different groups?
No, it will not dissolve by respecting the diversity, ethnic diversity of the country. Quite the contrary. It will strengthen the unity of the people, because people will be satisfied. If you have a system of power sharing, this does not mean the people will dissolve, the integrity of the country will dissolve. On the contrary, it will strengthen the unity of the country by respecting differences that there are. And these differences they are made by history, by thousands of years of history. Kurds have a culture of their own, a language of their own, a history of their own, and this should be respected. In fact, for the recent, it's more than 3 decades now that there is a big national awakening of Kurds of Kurdish identity. So Kurds are very sensitive to that.
Presumably, the country would still need a strong leader to provide the inspiration, I guess, for everyone to kind of live in harmony. What sort of leader would you see in Iran that would work?
I am for a parliamentary democracy, where the prime minister is elected by the majority of the parliament, and everything is discussed in the parliament. Of course, we should have a president, but I'm not for a presidential system. I'm for a democratic system, a parliamentary democracy.
Where do you see the theologists fitting into all of this?
Well, we are for freedom of religions, no discrimination against any religion. For example, we have the Arasani people in Iranian Kurdistan, an ancient Kurdish religion. They're even more under pressure. They're like Baha'is. They're more under pressure than Sunnis in Iran. Every single religion must be respected by the law.
On that note, how much of it's a Shia majority state, but how much of an issue is the Shia, Sunni, and perhaps other sects? Diversity, how much of an issue is it?
It is an issue. The guess is, my educated guess is that about 25% of the country belong to the Sunni section of Islam. And there are also other people. As I told you, we have Yarasani people, we have Christians, Armenians, Jews, Baha'is. Everybody should. Iran is a diverse country. Iran is a remnant of an ancient and medieval empire. So there is no one nation, one ethnic group, one state. It has to be pluralist. It has to be pluralistic. It has to respect the different identities, different religious and ethnic identities, cultural identities that people have.
Well, many of its neighbors are Sunni majority countries, and they feel to some degree the threat is the Shia Iran. Could that be addressed to allow neighboring countries in the Gulf and other parts of the Arab world to accept a majority Shia country that is pluralistic, as you describe? Would there be a system that could work?
It could work. In fact, it's the only system that could work, because the current system isn't working. The Iranian regime has been involved in destabilizing Arab countries, creating factions, Shia factions, who are hostile to their own system, to their own society, and has fueled the hostility between Shia and Sunni in the region. With the removal of this regime, the calm will come back to not only to the Shia and Sunni conflict, but also to the whole of Middle East.
Talking of leadership, Iran's had an interesting mix. I know, of course, there's the overarching theological side to it, the leadership from the Ayatollahs. But you had, for example, not that long ago, a very unique president in terms of President Ahmadinejad. Now, of course, you have Masoud Pezeshkian. What do you make of him? A lot have hopes that he'd be a more moderate leader, maybe someone that the West could deal with.
It's not important whether he's moderate or not, a genuine moderate or not, because all the power is concentrated in the hands of the supreme leader, and it's him who decides.
Then what options are there for the people? If it's going to be held, ruled by religion, there's not going to be much scope for debate, I would guess.
No, there is no debate. There is no real, genuine democratic debate inside the ruling circles of this government. Iran is run by a variety of mafia-like people. They have monopolized the political and the economic financial power in Iran, and there is rivalry among them also. They are only united against their own people and the United States.
Well, I know you've said you don't ask for American boots on the ground there, but if the opposition groups, as you describe them, are generally oppressed or threatened, could you see unity among the opposition groups in order to put forward a united front against the current regime?
We are working on that. It's a necessity. We have to do it.
And at what stage are you?
There are many efforts going on this. I'm not going into the details now, but I'm aware of and I'm participating in some of them.
Would you ever advocate for an armed struggle against the regime from within Iran?
When the woman life freedom movement started, the Iranian Pastaran Revolutionary Guards launched rockets and missiles against Kurdish bases, Iranian Kurds in Iraq, because they wanted us to resort to violence against it. But we resisted. We showed restraint, and so this is not our choice. If this is not our choice, our favorite choice is toppling the regime through people's rise, through people's uprisings, through social movements, through protest movements, and through reforms. But it's up to the government. It's a regime choice, not the people's choice.
But you wouldn't rule out the idea of an armed struggle if it came to it?
I wouldn't rule out the idea of an uprising against the system. That's the best way.
Now, of course, you remain in exile and have your bases, for your party at least, in Iraq. How has that relationship evolved with the Iraqi Kurdish side and the Iraqi government, actually?
We respect the sovereignty of the Iraqi governments and have done nothing to violate it. And we have good relations, friendly relations with the KRG and political parties in Iraqi Kurdistan.
Are you totally free to express yourselves, though, with your goals for Iran itself?
Yes, we are doing that.
Without creating any kind of conflict between Iran and Iraq in general?
No, we are free to speak our minds and to talk about our programs, our political programs. What we are not engaging is armed struggle against the Iranian regime, which we don't.
What sort of reaction has there been to you, the Kamala party in Iraq, in exile, taking on board Peshmerga fighters who are military, basically, in terms of that position?
They're for self-defense. We have not been engaged in any armed struggle, armed activity for more than about 30 years now, for 25, 30 years now. But we have to have them to protect ourselves, because if you don't have Peshmergas, they come to you. The Iranian regime has been engaged in many instances of terrorist actions inside and outside its borders. So we have to protect ourselves in Iraqi Kurdistan.
And you don't get any criticism from the Iraqi government for your presence there that brings in the Iranian regime, as you say?
Yes, there have been tensions and things like that, but it's manageable.
Were you surprised what happened in Syria, the speed with which the change occurred?
Everybody was surprised, but I welcome the developments. I welcome the toppling of Assad. It was a brutal regime against everybody, and it was a proxy of Iran against its own people. And so, yes, I welcome the opportunity for the Syrian people to decide about their future. I hope they have a just society, a fair and democratic society in the future.
And what implication is it for the Syrian Kurds?
The Kurds have every right to have a fair share of the future of the country. They have been fighting ISIS and Daesh very successfully. They have sacrificed a lot, and you cannot deny the rights of Kurds in Syria.
I understand what you say about them having the rights. Do you feel they will actually get them? Do you think they're in a stronger position now?
I hope so, and I hope the United States and the West supports them.
What impact do you expect losing Bashar al-Assad will have on Iran's current regime?
Very much, because it was a very severe blow to the Iranian authority, to the Iranian power in the Middle East. First Hamas, then Hezbollah, then losing Bashar al-Assad and toppling its regime was very important for the people, for the region. It will have lasting implications for the whole region, not only for the Kurds. And it was a severe blow to the Iranian regime as a proxy and ally. So it has weakened the Iranian regime and its hegemony in the region.
Where does Israel fit in all of this? Because often the situation, the dynamic in the Middle East is portrayed as essentially Israel versus Iran, and many believe that Israel sets America's agenda against Iran too. But where does Israel fit in all of this for you?
The Iranian regime is against everybody in the region. Of course, it sometimes recently pays lip service to the Saudi Arabia and United Arab Emirates, but they are not genuine. These signs of friendship are not genuine. They want to destabilize the Arab states to pursue their own agenda of creating a Shiite empire in the region. They're against Israel and want to annihilate it. They want the United States to be out of the region. So they are against Turkey, but they have hidden agendas in Turkey. So what we want is an Iran, a free, peaceful Iran that is in cooperation with its neighbors, everybody. And that's something that only can happen after this regime.
But I wondered, with Israel being the enemy of Iran, the way it's seen, for you as Kamala Party, as the Iranian opposition, is there an element of the enemy of my enemy is my friend?
Well, it's enough to say that Israel in itself is not and should not be a threat to Iran. It's the Iranian regime that has always threatened the Israelis, and this should stop. In the future, Iran, you can criticize Israel or any country, but you cannot try to annihilate any country.
There is that perspective that if you, as the opposition to the current regime in Iran, are looking to topple it, that anyone who's against the current regime would want to support you in terms of Israel, the US, and so on. Do you see that support?
I haven't seen yet.
And in terms of the attacks that Israel and Iran had recently between each other, sometimes subdued in order not to let things escalate too far, what went through your mind when you saw that occurring?
I thought it was unnecessary to fight your neighbors. Israel is thousands of kilometers far from Iran, and it shouldn't have happened in the first place.
I guess the critics would argue that Israel took action in Iran, taking out leaders, and taking out leading figures that they opposed in places like Iran, so action took place there.
But Iran declares openly their intent to put an end to the state of Israel. They are pursuing a very ambitious and dangerous nuclear program. What would you do?
If your party was to achieve its goals, let's say, for example, you're in some sort of position, whether it be in some kind of leadership position in Iran, how would you build a relationship with Israel? What would you be looking for?
Like other countries, like other neighbors.
Is there any chance, in your eyes, that the case against Iran and perhaps support for Israel might be weakened by what's been going on in Gaza? A lot of people that believe that Israel's actions have been excessive. Is that hurting your cause?
Could be, but they're separate issues. Iran has supported not the legitimate rights of Palestinians for statehood. It, in fact, has ruined their chances of that because they don't want a two-state solution. They don't want peace. They want to put violence into the region.
The Turkish Kurds have taken also quite a sudden decision through their leader, the PKK leader, Abdullah Öcalan, to disarm and step back. What were your thoughts there?
I agree with the ceasefire or their putting down their arms. I think it's in the best interests of Turkey generally and Kurds especially to put behind the violent history that they had and give peace and democracy a chance. I think it would be in the best interest of everybody in the region. Even for us, it's a good development. I support it.
You know, Dr. Mohtadi, as we're running short of time, I should point out your family was a very prominent and successful family that has a long history in activism. And it was almost natural that you would get involved in that too. Do you believe that there is a chance in your lifetime you will see the regime change in Iran, considering it's held out for so long?
I hope so, and I think so.
Dr. Mohtadi, I hope we have a chance to speak again. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Kurdish-Iranian opposition leader Abdullah Mohtadi on his hopes for Iran's future. That's it for this edition of the show. Thanks for watching. Don't forget to subscribe and leave comments, and I'll see you next time.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
international law will have no part in his administration.
It can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News.
I'm delighted to say I'm joined by world pool champion Fedor Gorst, who joins us live from Saudi Arabia, where he's defending his World Pool Championship. You're about to defend your world title in Saudi Arabia. How is your mindset going into this compared to when you first won it in Saudi last year?
I feel like my mindset is in a better place this year than last year or 2 years ago, even like 5 years ago when I won it the first time. You know, as a unexperienced, unmatured player, I would say. Now I feel like my game, my mindset is in a different place. I feel like I've matured a lot throughout the years, and I feel like I'm more prepared than last year.
You've played in Saudi Arabia before. What was that experience like on and off the table?
You know, I've played there last year, was my first time, and really the arena is sick. You know, it's a big arena. You're playing under bright lights. The atmosphere starting from the last 16 was amazing. The fans were super supportive, and I expect nothing but the same this year. You know, I'm ready.
Do you see Saudi Arabia becoming a global hub for Q sports over the next decade, especially with Saudi hosting the World Cup in 2034?
Yes, I think there's definitely a possibility of seeing champions in the next decade or so. Like you said, coming from Saudi, we're going to be playing world championships and maybe possibly more tournaments now in Saudi for many years now, and obviously that's creating that buzz around the game here and around our sport, and hopefully it's going to encourage more and more locals to start practicing and maybe one day become a world champion.
In 2024, you made history by winning the World Pool Masters, the WPA World 9-Ball Championship, as well as the US Open. What keeps pushing you after such a dominant year?
Finding motivation is always probably the toughest thing for athletes. And for me to be staying hungry, it's not really about the money. It's not really about the titles. It's really about the game. And as long as I'm passionate about the game and I just enjoy myself playing, I can only enjoy myself playing when I play good. And when I feel that I have a bad day or a bad week, bad month, it only pushes me to practice and practice more. So I guess my mistakes is my motivation.
Do you ever let yourself imagine being considered the greatest pool player of all time? Is that a goal that you're chasing? Is it something that helps to keep you motivated?
No, this is not a goal that I would like to chase. Really, it's I don't know. It doesn't really match my personality, I would say. It's not the goal that I will be going after.
Now that you're representing Team USA in the Moscone Cup, after becoming US citizen, how does it feel going against Team Europe, especially once having played for them?
No, it's just more fun for me, I would say. It's a different experience. Instead of being a favorite in the match before the match starts, you're being an underdog, and the teams are completely different. It's a different vibe. Playing in different teams, also the way their approach and stuff. I wouldn't say I feel like different pressure or anything. I would just say it's a different experience, and I like this one, playing for the Americans, a lot better than playing for the Europeans.
Pool is seeing a major growth online. How has that impacted your career and the way fans engage with you?
Yeah, I think there's definitely a lot of hype around the game. It's been on social media the last 2 years, and I'm trying to grow my social media as well. And I can see that there's a lot of interest from the younger generation, people online. So I think it affected me in a good way. There's a lot of attention coming from even from the outside of the industry now, coming to pool. So I think it's going to help our sport to grow overall.
And how many hours are you practicing a day when you're in your full prep mode?
Yeah, just like anything, they say you have to practice 10,000 hours. You got to spend 10,000 hours to do anything, to become a professional at anything in life. And really, I didn't count how many hours I've practiced in my life, but I would guess it's more than that. Now, how much I practice now, it really depends on my schedule. Like you said, off season, we don't really have the off season. The majors are almost happening every 2 months, and then you have the smaller tournaments, so you're basically staying on the road all the time. And when I do that, I try to practice less just to stay in shape physically. You don't want to burn out just because you want to get better and practice 8 hours a day. But I can say that when I was younger, when I was in my 16, 18s, I was practicing a lot. Even living back in Russia, I used to practice 8-10 hours a day, skipping school at times. I was just very, very eager to learn and hungry to become the champion, I would say.
And are you following a fitness or recovery routine to stay sharp, both physically and mentally?
Yeah. I work with a few different physio therapists, I would say. I don't know how what's the right word for it. But yeah, I have a team. I have a pre-match routine that I do. Usually, we stretch a lot because pool players are dealing with back pain all the time. It's a one-sided sport. I would say just same as golf or archery. Nothing too crazy. We don't work a lot with weights. It's a lot of, I would say, yoga type, light weights, a lot of work with resistant bands, yoga blocks, myofascial release balls and stuff like this.
And what's the best match that you've ever played, and what made it special?
Probably the finals of the World Championships last year. Was the biggest prize that I won of my career, and also the way I won the tournament was so special for me because I came from behind in so many matches, including the finals. So I think it was just the biggest match that I've played in my career so far.
So obviously there's a lot of pressure involved in these finals. Is there any way that you can prepare for that?
I mean, there's no really preparation. You can't really say that you got to do A and B and then you'll get X and Y. I would say what helps me the most is breathing, conscious breathing, just learning how to breathe, to calm myself down in those situations when the pressure is super high. Also trying to recreate somewhat pressure during practice sessions, just to, rely on fundamentals when it's needed. And, just trying my best and learning from my mistakes, learning from my losses, and analyzing what went wrong, helping me go further and further.
What's the worst match that you've ever had, and what did it teach you?
The worst match probably was the European Open, I would say, in 2023. I was playing against Josh Filler, and I was first on the hill. We were playing a race to 10, and I was up 9-8, and I missed the 9 ball to win. I missed the final ball to win the match, and I ended up losing the match. I remember just walking back, through the back door of the building because I was trying to avoid all the fans, just to go straight back to my room, just head down, hood on my head. It was raining outside, just like in movies. So that loss I remember probably the most.
And if you weren't a professional pool player, what do you think you'd be doing for a living?
Good question. Probably be a graphic designer.
You were on Joe Rogan's podcast. Obviously, I'm a huge fan of that. What was the experience like behind the scenes?
He's a pool maniac. He's a big fan of pool. He's got 2 pool tables in his studio. He's got about, hundreds of different cues. We chat always about pool. He's always very supportive. He's watching all of my matches. So he's just a really cool guy overall.
Did you get to play Joe, and did he win any racks himself?
Yeah, we've played for like 3 hours.
And how did he do?
Yeah, he was winning in the beginning. It's a high pressure for me to play against a guy like that. I don't know if you follow what Fargo rating is. If I had to rate him, I would give him 650 Fargo.
He's talked about that he's wanted to stream at pool matches himself from his studio in Texas. He wanted to get you involved, as well as many others. Obviously, he has an enormous following. Has there been any follow-up on that idea?
Well, I reminded him a couple of times, but I just think that Joe is just a super busy guy. He's career in the UFC, plus he's super busy with his own podcast now. I just don't see where he can find time for anything pool related, but I think when he does, he will definitely do that because it's his passion.
You've been spotted playing chess as well. Do you see any similarities between playing chess in terms of strategy and how you read on the pool table?
Who spotted me? Well, I do that rarely, and I wouldn't say that I'm a good chess player myself, but I grew up in Russia, and it was super popular, just the game itself. You could walk around on the street, and you could see chessboards everywhere, and everybody it was just a fashion thing, or it was the thing. Everybody was playing chess. So I was learning the game when I was a kid. And now I just, in pool, there is a correlation with chess because you got to think ahead, 2 balls ahead, 3 balls ahead, 5 balls ahead, sometimes more. And it's in chess, it's the same thing. You got to predict what your opponent is going to do. And, I just like the tactics.
And who's on your personal all-time Mount Rushmore of pool?
Efren Reyes, Earl Strickland, Shane Van Boning, and probably Francisco Bustamante.
And who were your idols growing up?
It was actually Niels Fine, the player from Netherlands. I was following him in pool, and in tennis it was always Rafa Nadal. Just they're similar personalities, both super hardworking guys, and both never give up. Maybe that's why I like both of them.
As a pool fan, as a kid, of course I remember Ronnie O'Sullivan, who was playing with Steve Davis in the Moscone Cup. Or would you like to face off against snooker players, and have you ever played against Ronnie O'Sullivan?
No, I've never played against Ronnie, and I really don't play any snooker. Actually, the last time I've played probably was 5 years ago or so. So, no.
Okay, we're going to have to leave it there. The very best of luck in the tournament, Fedor, the World Pool Champion. Thanks so much for your time here on Al Arabiya English.
Thank you so much, Michael.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America.
With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
economic shifts, or social movements,
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
the most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Al Arabiya News, where the world talks.
Israelis are probably the most polled people on earth. You know, every morning we have to know what Israelis think, you know. It's so important to the future of humanity to know every morning whether an Israeli had 1 egg or 2 eggs, whether it was a boiled egg or an omelet. You know, everything about Israelis are polled because they're so important. So what did the polls show? The polls show for 20 months among Israeli Jews, 95% believed that Israel was using too little force or enough force in Gaza. About 5% thought Israel was using too much force. Okay? A poll about a month ago showed that 1/2 of Israelis, 47%, 1/2 of Israeli Jews believed that Israel should commit a genocide in Gaza. There is no ambiguity about the question. We don't have to go to a dictionary and parse the definition of genocide. The question that was put to Israeli Jews was, do you believe that when the IDF conquers a city, it should kill everybody in the city? That was the question. Do you believe that if the IDF conquers a city, it should kill everybody in the city? 47% of Israeli Jews answered yes to that question. Another poll about 2 to 3 weeks ago, it asked the question, do you believe there are any innocents, civilians in Gaza, civilian innocents in Gaza? The poll was taken of all Israelis, including Arab Israelis. 63% said no. There are no innocents in Gaza. If you eliminate the Arab component, it's about 70% say there are no innocents in Gaza, which means the army can kill everyone.
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis, it would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
We deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are lots of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was chief of staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.